Chapter 2136, Being chosen by Wuxia came too sudden for the rest of the group and Xijing herself. She didn't know how to handle this pleasant surprise. I. She couldn't finish a complete sentence after a long time. Xijing, go pack up and follow the ancestor. Zhu Qi tried to wake her up from the daze. She quickly went to get her stuff and returned to Wuxia's side. Zhu Qi warned her again, do a good job of serving him, the sect relies on you. Having said that, he handed a few precious treasures to her and whispered, if you run out of money at the court, go pawn them to keep up a good appearance. He was quite hopeful about her because if Wuxia was indeed a founding ancestor, then he would definitely have authority at the court in the future. If she could be highly regarded later by staying with him, then their sect's future became more promising. Thus, he went all out and gave some of his most precious items to Xijing. Their sect still needed to maintain a good appearance at the court. The group was at the entrance right now. Ancestor, we are at a remote region with no Dao portal, so I especially called for a carriage from Arrogance Enterprise. Xingping quickly told Wuxia. A sect at this level naturally couldn't have a portal. Even if they could build the platform, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the cost. Ahem. A sound came from a carriage instantly appearing in front of them. Gentlemen, you called for a ride? An old man asked with a pair of radiant eyes, clearly an expert. 8 dragon horses were pulling this old yet stately carriage. Normally, Yang Xingping would be too frugal to call for something like this, but he decided to spend big just for Wuxia. Ancestor, please. He told Wuxia. The guy didn't board right away for he was looking at the insignia on the carriage. It wasn't that big, in the shape of an axe or an ingot decoration on a piece of earring. Below carved the word, arrogance. Xingping was quite nervous, afraid that Wuxia was thinking that the carriage and the reception party weren't extravagant enough. Alas, how could Xingping go all out? Wuxia's identity wasn't confirmed, so they couldn't go to the court with great fanfare. He finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the guy getting on the carriage. Gentlemen, we'll be at the royal court in 3 days. The driver shouted and set off. The carriage sped towards the horizon with lightning speed, far exceeding the traveling speed of a true champion like Xingping. This made it worth the high price. Wuxia looked at the flying dragon horses and smiled, arrogance, huh? A bit interesting. Ancestor, you may not know this, but this is the best carriage in 3 immortals. As long as one can pay up, they can go anywhere with these carriages, even to the immortal and imperial world. This is probably the only company with this capability. Sounds quite capable. Wuxia smiled. In 3 immortals, one wouldn't be able to cross through the Dao systems if they weren't connected. However, Arrogance Enterprise could go anywhere. One could easily imagine how mighty they were. It's the richest lineage in 3 immortals, but it's not quite a Dao system, only a business entity of sorts. These carriages are a very small part of it. Xingping added. The Enterprise is new, right? Wuxia smiled, understanding what was going on. Right, it is much younger compared to many Dao lineages in 3 immortals. Xingping said, approximately 1 billion years ago, a youth around 12 or 13 years old made a bold declaration, to be the richest in the world. In the beginning, everyone thought that he was joking, an ignorant calf. However, no one expected for him to actually succeed and create the biggest enterprise in 3 immortals, connecting all the locations. This allowed him to have stores in any Dao system. Xingping was excited talking about this because there were many legends about Arrogance Enterprise, more than enough to compile a book. There is a saying in 3 immortals, only buyers lack money, arrogance never lacks merchandises. As long as you can pay the price, they can satisfy all the demands. Even a few treasures from immortal lineage could be bought. He continued on. After hearing this, Wuxia smiled and asked the driver, your enterprise has everything for sale? Sir, as long as you can pay the price, we can get you anything. That saying is completely accurate. The driver proudly declared. That's great to hear. Wuxia smirked. Then, tell your shop that I want to buy a true immortal. Money isn't a problem, I don't lack money, only a true immortal. The driver choked up after hearing this, not knowing how to respond despite being a seasoned professional. Xingping was surprised too. Where was one going to buy a true immortal in this world? These were mythical existences that have never been seen before. You're quite funny. The driver coughed. They indeed didn't know where to find one if Wuxia could muster up the payment. I'm not joking at all. Wuxia calmly said, tell your boss that I want to buy one, money is no problem. I'll be waiting at Insane Court. His expression seemed quite serious, so the driver became silent. Normally, the driver would assume that only a madman would boast about having enough money to buy something non-existent. The problem was that Wuxia didn't look like one at all. Xingping didn't say anything either, sharing the same sentiment as the driver. Alas, this guy was supposedly their ancestor and shouldn't be crazy. He didn't feel like Wuxia was messing with arrogance enterprise either. Not many would dare to do something like this, knowing the power of this particular group. The carriage continued swiftly across the sky as Wuxia basked in the sceneries below. Appearance-wise, the geography beneath wasn't that different from the 9th and 10th worlds. Yet, at a certain power level, one would feel that each inch of this blessed land was filled with the power of the Tao. The entire system was refined by insane ancestor. The land had become a boundary for the Tao origin. After numerous years of accumulation, the land remained incredible despite its swift decline. Imagine back then, this Tao system was like the stars in the sky, spanning on and on endlessly. Now, only this little world is left. Wuxia looked at the boundaries and said. Xingping felt sentimental. He had never seen the land when it was at the immortal level, but he had heard about how unfathomably large it was. Alas, it was only a myriad lineage right now. I'm not sure whether it is exact or not, but 1 billion it is. The regular usage for 1 billion is not this combination though. Any native Chinese reader, let me know if I'm missing something here. Chapter 2137. The Royal Court of Insane was the central hub of the entire system because of the Tao source there. The ebb and flow of changes in time didn't matter, the Royal Court will always be the political center. Though Insane Court had produced more true emperors later, they still chose to reign over this region instead of establishing their own sect. True emperors still needed to reach insane ancestors' level before creating their own Tao source. That's when they were actually qualified to start their own sect. Otherwise, it would be a meaningless endeavor. Separating their faction from the insane system would greatly reduce their strength. Each generation in 3 immortals could produce one or a few emperors. However, one capable of creating a Tao source might not be available for several generations. The royal court was a massive city, spanning for more than the eyes can take. It had experienced ups and downs, destroyed and rebuilt numerous times. Countless generations of mortals have gone by here. Nevertheless, it remained standing. As long as the Tao lineage and Tao source were still there, so will this ancient city. Mountains presided majestically with buildings everywhere. Billions of inhabitants were here, so it would be more accurate to call this place a kingdom rather than a city. At the central area were stately architecture, soaring all the way up to the 9 firmaments. This was the royal palace of Insane Court. The most influential character in the system wasn't necessarily the emperor or the dynasty in charge. In spite of this, the decision-making process always came from this place. The most influential characters have always aspired to rule this palace. This was the symbol of power for the entire system. Thus, a more powerful being outside of the royal palace couldn't be considered the main branch because the Tao source was here. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how important this place was for the Dao lineage. Carriages rushed into the court on the large roads. Everyone appeared so tiny as they streamed in what seems to be an ocean of people. Zhu Xijing was stunned by the grand scene of this ancient court. Being in a desolate place like Grand Sword left her feeling like a village girl visiting a big city for the first time, no, even more shocked. Li Qiye only gave it a quick glance before closing his eyes to rest. As he came closer to the Dao source, he could sense its massive power. It was also quite close to him, not only because he had insane ancestors' memories and Dao laws but also because of his unique Grand Dao. His eventual system aimed to surpass the cultivation methods found in three immortals. Because of this, his art aimed to reach the myriad Dao. As long as there was Dao in his heart, he would be able to grasp everything else in the world, hence the close sensation. The carriage finally made it into the palace. Xijin was even more astonished by its unique and awe-inspiring aura. True energy and the power of the Dao engulfed the entire place like an ocean. Anyone who dared to spy on the palace would be destroyed instantly. Li Qiye wasn't too impressed, unlike the girl. Because his status wasn't confirmed, Shengping didn't dare to cause a big commotion, so they snuck through the back entrance. His words alone couldn't summon all the big shots in the court to welcome this reborn ancestor back. Ancestor, the situation here is complicated and Her Majesty can't use a grand ceremony to welcome you, please forgive us. Shengping was afraid of Li Qiye's fury and he was only a small dog here, any power could destroy him easily. It's fine, tell her to come and see me. Li Qiye sat down on the throne and ordered. Despite a lack of aura, his presence there still scared the soul out of people, oppressive without trying. After all, he was once an existence that reigned over everything, a butcher versed in massacres. Just a serious stare from him was terrifying enough. This little one will go send the message, please wait, ancestor. The old man felt his hair standing on end with his legs going weak. He regained his wits and went to send the message. He couldn't actually meet the queen herself because there were at least 8,000 other true champions here at the court, he wasn't special at all. It took a long time before the queen granted him an audience. He bowed his head and respectfully said, Your Majesty, the person you wish to see is here. Very well, prepare the palanquin, I'll see if he's real or fake. The queen immediately ordered. She was from the Wang faction, one of the four great powers at the court. Her official title was Insane Lineage Queen. Insane Lineage was a common name for this entire region. Any sect coming from this place could take on this name. Meanwhile, the ruling power was at the royal court and could take the name of a dynasty. However, this type of dynasty wasn't hereditary from father to son to their descendants. In other words, the emperor of this system was selected by the great powers. He might not be the most influential character, but he definitely represented the entire system. Powerful local tyrants might be, they were not allowed to oppose the official branch of the dynasty or they might face exile. This rule was necessary or chaos would ensue. These were the rules personally written by Insane Ancestor, so they were unquestionable. The queen's name was Wang Han. Her husband, the late emperor, wasn't a decrepit old man, his death came rather suddenly. He wasn't from a great power but he was capable and married the right wife. He eventually garnered enough support to take the throne. Of course, his most powerful backing was still the Wang faction. Alas, his death was a great blow to both Wang Han and her clan. It wasn't easy to groom someone qualified to be the emperor. This person needed to be strong on top of knowing how to rule. They became the target right now after his death. People were eager to seize power in the system. Because of this, the queen faced great pressure, worrying about the eventual chaos from a lack of a symbolic leader. Nevertheless, they naturally wanted the next emperor to still be from their faction. Unfortunately, they couldn't find the right candidate in such a short time, quite a source of headache for everyone involved. Normally, if someone like Yang Xingping were to claim that he had found a reborn forefather, they would most likely chase the guy out or even exile him. However, because of the delicate situation right now, a being like an old forefather would bring hope to the entire Dao system and also a God-sent opportunity for their clan. Wang Han took a great risk to let Xingping bring this ancestor to the royal court. Ultimately, they didn't know whether he was real or fake. He could even be a spy sent by another power. Chapter 2138, Wang Han entered the hall with only Xingping as her company. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Xingping quickly bowed on sight and quietly told Wuxia, "Ancestor, this is Her Majesty." Wang Han was surprised to see the youth sitting so nonchalantly on the throne. This ancestor's appearance was nothing like she imagined. In her mind, a reborn ancestor from the abyss must have gray hair and an immortal aura, someone who can threaten the world. However, this Wuxia ahead was very young and ordinary looking. He could be walking on the street and no one would give him a second glance. This was just another disciple among the millions in Insane Court. She immediately became disappointed with her heart hanging lower. She thought that she would be able to meet a true master, not such a person. Xingping. She stared at Xingping, thinking that he picked a random disciple to pretend to be their ancestor. Xingping was helpless, knowing that the skepticism was warranted. He had the same thoughts after seeing Wuxia the first time. "You're late." Wuxia opened his eyes and stared at Wang Han. "What's your name?" Wang Han didn't have any intention of showing respect for the above reasons. "On your knees." His gaze exuded an explosive blast like the ruler of the world. True emperors and immortal monarchs would all kneel before him. Bam! She couldn't react in time before finding herself touching the ground. Xingping was also horrified, for this was his first time seeing Wuxia angry. Not to mention a minor character like him, all the top beings would need to kneel before Wuxia. Wang Han struggled to regain her thoughts. She felt as if this was a dream. Despite being a queen, she came from the Wang clan and wasn't weak at all. Her cultivation was on the same level as the late emperor. However, a true king like her still fell before his glare as if she was but an ant. Wuxia still didn't exude his true energy or pressure, but his cold stare alone was enough. Wang Han felt an unprecedented and indescribable fear, straight from her instinct. He was at the top of the food chain and all would tremble before his breath. He closed his eyes again and didn't let the two of them stand up. Zhu Xijing, who was also there, was astounded. The queen of the Dao system was kneeling right there. Anyone from her sect would be doing the same after meeting the queen, but this great woman was being forced into submission. The palace was hushed, no one dared to say anything. Xingping didn't dare to move outside of uncontrollable shuddering. The rage earlier almost scared him to death. As for Wang Han, she had weathered storms and rains before in order to keep her position. This was someone who had met a true god previously. Thus, she was courageous with a firm Dao heart, not one that would yield so easily. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold on after the death of the emperor. Alas, she didn't dare to mutter anything right now. She indeed tried to struggle, but the fear was too overwhelming. Her legs became weak so she couldn't rise. Instinct was telling her that this man was the most terrorizing character, the origin of fear. Wuxia eventually opened his eyes after a long time and ordered, "You may rise." "Thank you, ancestor." Xingping seemed to have earned amnesty and bowed several times before getting up. "Thank you, ancestor." Wang Han quietly uttered without thinking. She was instantly convinced and dominated, no longer daring to oppose him. He took a good look at her. One must admit that she was quite a looker, and Zhu Xijing paled in comparison. She had an elegant and noble phoenix dress on. This style was naturally grand and oversized, but this wasn't enough to hide her beautiful figure, massive and towering breasts like two majestic mountains. The lascivious curve of her buttocks was clearly outlined, it could shake someone to the core with its well-rounded plumpness. Her fair legs accentuated her overall figure, perfectly sculpted, and only made her butt stand out even more. Her phoenix eyes were rippling and spirited with autumn waves. Just one glance could attract any man, causing their heart to beat faster. You need to change your attitude if you want my help. Wuxia finally spoke. She lowered her head like a little lady that had just done something wrong. She already got her answer on whether he was real or not. Despite her early preparation on what to say, all the words were eluding her right now. In the end, all she could say was, "Your junior welcomes your return, ancestor." Wuxia said flatly, "I'm aware of the current situation in Insane Court. It's not hard to solve this situation, only hard work is necessary. It's not a sin to be foolish, only when one is both foolish and greedy." "I understand." Wang Han has been won over and became quite obedient. "Since I have returned, it is time to change this Tao system completely." Wuxia said, "An immortal lineage falling down to the myriad level? Is it even possible for you descendants to do a worse job? Without changes, Insane Court will cease to exist. If Geezer Insane were to find out, he'll crush all of you unfilial kids to death." Wang Han and Xingping couldn't say anything, only quietly listened to the scolding. Myriad was the lowest level in 3 immortals. If this path of declination continued, the Tao source would dry up along with the blessed land. From then on, only a ruined world would remain along with the wails of its inhabitants. "Alright, I am tired now, we'll end this today." He waved his sleeve and finished. "Please rest at the Skyshift Hall, ancestor." Wang Han said respectfully with a soft tone after taking a deep breath. "No, I'll be staying at Remembrance Palace." Wuxia demanded. "Remembrance?" Wang Han was stunned because she couldn't remember whether a place like this existed or not. "It's to the northeast." Wuxia said, "Looks like all of you have forgotten too many things, even the place where Insane Ancestor used to meditate to search for the Tao." Wang Han made the connection. There was indeed such a place, but it was deserted now, infested with weeds. No one has stayed there for a long time. Some records stated that their ancestors have left behind this place. People stopped staying there so future generations forgot its name. "Please wait, ancestor. Your junior will tell people to go clean up." She bowed. "Go now." Wuxia nodded, "If there's nothing else, don't bother me. And the current situation is also a test for you, go all out. Just remember one thing, those who dare to stand in my way, kill without mercy." Chapter 2139, For some reasons, she shuddered after hearing the words, "kill without mercy." She could sense a massive bloodthirst spreading to her heart, so she immediately left without refusing. Remembrance Palace was still tattered despite Wang Han's effort at cleaning it up with haste. She was worried that Wuxia wouldn't like it, but he didn't mind at all and walked straight in. He told everyone to leave and began to meditate in his room. Outside of Tao meditation, there was another reason why Insane Ancestor named the palace Remembrance. He wanted to recall his friends and families from his own epoch because this wasn't his true home. Of course, Wuxia wasn't here for that sentimental stuff. He had his own reasons unknown to others. He seemed to have reached a Zen state, not even his breathing could be heard. There was no visual phenomenon in the beginning, but as time passed, he seemed to be melting. Upon closer inspection, the space around him was the thing melting, not him. If one were in the room, they would have an illusion of bricks colliding with each other. The palace was continuously transforming into something else, a move through a different world and time while breaking and rebuilding. This illusion lasted for a while before all the bricks finally came into place. Wuxia was no longer in Remembrance but another palace altogether. No one could enter this one, not even those from Insane Court. This was actually a treasury with artifacts and chests as far as Li Qiye could see. Li Qiye opened one of them and dazzling radiance oozed out across the entire room. There were too many treasures to count here, wondrous items such as immortal heart crystals, spring warmth jades, and small wells with gurgling golden water. Treasure metals piled on top of each other like hills. Even an ancestor from Insane Court would go crazy at this sight. Their sect's current treasury was completely inferior in comparison. Li Qiye was still fine, this was still not a match for Samsara's treasury back in Pure. This old man is still so paranoid, not trusting anyone and left behind some good stuff. Maybe this is his backup plan? Li Qiye smiled and said. Insane ancestor hid this in secret instead of giving it to the future generation. He was the only one aware of this location, but because Li Qiye also had his memories, he could easily enter it. This was the reason why he chose remembrance. Outside of many treasures, there were also manual scrolls on the shelves. They encompassed everything, including Insane's own cultivation method on top of the ones from other Dao systems. Many of them were actually lost now in the present. Li Qiye casually perused them, just for fun. He wasn't that interested because he already made his path. The merit laws of this world or those created by Insane were just references at best. Geezer, you broke my bones back then, so now, I'm taking all of your treasury. I wonder if you will faint after finding out. Li Qiye laughed. He wanted to see Insane ancestor's expression after telling him, perhaps the guy would go crazy. He didn't hesitate at all and took in all the good stuff, treasures, weapons, scrolls, and materials. Meanwhile, Wang Han especially called several high elders about the return of their ancestor. These were loyal confidants of the clan, so she could trust them. No one will believe this, the other officials will think that he's a fake. I believe that your majesty will be assaulted on all front, it won't be easy to maintain control. One of them said. She naturally understood this, but at this moment, she was completely convinced by Li Qiye and had full confidence in him. I know what everyone else will think, but he is really a forefather coming back to life. Other things can be faked, but not that invincible presence. Wang Han said, this is naturally a good thing for our system, we might even rise again in the future. For example, in this generation, if we have a true emperor backing us off, there's no way to fail. Is he really a true emperor? I don't think so, they don't really linger around and would just go to immortal lineage. Why stay here at myriad lineage? Another elder said. Wang Han wasn't clear either. She didn't know how to describe him because his cultivation remained a mystery. He looked more like an ordinary cultivator. However, when she saw the unstoppable glint in his eyes, she was instantly conquered. I don't know his cultivation, but he's certainly not weak, probably stronger than any ancestor in the present. Wang Han said. The first speaker continued, it is a good thing if it's real. But right now, we don't have a ruler, so the appearance of a reborn ancestor is too much of a coincidence. I'm worried that it's someone from a different Dao system. Another felt the same way, what if it's a true god from another place pretending to be our ancestor? Our system will fall into the hands of an outsider. Wang Han agreed that this elder made sense. The timing was too much of a coincidence. If we can test him with the Dao source, we'll figure it out right away. She came up with a bold idea, if he's not a real ancestor, it'll be quite apparent. The first elder immediately shook his head, no, absolutely not. Maybe that's exactly what they want, just a plan to grab our Dao source. We would be walking straight into their trap. This requires further deliberation. A different one added, this pertains to the rise and fall of our Dao system, no, an existential crisis, even. Even if you want to test him with our Dao source, Your Excellency, it's useless with just our consent alone. Our faction can't make this decision. Wang Han gently sighed. She knew that this wouldn't be easy. Nevertheless, she had great confidence that he was the real thing. Intuition told her to trust this man, and she trusted her intuition. The return of a powerful forefather would definitely propel their sect back to its golden age. The problem was how to convince others to recognize him. Otherwise, the court would stay fragmented. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we don't hold on to this powerful ancestor, he might join any other faction and we'll lose this chance. We might even fall out of the central power after a swift decline. She solemnly concluded. Chapter 2140, The High Elders present exchanged glance with each other. The death of the emperor was indeed a blow to their clan. Missing this opportunity could rob them of their current political influence. Insane court has been passed down for billions of years with a rotation of dynasties. So many sects that were powerful eventually collapsed and became the side branches or turned into nothingness. In the current insane court, there were plenty of powerful sects, but they primarily made up the side branches, leaves on this towering tree. The ones that were in control were the four great powers. The Wang faction was one of them. The other three consisted of the upper faction, Sacred Institution, and Chu camp. These four branches have produced many true emperors, sometimes one had them in succession. Of course, none of these emperors could surpass the progenitor. It was indeed a great accomplishment for the Wang to reach this level, mainly due to their strength. However, so many other lineages inside the system were vying for their position. Just one wrong step and decline would be imminent, robbing them from the central power. We can't be too risky in this endeavor. One high elder suggested, if he is a fake that is scheming for our Tao source, it will be very dangerous for the source. At that point, our branch will become sinners, unworthy of the ancestors. We'll certainly be banished henceforth. The other high elders quietly contemplated. Grand Sword Gate was such a sect that was banished. This particular sect was very powerful in the past, but it had committed a big offense, so they were exiled from the main court. If such a thing were to happen to their clan, there was no coming back. How about we ask the ancestors who protect the Tao source to check? They should be the best reason. Wang Han came up with another idea. Plurality isn't clear either, guessing there are many since the elders contemplated after hearing this. There was no doubt that the strongest ancestors in the system right now were in this group. They had a prestigious position as well, so if he could gain their recognition, he would definitely be the real thing. They might not be on our side. A different high elder said. The other elders understood the implication right away. If this reborn ancestor was real, he would certainly make the system prosper again. He was a fat piece of meat, metaphorically. Not only would he take the reign, but this would also last for several generations. Their Wang clan naturally wanted to ride his coattails, and in order to do so, they must not let any other power have him. Flattery and taking the initiative were necessary. We'll invite our own ancestor first then. Another elder said, he's a true god with great knowledge and will be able to see much better than us. Afterward, if the guy is real, he'll be our biggest backing and we will fully support him. If he's fake, then we'll just kill him and no one will find out. Wang Han agreed that this was the best and safest course of action. She had absolute confidence in Li Qiye right now and would back him up. We need to take good care of this ancestor for now with the highest respect. But do not let this leak, wait until we clarify his identity before making a decision. The high elders decided. She sighed and had to agree. She couldn't change their mind and still needed their help to convince the other three powers. Li Qiye didn't give a damn about the decision of the court. If he wanted to take the reins, he could do so quite easily, but he had no interest right now. He continued to stay in remembrance, spending most of his time cultivating. The Tao seed was now a tree inside his land. It wasn't skyblotting just yet, but there were plenty of exuberant leaves, full of life and joy. He named it Primordial Tree or Grand Tao Tree. The aura and energy coming off it were named primordial energy. This energy encompassed everything: chaos, myriad Tao, emotions, and desires. Everything started from this energy. That's why Wuxia named it primordial. The denser the energy, the more life force the tree had. As long as it grew to a certain level, it would mature enough to have Tao fruits. When they ripen, that's when he would reach the Tao. This was a path never traveled before. After working on his Tao, he slowly took out an ancient book, something coveted by all, the physique scripture. It was filled with primordial energy now. It took on a form without pages and words, more like a brick. This was because of his new cultivation system, so the scripture had returned to the origin once more. When Wuxia forcefully opened the first page, the scripture would create an entirely new merit law, no longer the physique arts with the 6 words. When his grand Tao finished, a new cultivation system would form and the entire would have to change to an entirely new epoch. Buzz. He touched the scripture but there was no opening it. Open. An explosion of primordial energy erupted from him. He became eternal and turned into a world-creating progenitor. The energy drowned out the entire book. Of course, the book was also crazily absorbing this energy, wanting to suck it dry. During this process, the tree inside the land emitted more energy in an endless amount. This seemed to be the origin of all, never capable of running out of primordial energy. The scripture eventually stopped, seemingly had its fill. Buzz. The tree started to glow and a completely new rune came out. Nevertheless, it was ancient enough to exist at the very start of the world. It contained a majestic aura filled with life, a new life form. It then flowed across Wuxia's body and wove together to form a new law, containing the same archaic and primordial property. With that, the new law traveled to his arm, then his finger, then finally the scripture. The scripture began to glow as well. The light seemed to be carving a word onto the scripture, the formation of a divine scroll. Open. Wuxia roared again. The massive energy allowed Wuxia to separate from this space to form something completely new. There was nothing here in the beginning, but with a single thought of his, the celestials were born. Next, a sky appeared with beings coming to life. Boom! He was the Lord of all and nothing could resist his will. The scripture emitted a resonating blast across this universe and became an eternal sound. Chapter 2141, Boom. He finally opened the first and entirely new page of the physique scripture. Dazzling radiance shot to the sky and wondrous phenomena appeared. The scripture itself was deriving a new world with its own celestial bodies. However, in the next second, everything was replaced by new runes the size of planets. Nothing was as beautiful and moving as these runes. With a series of explosions, new runes continued to float around like the stars in a certain order. They lined up to form supreme mantras, the start of a new grand Tao. Buzz. The mantras finally finished the first page of the physique scripture. It included a new merit law. From this moment on, it was no longer the same. The 12 immortal physiques would also disappear. He began to read these new merit laws as the first to learn them in the new epoch. In the next several days, he spent his time cultivating and reading, not bothering to care about the issue of being a reborn ancestor. He wasn't reading about merit laws from insane ancestor since he had too many already himself. He was focusing on history and old tales. Insane Court has been around for a long time and the library of this central area definitely had the highest concentration of books. One would find themselves lost in an ocean of books after entering the library. It has been accumulating books throughout the long years by its people, some were given by outsiders as well. Of course, the majority of this was just regular books. The merit laws were stored in a more secure location. Outside of learning about 3 immortals, Wuxia also wanted to find the traces of immortals. After reading all of these books on top of having memories from the grotto and insane ancestor, Wuxia had a perfect grasp on this world and virtually all of its old tales. Even the ones with few records could be calculated from all the clues. This was his forte, extrapolating information when there is a lack of. These texts allowed him to find the necessary facts to dispel the fog, revealing the secrets within. As long as there were some clues, he could figure out what was going on. Nothing could escape his eyes and calculation. He even reached the very source of 3 immortal worlds and found some clues about immortals. Sui, Shi, Nong. He chuckled with this revelation. I can't wait till that day when we will figure out who is the real master of the universe. Having said that, he closed his eyes, seemingly entering a slumber. He continued to focus on cultivation and reading instead of worrying about the politics of the court. He suddenly had a new interest with all the new information, pill refinement and alchemy. There were many types of pills in 3 immortals, but the longevity pill stole his attention the most. Of course, low-level longevity pills were nothing, only the true emperor's level and up interested him. As a cultivator became stronger and eventually reached the throne, they would have tales about them in 3 immortals. However, one sudden day, these emperors could just disappear from sight with no trace left. Their final destination was a question for the ages, but it was too hard to verify. This was related to the more inconspicuous longevity pills. Wuxia found this matter very amusing after ample research. Perhaps the ones from 3 immortals didn't care about this. But anyone from the 9 worlds and 10th world would have a different perspective. 3 immortals were freed from the restraint of the heaven and earth, so cultivators started cultivating the anima at the very beginning. This was quite advantageous, something even more apparent after becoming a true emperor. But this didn't mean that a true emperor was superior to a grand emperor or immortal monarch. Their biggest weakness was longevity. For example, the grand emperors and immortal monarchs could live for a very long time after shouldering the heavens' wills, albeit, they needed to hide in exploration grounds away from the executions. If they could survive the execution and not die in battle, who knows how long the wills would allow them to live. This wasn't explored completely and lacked reference points. This wasn't the case for the true emperors. They could be immensely strong, but without the heavens' wills, they would eventually die from old age, for this was inevitable. There were many secrets behind this, but most didn't link it to these longevity pills. At the same time, only a minority of true emperors was known to die from old age. The majority of them simply disappeared from all the 3 worlds. Their destination remained a hot topic for many people to research. All of the worlds Wuxia has been to so far had a common pursuit: eternal life. Mortals, experts, and emperors all searched for the answer to true longevity, the ultimate freedom. Alas, such a thing didn't exist. Even the most brilliant and amazing person would have to return to the root one day. Both Insane Ancestor and the Grotto Master also researched these pills. Of course, they had their own method in doing so. Wang Han came to visit Wuxia. Though the Wang clan hasn't recognized his identity and status, this didn't affect her respectful attitude towards him. She would see how he was doing on a daily basis. Zhu Sijing was taking care of him right now, washing his feet while he sat with his eyes closed. Wuxia waved his hand, gesturing for Sijing to leave. He continued to sit there quietly with his legs dipped in the hot water. Wang Han crouched down and obediently washed his feet in a gentle manner. If anyone were to see this, they would become shocked. She was a noble daughter from the Wang, the queen of insane court Dao lineage. Yet, she was subjecting herself to this lowly task without any hesitation. Wuxia began to speak. One needs an iron fist to take care of this situation. You do things in a careful manner but lacks decisiveness, so nothing can get done. Insane court was once an immortal lineage. In order to rule something like this, you need to be merciless in order to reign over the rest. Chapter 2142, Wang Han carefully mused her next response. She knew that Li Qiye was testing her and that he was currently unsatisfied with her abilities. A Dao system shouldn't have internal strife and killing. She eventually replied. Though she had her own achievements, she wasn't a supreme character. Not to mention the entire system, she didn't have the most power in her own clan, subjected to being hindered. Before the death of the emperor, the two of them could manage, though with difficulties. Too many people coveted power in any Dao system. She acted as a virtuous wife and fully supported the emperor. Her clan, under her lead, supported all of his decisions. Furthermore, he had military power and could order the officials in the system. Thus, the situation was stabilized during his reign. She certainly suffered the greatest blow from his death. She didn't have a firm grasp on the military in comparison. Moreover, the Wang was also searching for someone else to take over. Ultimately, she was still a woman. Capable and powerful, but she lacked a merciless decisiveness. Li Qiye's assessment on her flaws was spot on. She found it hard to maintain a grasp on the military by making decisive moves. Solidarity and great leadership are necessary before avoiding internal conflicts, easier said than done. One needs to quell unrest first before doing what they want via orders. Li Qiye said. She opened her mouth but hesitated, ending with only a sigh. According to him, she would need to consolidate the Wang clan's power first because this was her biggest backing. Without them, she wouldn't be able to do anything, no chance of being decisive. The problem was that the clan itself was divided. The late emperor was the one keeping the morale high, allowing the Wang to support the two of them wholeheartedly. But now, there were ancestors in the clan wanting someone else to take over, hence her precarious situation. Shi finished washing his feet and began rubbing his legs. "What is your plan?" he said flatly. He has never been stingy with his followers. After all, everyone else were strangers to him in this Dao system. If she were to be loyal, he would be happy to lend her a hand. She hesitated for a moment before looking up to answer, "Please guide me, young noble." She changed to using his favorite honorifics to address him at this moment. The beauty was obedient and gentle right now. Such alluring charm could stir the soul, resulting in an indescribable scene. A snow-white valley full of spring and 2 ripe peaches, others couldn't help but want to take a bite. Her full buttocks were beyond words, making the heart beat faster. He reached to gently raise her exquisite chin below her red, sweet honey lips and asked, "Do you trust me?" It looked as if he was flirting, but this wasn't the intention. He just did whatever he pleased, but it lacked any intent of disrespect and wretchedness. "I do," she said without any hesitation due to the unconditional trust she had right now after being convinced last time. Others might be suspicious of him but not her. He smiled and closed his eyes again without responding. She didn't push the issue and continued to rub his shoulders and muscles. Being serviced by a beauty was an enjoyable leisure. She controlled her strength perfectly so that he could relax and love this feeling. "Your path isn't difficult," he eventually answered. "First is careful planning. Next is to follow it through no matter what. That's all you need to do, the sky won't fall down." She tried her best to understand what he meant and continued her task. After a long time, he continued, "I will leave the palace tomorrow to see an arrogance branch. I'll accompany you," she quietly said, as gentle and pleasant as the water in spring. He didn't refuse and continued his rest. On the next day, Li Qiye was heading for an arrogant store in order to buy some items on top of finding some information. Yang Xingping and Zhu Sijing naturally accompanied him. Queen Wang Han also came early without any follower. She also put on a servant disguise and an old posture so that no one could recognize her. Because the situation was still unfavorable, she didn't want to show her face. "Let's go." Li Qiye didn't comment on her appearance and ordered. He didn't use a carriage or air travel but strolled straight out of the palace, seemingly basking in the sceneries. Xingping didn't understand why he wanted to walk. This was a waste of time in his mind, but he didn't dare to ask. Wang Han, on the other hand, could see that each step was measuring the area. She shuddered despite not knowing the magical property of his action. Nevertheless, she was clear that he was measuring the entire palace. After walking through half of the place, he shook his head in response. This Tao system has truly fallen. Back when it was located in immortal lineage world, it was arrogant and imperious. But now, we'll be hard-pressed to find a true god that can ascend, let alone an eternal. Xingping and Xijing didn't react too much due to their lack of knowledge about the system. This wasn't the case for the queen since she took a deep breath upon hearing this. He casually stated the situation in their system, as if there was no secret to speak of. Only the big shots in the court knew how many experts they had. As for the true gods capable of ascending, it needed to be someone with a similar position and status as her. Ultimately, outsiders couldn't meet this level of an ancestor. Speculation was the limit. Nevertheless, Wuxia only needed to walk around the palace to clearly figure this out. This was quite a monstrous ability. She was shaken and became even more impressed and convinced of him. Such shameless boasting. Someone heard the conversation and mocked Wuxia. It was a youth pulling a stallion with the intention of leaving the palace. He wore an official robe with a stern glare. True energy surged from him, clearly an expert. This youth continued, "Brat, you're an ant daring to comment on a great tree. The power of insane court can't be speculated by you. Young lord of the Peng." Yang Xingping immediately recognized the youth with a changed expression. Wuxia ignored the youth and continued forward. "What's your name, brat?" The youth was naturally annoyed at Wuxia's attitude. "I, Peng Weijin, want to know who you are, to see if you are qualified to talk like that." Wuxia was already far away after he finished his statement. The youth thought about chasing after him but Xingping stopped him. "Young Lord Peng, please don't misunderstand. This young noble is an esteemed guest." Xingping wasn't a nobody. Though his background was terrible, he was still a true champion, not a coward. 1. I think these are new titles. I'll figure it out with more context later. Chapter 2143. The youth named Weijin coldly stared at Xingping for blocking his way and sneered, "Yang Xingping, I respect you as a senior since you're a true champion. However, don't forget that this is the royal court, not your tiny sect. True champions are everywhere in this place. I'm aware, no need for you to remind me, young lord." Xingping's expression darkened. For better or worse, he was still a big shot that had lived for many years. He naturally became furious after being sneered at by a youth. "Humph, looks like you got braver. Normally you don't leave your place at all." Weijing stopped caring about Wuxia. "I heard you're close to the Wang recently, is that why you're so bold now?" "Young lord, no need to be rude," Xingping said. Wang Han was close and certain words couldn't be taken back. The situation would escalate for the worse. You know exactly what is going on." Weijing snorted, "Don't forget, the emperor is dead now and the Wang might fall too. If you are smart, you will know what to do. We also welcome you to join our clan. As you know, upper faction is our backing. I will have to refuse your offer, young lord." "Thank you." Xingping quickly interrupted Weijin. At this moment, he had already chosen the Wang clan. More importantly, Wang Han was right here. She could become unhappy and question his loyalty. This would be quite bad for him and Grand Sword. "Humph, can't even appreciate a favor." Weijin coldly said, "If you wait till the Tao system situation settles, it'll be too late for regrets then." He turned and left after making the last words. Wei Jin looked down on Xingping, but he avoided a direct confrontation. He was only a true hero while the guy was a true champion, certainly stronger than him. Xingping became quite awkward, not knowing how to answer the rest of the group. "Your Majesty, please don't listen to his nonsense." He smiled awkwardly. Wei Jin was being too frank and challenged the Wang's prestige. Wang Han naturally wouldn't like it. "It's fine," she calmly said. This wasn't surprising because many people wanted her military power right now so that they could take over the main branch. The Peng was also quite influential in the court. More importantly, they were loyal to the upper faction, one of the four great powers. It has been wanting to take over for some time now and was growing impatient. Thus, Wei Jin's tone was within her expectation. Li Qie naturally didn't give a damn about these trivial matters. Upper faction? Peng clan? Ants they were. He focused on measuring the ground instead. After leaving the palace, he continued to do this surveying walk. The core of the Dao system was the court. Though the system spanned for 10 million miles, Insane Ancestor was able to refine every inch into Dao land after opening the Dao source. Nevertheless, he still spent the most effort around this area. As long as the royal court was around, the Dao system would be just fine. The other territories could be invaded and taken over, but the Dao system would live on with the court. Of course, if the court was destroyed and the other territories were still left, Insane Court would only exist in name only. Li Qie had a good understanding of the foundation now. This meant that if he wanted to use its power and the Dao source, it would be all too easy. He didn't need to use his own power in this land to sweep through everything. He was the lord of this region now. That geezer must have also loved this land to spend so much effort. Unfortunately, no lineage lasts forever. Li Qie murmured. This was his conclusion about the old man beneath Drystone. He truly wanted to create a sect to leave behind his legacy, or he wouldn't have spent so much effort to strengthen the Dao foundation and Dao source here. In the past, Insane Ancestor was exactly like Li Qie now, mere passers-by in this world. They never thought about truly stopping here. Later on, Insane Ancestor went back to his epoch and had done some crazy things. Nevertheless, the proof of his love for this place remained. He didn't only want to leave behind traces of him as time passed on but also for this Dao system to continue. Even if his epoch was gone, this Dao system would still be around. This was the reason why it was so powerful back then. Producing so many true emperors across the long years couldn't stop the downfall through time. In the end, it fell all the way down to myriad lineage world. In fact, it wasn't even a top power in this world. Of course, the rest of the group didn't know that the geezer mentioned by Li Qie was their progenitor. A big difference between the two of them was that Li Qie never thought about creating a lineage or leaving his mark here. Ultimately, he would create and have his own epoch, so he didn't feel the same way. Let's go to arrogance now. He chuckled after finishing his task. Yang Xingping immediately led the way since he was quite familiar with this place, even more so than Wang Han. When they made it to the store, they found something massive beyond words. In fact, calling it a store was inaccurate, for it was the size of a city with numerous buildings. It occupied a small corner of the royal court, but just this small corner was large enough to scare people to death. Only something like Arrogance Enterprise could have such a large territory in an important location of a Dao system. Other commercial powers didn't have this capability. In Three Immortals, people immediately thought of Arrogance Enterprise whenever they needed to buy or sell something. This was due to the Enterprise's golden reputation and prestige. Furthermore, it had everything one would want. Because of this, there was no need to worry about not being able to find something after entering a store. If one couldn't find something here, they wouldn't be able to find it in other places anyway. A youth named Arrogance created a miracle spanning across Three Immortals. Perhaps he didn't have any crazy battle record and wasn't a true emperor. He didn't create a new territory as a progenitor either. However, his name and business expertise resounded across the three worlds. He was even more amazing than some true emperors and progenitors. Throughout history, the names of these latter beings would be forgotten, buried deep in the river of time. Arrogance Enterprise, on the other hand, remained famous all along. Everyone knew about these stores, just not the secrets to their success. Wuxia smiled and commented with a tinge of sentiment after seeing the insignia again, "The favorite son of the heaven, that's arrogance for you, the only one worthy of this name." There were beautiful merchandises everywhere to Chu Sijing's astonishment. What she considered treasures before were up for display like common items. Even the legendary immortal medicines in her eyes were common alchemy ingredients here. This store was smashing her common sense due to her inexperience. Chapter 2144. This particular store in Insane Court wasn't the largest branch from Arrogance franchise. Nevertheless, one could find whatever they wanted here. If they didn't have it, just show enough money and they would go get it. This was the biggest advantage of shopping here. If one couldn't find something at Arrogance, it meant they wouldn't be able to buy it in any other store or with money. When Wuxia wanted to buy an immortal yet couldn't from Arrogance, he wouldn't be able to buy it from some other places either. This wasn't an issue that could be solved with money. There is a popular saying from the Enterprise, "A problem solvable by money is not a problem." This was indeed a reasonable belief for Arrogance. Sijing felt that she was in a vast world while inside this store and got dazzled by all the treasures. Of course, the prices here were exorbitant as well. Each item here was too expensive for Sijing, not something she could save up for in her entire life. Not even her entire sect could afford one of them. Wuxia didn't have any interest in these treasures and only gave them a quick glance. His focus was on the alchemy ingredients and of course, this store also had the best selection in Insane Court for anyone with enough money. He was actually buying some common materials in mass and naturally, Wang Han in disguise paid for him immediately. "Young noble, why are you buying so many materials?" Sijing saw the amount and became curious. In the few recent days of serving him, she found him to not be imperious like a reborn ancestor but rather quite easy to get along with. It wasn't a bad time serving someone like him. "Alchemy," he leisurely said. "You're trying to refine some longevity pills, young noble?" Wang Han was more knowledgeable than the other two and could guess his intention based on the list of materials. "Right, bored enough to refine a few cauldrons." Of course, Wuxia wasn't trying to make some pills at the immortal level. He just wanted to practice and research these pills in order to find more clues. Ultimately, his previous experience was still peerless in this world. "You also search for immortality?" Wang Han was very curious about this ancestor. He wanted to know what he had experienced in his long life. "No, just going to refine a few for fun," Wuxia replied. Xingping didn't know what to say. Three immortals had all kind of pills but the longevity pill represented the apex of alchemy. Some true emperors searched for the path of the pills while others paid a handsome sum for them. Many alchemists took great pride in this ability but he was just doing it for fun. Quite a bold statement. Only a true forefather of Insane would be so domineering. As they were chatting on the way back, Wuxia suddenly stopped and turned his focus towards an intersection. Outside of the big store itself, there were many other side shops doing small businesses. A few cultivators would try to trade nearby with permission from Arrogance. There was an old man in a cotton robe with a big hat, covering not only his ears but virtually all of his face. His hands were inside his sleeves, seemingly very cold as he breathed out cold air. He didn't look too special but his three shiny items on display were incredible. More importantly, he had a plaque with ugly scribblings, "Move me and I shall give you a treasure." A crowd naturally formed because of the items and the challenge. "Really now?" someone asked. Of course. The old man answered without looking up, as if he was feeble, unable to open his eyes. What do you mean by move you? Another spectator asked. The old man didn't answer and continued to sit there quietly, seemingly asleep. In a short time, the crowd glanced at each other, not knowing how to fulfill the condition. Is he playing with us? What the heck does he mean? Another wondered. The old man ignored all of the questions. Are you for real? More and more people asked. Well, he can't be tricking us because Arrogance Enterprise guarantees the transactions here. If he does anything funny, Arrogance will interfere. An older cultivator said. The spectators agreed with this and felt assured because of the Enterprise. Nevertheless, they were still at a loss. Bang! Suddenly, a lowly-looking middle-aged cultivator got on his knees and shouted, "Father, I'm here to see you." The crowd was startled at first, but they quickly realized that he was doing and laughed. Haha, this guy got a father out of nowhere. They found this man very amusing. Of course, the guy was feeling quite hot and embarrassed. He was a nobody without a strong background. This was why he could kneel and call someone father without losing any face. He didn't have anything to lose, and in case of success, it would be a free treasure. Alas, the old man didn't give him the time of day. Father, your son's life hasn't been easy, will you give me a treasure? The middle-aged man bowed his head and asked. There was still no response. Maybe he'll say yes if you call him grandfather. Someone else joked. Yeah, call him grandfather, maybe that'll work. The crowd exploded in laughter. Grandfather. The man clenched his teeth and didn't mind being mocked at by the crowd. Your obedient grandson worship you. Alas, the old man was still unmoved. Looks like you want to be his grandson, but he doesn't want you. Zhu Sijing, who has never seen something strange like this, became astounded. In the end, the man gave up and left. Robbing the old man was out of the question because Arrogance was in charge here. People wondered again at how to move this old man. Calling him a father or grandfather didn't work at all. Nevertheless, they didn't want to give up on these three treasures. Chapter 2145. People stared and stared at the treasures with greed but unable to figure out a plan. Grandpa, I have a bottle of spring wine, the finest brew from our leaf flow kingdom, do you want a sip? A youth opened a bottle and the salivating fragrance of this wine permeated the air. Damn, that's good wine. The smell made people swallow their saliva. This is our finest wine, of course it will be good. The youth was quite proud. It wasn't easy for him to make something like this. Grandpa, how about it? He raised the cup before the old man. Alas, the same inaction happened just like before. The youth unhappily put away the wine and went back to the sideline. Grandpa, I have cultivated for 3,000 years, enduring the rain and storm in the caves. For my grand Tao, I spent my time in the dark wilderness and faced the wrath of the beasts. All I want is a treasure for self-protection. A cultivator lamented his life, wanting to move this old man. The old man didn't open his eyes and ignored the guy still. Next, several cultivators tried different things to no avail, of course. Some spoke words of grandeur while others tried the pity game once more. A few tried to trade their own treasures as well, but the old man didn't respond. The majority became disappointed, thinking that he was only messing with them. At this moment, a girl walked before him. She was around 16 or 17-year-old with a coarsely made dress. She was cute with a cloth tying her hair. Of course, her appearance also made her poor background and weak cultivation quite clear. She stood there, slightly afraid, as if this was her first time speaking in front of so many people. She eventually gathered enough courage to speak, still softly, "Senior, I would like a treasure to protect our wood convent, because it's not safe there. Something evil is watching us," the crowd already awaited her failure. People have tried these sob stories before her and failed. But she didn't even finish her story before the old man opened his eyes and grabbed the middle of the 3 treasures. He handed it to the girl and said, "Just place it in front of the convent." The girl was startled because she had no hope of success. Alas, after thinking about the precarious situation, she still needed to try once. Thus, this pleasant surprise came too sudden, so she stood there frozen. Others were naturally astounded as well. They thought that this old man was only playing around, but now, he had just handed a treasure to this girl after a short comment. The girl quickly bowed towards him before leaving with haste, disappearing into the sea of people. "He's not messing around," someone shouted with astonishment. Keep in mind that these treasures were amazing items. Just a short story and the girl had obtained one. Yes, this is for real. The crowd began to contemplate again, not wanting to give up. This is something else. Zhu Xijing felt that one of these treasures could be the defining artifact of Grand Sword for generations. Alas, the old man gave one away so easily. This broke her common sense and exceeded her imagination. Who in this world would casually hand a priceless item to a treasure? The guy must be crazy. One can't use common sense to judge a master. Wuxia smirked while looking at the old man. "Senior, I come from Cemetery Mountain. Our clan view protecting the mortals as our responsibility, but recently, something evil is invading our estate. My uncles have fallen one by one, please give me something to protect my clan." A quick-witted youth kneeled before the old man with tears dripping down. The old man simply took out another treasure and placed it in the middle of the other 2 as a replacement. He closed his eyes again, not giving a damn about the youth. He cried and lamented about his clan, but it all fell on deaf ears. "Senior, my young sister has always been sick, bedridden. Recently, a nightmare ghost has been possessing her too. Please give me a treasure to protect her." People tried to copy the girl's sad story again. No one was able to replicate the same success despite the sad stories. Why only that girl? Not all of them are lying. Wang Han observed for a long time before wondering. It has nothing to do with tragedies or sad circumstances. Wuxia smiled. Too many people live terrible lives, you can't save them all. The sad story isn't the thing moving him, but rather, the secret behind it. The secret? Wang Han carefully analyzed that girl earlier again but still couldn't come up with anything. Meanwhile, the old man continued to ignore the rest of the crowd. People eventually gave up on sad stories and tried something different. All were useless. "Let me try." A confident voice came about. People looked over and saw an awe-inspiring youth walking forward. "That's the young lord of the Peng clan." Someone immediately recognized him. This was the youth who sneered at Wuxia back at the palace. He heard something interesting was going on near the enterprise and came running. He slightly bowed at the old man before slowly taking out a bottle and opening it. A faint medicinal fragrance billowed. A longevity pill. An old cultivator recognized the scent immediately. People's eyes turned bright after hearing this, especially the older ones. "Senior, this is a precious pill personally refined by Venerable Yi of our insane court. How about I trade this for a treasure of yours?" he asked the old man. Venerable Yi, that's the most famous alchemist in Insane Court. The crowd gasped after hearing this. A pill from Venerable Yi is indeed priceless. The older cultivators could feel their heart beating faster since these pills were too necessary for them. "That's a good pill for sure." Wang Han nodded. "Venerable Yi is the best alchemist for our power. Any pill created by him can be considered priceless. I heard an ancestor from Chu camp couldn't even get one after asking her." Xingping had heard of Venerable Yi's fame as well. Of course, someone like him couldn't ask the alchemist for a pill either. Venerable Yi was from a tiny country but enjoyed great status in the court. All four powers wanted to recruit him. All eyes were on the old man now. Anyone who was old would want these pills. What was more important than prolonging one's life? They thought that Wei Jin's pill would be able to move him. Alas, this was not the case. How about another pill? Wei Jin made up his mind and took out another bottle. It took a lot of effort to get 2 pills, but he also really wanted the old man's treasures. Unfortunately, the old man had zero interest in these pills and ignored Wei Jin. Chapter 2146. Peng Wei Jin had no choice but to unwillingly back off. He didn't dare to do anything despite being quite annoyed because of arrogance enterprise. More people tried after him but the old man remained motionless, a bit interesting. Li Qie chuckled and led the group forward. It's you. Peng Wei Jin immediately recognized Li Qie and his expression soured. Nevertheless, he wasn't angry and only snorted, you think you can move him? Stop daydreaming. In fact, that one girl was the only successful one so far. Li Qie ignored the youth and stood before the old man. Everyone was ready to watch Li Qie for fun despite the previous attempts. Maybe this guy could come up with a better idea. Li Qie wasn't in a rush to talk and simply stared at the old man. After a while, he chuckled and said, a meeting is a type of fate. The old man slowly looked up and took a careful look at Li Qie, seemingly wanting to understand the guy completely. Everyone was surprised to see this little action from the old man because he has been ignoring everyone prior. In just a short time, they watched eagerly with bated breath. Li Qie smiled and said, if it is fate, then a greeting gift is necessary in order to show our goodwill, right? The gift can be meager as long as the sentiment is there. Who do you think you are, the heaven? Wanting a greeting gift, Wei Jin said with disdain. It was indeed a little ridiculous, demanding a gift from the old man for this occasion. Everyone felt that was impossible, especially with his latter comment. The 3 treasures were all precious yet they became meager gifts. This was their first time seeing someone so arrogant. Contrary to everyone's expectation, the old man coolly agreed, that's fine, you can pick any of them. The crowd's mouth became agape from disbelief, big enough to fit a goose egg. Wei Jin had to swallow his words, not able to finish his entire train of thoughts. How? Everyone felt that the world had lost its logic. A meeting is fate? Demanding a greeting treasure right away? The guy actually got it? How could anyone be so lucky? Even Li Qie's people found this unbelievable. Xijing felt that she was only dreaming. He casually picked one treasure and threw it to Xingping, a treasure for your long service. Xingping was stunned after catching the incredible treasure. This was indeed amazing, only king and queen level of existence in their system could have something like this. But now, Li Qie handed him one so easily. This wasn't a dream, it was really happening. He immediately got on the ground and said, thank you for your gift, young noble. He bowed his head 3 times, the treasure deserved this level of ceremony. Afterward, he also bowed at the old man. Of course, the old man's eyes were fixated on Li Qie. It must be nice having a master like that. The nonchalant exchange of gift as if the item couldn't be more ordinary made the crowd envious. Wei Jin was turning red. 2 longevity pills from his weren't enough to grab this treasure yet this nobody gave it to Xingping without any hesitation. It was a fierce slap on his face. Anything else you want to say? The old man was the one initiating the conversation this time. The crowd gasped. Numerous have tried to talk to him, begging and flattering were all done before. But now, this old man was hoping for Li Qie to talk. Li Qie said, I actually have a lot to say, but these ugly treasures can't get into my sight. The crowd took an audible, deep breath. These treasures were incredible, but now, they were ugly? That's too much. someone murmured. However, they thought about it and this guy earlier indeed gave one to a servant. His action matched his words. What do you want? The old man asked. The crowd was astonished once more, thinking that they had misheard. This old man was going along with the guy. Wuxia pointed at Zhu Sijing standing behind him and smiled. Look at the little girl, I need 1 or 2 things nice to give to her, what do you think? Sijing has never been in the spotlight like this, so she turned red, not daring to look at anyone else. A mute bane. Someone finally noticed the runes on her neck. Some were frightened and took one step back because there were some rumors about this particular race. Their reaction made her lower her head. Ultimately, she was very self-conscious about her background. There were people who treated her race like ferocious animals. The old man stared at her and took out a treasure, then placed it on the ground. How about this? It was a necklace with patterns quite similar to the runes on her neck, as if it was personally crafted for her or her race. It was made from some unknown metal with engraved gems. One wouldn't be surprised if these dazzling gems were stars taken down from the sky and added to the necklace. Only a goddess was qualified to wear such a necklace. Even a fool knew that it was an amazing treasure. This is a necklace from a goddess? Nobody could recognize the item or where it came from, but they certainly knew that it was much more valuable than the 2 items on the ground. Thus, people naturally started to salivate. Humph, not bad, but might as well give me another one. Good things come in pair. Wuxia looked at the necklace and nodded approvingly. People didn't know how big of a deal it was for Wuxia to praise an item. The crowd was stunned to hear his response. Isn't this too greedy? He wants more after getting one priceless treasure already? Some wanted to rush up and steal the necklace. It was too unreasonable for this guy to continue haggling. The old man wasn't angry at all. He took out another treasure and put it on the ground. What about this one? This was a red dress with pulsing radiance and auspicious energy. Others felt as if they were in a paradise with its emergence. It was majestic enough to be made from red mists. This was definitely something belonging on an immortal. Wearing it could make one comfortable enough to instantly ascend. No, just that one is enough. One person swallowed their saliva like crazy and murmured after seeing it. Chapter 2147. People naturally coveted the priceless necklace and red dress. Who wouldn't? All eyes were on Wuxia. Everyone wondered what he would do to move this old man and truly win this treasure. The old man also quietly stared at Wuxia and waited patiently. The atmosphere seemed to be frozen. Everyone wanted to see his next move in order to deserve these 2 treasures. Wuxia smiled and leisurely said, I shall create a new epoch and create a supreme Tao fruit. I shall be the ruler of all. When I exist, everything else is trivial. Everyone didn't think much of this particular statement. Some others thought that he was only boasting nonsense, but the old man slightly batted his eyes with an eternal glint. Alas, it was too ephemeral for people to notice. I see, well said. How amusing. The old man praised. The crowd was astounded. They felt that Wuxia was only bragging, something that anyone could do. The problem was that this had gained the old man's approval. Is he insane? This is a thing? Everyone found this whole thing crazy. Just one sentence was enough to trade for 2 treasures, something even more incredible than the popular adage, words are worth more than gold. The pity tales earlier failed completely, same with the begging. But now, the boast had won. No one understood what was going on. I've always been an eloquent fella. Wuxia smiled and took the 2 treasures. He handed it to Sijing and said, Little girl, store them carefully for they shall change your fate. Nothing is more suitable for a mute bane than them. She seemed to be thunderstruck and couldn't calm down. Not to mention these immortal-like artifacts, she wouldn't even dare to think about an ordinary treasure. She was a mute bane on top of being a regular disciple from Grand Sword. This could be said to be a very humble beginning. Just having someone taking her in was good enough, giving her treasures was simply unthinkable. Alas, this was actually happening. He did it in such a carefree manner as well. She knew that this wasn't just a dream, since she wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. Young noble. She couldn't say anything as her eyes moistened, basking in this warmth. He was the only one in the world who was nice enough to treat her like this. The myriad words were useless in this case, for she was in no state to properly convey her feelings. People was at a loss for words. These two items were so much more precious than the item given to Yang Shengping. It wasn't something that could be actively searched for. Just one was enough for an entire lifetime, let alone two. But now, Li Qie gave it to his maid without any hesitation. Something is wrong with this world. A guy began to question his whole life. Just one boast was enough to obtain two immortal treasures, and then he gave it to his maid on top of that? The world had gone crazy. Plenty of people wasted wealth like nothing, but no one else could replicate this task. Boss, you need a little brother? I can warm your bed or be your chair, whatever you want. Boss, you need a horsekeeper? I'm gifted in equestrianism since youth. Boss, does your thigh need another decorative trinket? I can hug it all day long, an even more thick-skinned person said. The crowd went crazy. To have a master like him might be the happiest thing in life. Of course, Li Qie didn't pay any attention. His eyes were fixated on the old man and vice versa. No one else was qualified to join in. Anything else to say? The old man said. Of course, but that depends on what you have to give me. Li Qie chuckled. How about giving me something good to celebrate this meeting? I will tell you an old tale for it. Really? The old man casually took out a wooden box and placed it on the ground. It was ancient in both style and scent. The entire thing was polished, seemingly caressed by someone so many times across the years. Perhaps an unbelievable treasure was inside to warrant such love. The old man didn't open it, and Li Qie didn't request for that either. No one knew what was inside, but judging from the two previous artifacts, everyone could imagine that this thing was even more extraordinary. Alas, there was nothing they could do. These two had no intention of opening it. A courtyard existed a very long time ago. Sun rays permeated the place, but there were also dark rooms and iron nets sealing the entrance. There were a few old men and many children living there. When night came, these old men would grab the children and eat them. The young ones ran and hid in the dark rooms or behind the iron nets. Li Qie paused here. The old man waited patiently, not rushing the guy to finish. After a long time, he continued, of course, some of the children were still asleep. But there was one child who wanted to massacre all of the old men and escape. That was the end of the story. He stood there staring at the old man next. The old man didn't say anything, seemingly forgotten that Li Qie was standing in front of him. People became even more puzzled after hearing this story. Some were creeped out as well by the nature of the tale. Li Qie picked up the wooden box and put it away before leaving, while the old man continued to sit there in a daze. Some still haven't realized that Li Qie had left due to the terrifying atmosphere. Eventually, the old man sighed and leaned against the wall of the street and closed his eyes. People slowly calmed down and no longer thought about Li Qie's tale. Their focus was back on the treasures on the ground. I am the ruler of three immortals, the lord of the myriad Tao, the starter of the Tao source. Someone instantly copied Li Qie's style. The boast earlier had successfully moved the old man, so they wanted to replicate it. Unfortunately, the old man acted as if he didn't hear the person. Fellow Taoist, we were best friends in our previous life and we have met again in this one. How about giving me a treasure? Another tried the first method from Li Qie. This didn't work either. In a short time, everyone attempted different methods again, bragging, sincerity, and even trickeries. All of this was useless since the old man didn't open his eyes. In the end, he gathered the treasures and left. The crowd eventually dispersed as well. They thought that today was too irrational and beyond their imagination. Chapter 2148. After leaving the mysterious old man, Wuxia continued strolling around the ground of the enterprise. Though there were numerous shops here with an unfathomable amount of treasures, few could pique his interest. The group finally entered a building named Treasure Pavilion. It contained some of the most precious artifacts in the entire store with sky-high prices, albeit warranted. A few were unique to Immortal Lineage world as well. The inexperienced Sijing was naturally astonished by the treasures in the pavilion. Even Yang Shengping wouldn't dare to enter this place normally. Though it allowed universal entry, the price was the real prohibiting factor. Only the lord of a region, such as Queen Wang Han, would be able to afford some of the items. The top ones were still out of her reach. She was in a pensive mood while following Wuxia. The enterprise was truly unfathomable. Just this particular building alone had treasures on the same level as their clan's treasury. Some were far superior. Remember that this treasury belonged to the entire clan, just not her alone. Though Insane Court had its own treasury as well, she wasn't in charge of this particular one. Too much paperwork required for the exchange and bestowment of treasures. Among the treasures were many at the true level or foreign Dao weapons. Strangely enough, some treasures were in the form of beasts. After entering, there was a crystal display with a tiny golden dragon swimming inside. It had 5 claws with a fiery glow on its scales. It was still a baby yet already had an incredible draconic aura. That's a real golden dragon? Wang Han was shocked for she had never seen a true golden dragon. It's a crimson golden dragon, just a side branch. Wuxia answered before the workers here, a true golden dragon wouldn't need to grow in water. Well, it's still part of the branch, just not as precious. Once it matures, there's a chance of becoming a true one. Quite keen you are, fellow Taoist. A worker here was very impressed and surprised because this particular race was quite rare. Many people would mistake them for a golden dragon, but Wuxia was able to tell right away. His vast knowledge didn't match his ordinary experience. It made the workers here think that they shouldn't judge a book by the cover, or that an ocean couldn't be weighted. Wuxia calmly took his time looking at the different treasures. Arrogance Enterprise was indeed amazing. Just this one store could surpass many other stores in Imperial Lineage world. Judging from what they saw, Arrogance Enterprise was indeed mighty in both the commercial and military aspects. Any store that wanted to grow would need a powerful backing in the cultivator world. Otherwise, dreams of a successful business would only be a fool's wish. Having more resources and treasures without being able to defend them was akin to giving them out for free. Wang Han and Yang Shengping were knowledgeable enough to see the origin of these treasures. Sijin, on the other hand, was just looking for fun. She couldn't make head or tail out of them. Isn't that scattered cloud true God's iron sword? That's his anima treasure. Shengping recognized a particular sword and became startled. Why is it here? Right, it is that clan's defining treasure. Wang Han was surprised as well. The scattered cloud was a side branch of Insane Court, a pillar in the system. Fellow Taoists, you're completely right. This sword is indeed from the Scattered Cloud clan, made from purified white steel, refined numerous times into true metal in order to become an anima sword. A worker explained, their clan master sold it to us, are you interested? In order to create an anima treasure, one would need to refine the base material into true metal first, then add anima. They were also called true treasures, the most suitable tools for anima energy. Anything outside of these was referred to as foreign Dao weapon by the rest of the world. Wang Han sighed after hearing this. Insane Court has been around for a long time, so it was quite normal for clans to rise and fall. So many pillars crumbled, even the leading authority. Declination was inevitable, perhaps even destruction. Nevertheless, solace was found in that the Tao system was still around. The Tao source left behind by Insane Ancestor remained strong. The Tao system was weaker now, but at least it still existed. Because of this, so many true emperors worked for a lifetime in order to open a Tao source to become a progenitor. In this manner, their Tao legacy would be able to pass on. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful and gifted they might be, they would one day disappear along the river of time without a Tao source. This was the reason why Insane Court had many emperors but few were truly remembered by future generations. Many people didn't know of their founding emperors, but they were aware of one person, the progenitor, Insane Ancestor. Xingping sighed with a tinge of sentiment and sympathy. Just imagine, a clan resorting to selling their defining treasure. They must have been at their wits' end. This was also the case for Grand Sword, what used to be a pillar of the Tao system with wonderful contributions. Alas, they also had to pawn their treasures for money, hoping for a chance to rise again. Of course, this ended in failure. While the Queen and Xingping were deep in contemplation, Wuxia noticed a particular rock. It's shaped like a brick that could have been taken from a shrine. However, it wasn't a man-made shape, this was its form upon inception. He showed interest while staring at the rock. Where did you get this rock? The exact details aren't clear, pawned to us from an ancient clan. They said it was from immortal lineage and held by their ancestors with a shocking secret within. It's just that they can't open it. We have appraised it and found that it was indeed from immortal lineage, but as for the shocking secret? No guarantee from us. Thus, this is only a sale on consignment, not an actual item from our store. A worker responded. The rest of the group was startled. An item from immortal lineage world would certainly be amazing. They have read about its legends but have never been there before, not even imperial lineage. If Insane Court didn't falter, they would be in immortal lineage world right now. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case right now. They carefully stared at the rock as well, but this was useless since they couldn't figure anything out. However, Wuxia didn't pay attention to anything else but this particular rock. It certainly had to be special. He was moved while looking at the rock. Someone with a Tao heart like him wasn't easily affected, so something that was capable of doing so meant that it was either incredible or it was meant for him. Take it out so I can get a better look. Wuxia told the workers. They didn't discriminate against him and immediately took it out of the display. I want this rock, how much? But someone interrupted before the worker could hand it over to Wuxia. Chapter 2149. The workers paused after hearing this newcomer. After all, they had no reason not to sell, so they looked at Wuxia. It was young Lord Peng who already had 2 prior conflicts with Wuxia, so he was quite antagonistic. Right now, he saw that Wuxia was interested in the rock, so he wanted to buy it right away. Wang Han was not happy about this. Though the Peng was powerful, they were no match for the Wang. They were only relying on one of the other 4 great powers of Insane Court, the upper faction. Young Lord Peng, don't be so unreasonable. Take one step back and bask in the immensity of the heaven and earth. Wang Han said with a serious tone. A servant like you dares to talk to me? Peng Weijin snorted at Wang Han and told the workers, how much is this? Pack it up for me. Young noble, this rock is priced at 1,300,000 Saint True coins. The worker immediately said. That's fine, I want it even if it is only a useless piece of rock. Wei Jin was naturally pained after hearing this sky-high price, but he still bought it in order to keep up the facade. He thought that Wuxia wouldn't be able to beat this price, so the rock was his for sure. Though it was painful paying so much for one, he would feel much better after taking the guy down a notch. Humph, you all probably don't have that much spending money, but as for me, when I'm in the mood, spending several millions is no big deal. He sneered while looking at Wuxia. The guy looked so ordinary. What was he relying on to act like a hidden master earlier? Wuxia didn't bother giving him a single glance. He grabbed the rock from the hand of the worker and took a careful look. Back off with your dirty paw. That's mine now. Assistant, pack it up for me. 3 million. Wang Han's expression darkened. Being disrespectful towards Wuxia was the same as being disrespectful towards her. She told the worker, "Assistant, I will pay 3 million. Pack it up for my young noble." Wei Jin turned ugly after hearing this because Wuxia didn't look at him at all, only his servant was naming this crazy price. It was as if he wasn't qualified to talk to Wuxia, only enough to talk to a servant. You. He glared angrily at Wang Han. He was at a difficult position and couldn't back off because of face. 3 million was a ridiculous price. If it was a precious item, then it would be more tolerable to gather this sum. But the problem was that it was only a rock. Spending more than 3 million was too wasteful. True coins were the currency of 3 immortals. They also had more uses, such as acting as the building blocks of a Dao lineage or as the fuel for a formation. This coin was created from the essence of a true stone. Each of them must adhere to a specific size, 3 inches long and 9 maces. Anyone in 3 immortals could refine these coins. However, the requirements were absolute or it wouldn't be usable in the market. The value of a true coin was predicated on its quality. For example, one at the saint level was created from a true stone of the equivalent level. One couldn't use a saint-level stone to refine a god-level true coin. They could be carved on supreme formations to act as the fuel, just like the stones. However, it was much more powerful and extravagant to the point of being wasteful. The Peng was rich and Wei Jin never had a lack of money, but it wasn't worth it spending 3 million coins for one rock. 3,100,000. He gritted his teeth and went all out. If he was going to go big, then he would go all the way. Many people in life acted in this manner, unable to swallow their anger. 5 million. Wang Han said flatly. Wuxia didn't need to bother with such a trivial matter. The Peng was no match for the Wang in terms of wealth. As the queen of the system, Wang Han herself was quite wealthy. How could a young lord like Wei Jin match her in this regard? Wei Jin couldn't handle this exorbitant sum. 10 million. Wang Han ignored him and actually doubled the bid on herself. She could afford it easily, and just like him, she wasn't someone who could swallow this anger. Wei Jin was shuddering with rage due to the slap just now, leaving him no room to back down. He could still hang on at 5 million, but 10 million was simply too much, not to mention that they were bidding on a simple rock. It would have been better if it was Wuxia slapping him since he provoked the guy first. But now, a servant was doing so. The whole thing was utterly humiliating. Just a lowly servant, daring to act like this. It's not the place for you to speak. Wei Jing directly scolded, no longer putting up a courteous act. Shengping and Wang Han naturally didn't like this. She was still the queen of the system, representing its authority and prestige. Thus, this insult was a big deal. It didn't matter who was going to rule in the future, but she was still representing the orthodox branch right now. No one would dare to address her in this manner, not even the ancestors who wanted to take over. Insulting her was the same as insulting the Dao system. This could go either way. If they decided to ignore it, then it wasn't a big deal. Or, they could pursue it to make a grand event. Peng Wei Jin, you are out of line. Shengping shouted and gripped his sword hilt, eager to fight. Wei Jin had no fear of Shengping. The guy might be stronger, but his clan was countless times stronger than Grand Sword. Plus, they had the upper faction behind them. Shengping, you think you're a big deal? Only a high-level hound at best. He snorted, killing you is akin to crushing an ant in our clan's eyes. So bold. Wang Han uttered coldly, you think your Peng clan can do whatever it wants in the royal court? And if I do? Wei Jin proudly said, we might not be able to do whatever we want, but killing a lowly servant like you is too easy. Bam! Wang Han slapped and made him flying with blood gushing out from his mouth. I will kill you. He cried out with a twisted expression after losing several teeth and lunged forward. Alas, he stopped in his track because he saw a royal badge in Wang Han's hand. He turned pale, understanding the significance of this particular badge. The queen of the system was here. He dropped to the ground and crazily bowed his head, Your Majesty. I was blind to have offended you, please spare me, please spare me. He was scared out of his mind, not expecting this servant in disguise was actually the queen of the system. His clan was powerful but offending the queen meant death. Not even upper faction could save him. Wang Han maintained her death stare in response. 1. Chapter 2150, Wei Jin was deadly pale while kneeling on the ground and trembling with fear. Not in his dream would he expect that this little servant was the queen in disguise. Thinking about how he called her lowly earlier, she became even more afraid. This was a crime worthy of clan extermination. Even if the Peng could escape unscathed, his head would certainly be rolling on the floor. Your Majesty, please spare me. He continued hitting the ground with his head. Wang Han glared at him but focused on Li Qia's intent. Meanwhile, Li Qia was only looking at the rock in his hand. When the queen looked over, awaiting his command, he simply said, slap. Wang Han didn't need to do anything for Xingping rolled up his sleeve and coldly said, Young Lord Peng, the young noble and Her Majesty are quite merciful right now. You need to be grateful. Having said that, he raised the guy's chin. Bam! 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 A barrage of slaps continued causing Wei Jin's cheeks to turn red with blood oozing out of the corner of his mouth. More slapping continued but Wei Jin didn't dare to utter a single word of discontent. It was good that he gets to keep his head. Many didn't know what was going on and only saw the young lord kneeling on the ground for a slapping punishment. This was very humiliating for Wei Jin but it was still better than losing his life. Eventually, the fierce slap made his teeth fall off, leaving gaps behind. Meanwhile, Li Qia only cared for the rock in his hand. Wang Han stood near him, too lazy to care for the punishment scene. People took a deep breath after seeing this, not daring to talk. I want it. Li Qia told the workers. The workers immediately packed it up for Li Qia and Wang Han handled the rest. She had named the price at 10 million earlier and stuck with it since it was no big deal to her. The guests here found the whole thing insane, paying so much for a rock. Even some of the workers shared this sentiment. It was rare for them to meet such a rich guest. Li Qia accepted the stone and didn't give it to anyone. He started leaving with Wang Han and sieging right behind him. Xingping gave several more dozen slaps before following the rest. Peng Wei Jin was humiliated kneeling there, wanting nothing more to hide in a hole. After a while, he clenched his fist tightly, even the fingernails were digging into his palms. He swore with a murderous glint to have revenge for today at all cost, to make those who have humiliated him pay a great price. Once they were back in their place, Li Qia told the rest of the group to leave. He sealed space and took out the rock with a solemn expression, Geezer, perhaps this is an inevitable part of fate. Having said that, he took a deep breath. His fate palace emerged along with the primordial will and 12 laws. Runes appeared in his brain. They were ancient, seemingly formed throughout the long years. Clank. These runes came together to form a tiny, silk-like law. It was profound and beautiful with pulsing light and swam out of his finger to enter the brick-like rock. Buzz. The rock lit up as well with immortal rays. Each ray seemed to have its own life. Poof! The rays wove together to form the figure of an old man. Despite the muddy nature of the image, his pair of eyes could still pierce through time itself. Wuxia stood there quietly since the figure was too familiar to him. This was Xiaofan of Immortal Demon Grotto, a remnant intent left behind. Brat, if you are capable of opening this, then it is true. The figure spoke to him. I have read through many ancient scrolls and used a law from the 9 heavenly scriptures in order to see the future and understand the eras. Visual phenomena emerged before me but not the truth just yet. Now, the two of us have met again through the long years, who knows if this is real or not? If it is real, then I must have died. Death is inevitable anyway, no beings could escape from its grasp. One could have eternal life using the longevity grass or continue to hide in the shadows, but that's not real immortality, not real freedom. A true immortal is able to live forever without relying on external items. You have my stone of memories now, proving that my speculations and calculations were correct. Alas, this is not the reality I want. Why is immortality so unreachable? The old man spoke gently as if he was meeting an old friend or a close family member. Nevertheless, brat, I am proud to see you being able to take this step. I have no one close in this world, so I consider you as my only family regardless of your own feelings about it. Our past meeting is ultimately a stroke of fate, perhaps determined from a long time ago. He smiled and continued, I'm sure you have no lack of treasures right now, but I still left a legacy for you. Consider it a gift, a reparation perhaps, for refining you into the Dark Crow. These are my memories, not quite priceless, but will be very helpful in the future. Having said that, the old man stared at Wuxia for a long time before softly concluding, goodbye. The figure dispersed, leaving nothing behind as if it had never showed up in the first place. Buzz. The rock suddenly had pages flipping crazily now as if it was an ancient book. Next, obscured runes shot out. No one could see through their profundity. They also danced together to form tiny laws with a dark glow. These laws have weathered the temporal torture and contained unreachable secrets. Wuxia gently sighed and raised his hand to pull the laws closer. These laws were flowing quietly like a spring. Under the protection of the primordial will, he successfully refined these laws into his mind and became memories from the old man. This knowledge was massive, not inferior to the old man from Drystone at all. It contained informations and clues accumulated across the years. It wasn't as simple as the old man put it. In fact, it was certainly priceless. Back in the grotto, Wuxia learned many things not privy to others from the old man. Now, these memories reinforced his previous knowledge and filled in the gaps, especially about 3 immortals. Xiaofan has been here before and left behind a Dao system as well. Chapter 2151. He didn't leave the room for the next several days while trying to digest these new memories. They included secrets that others wouldn't even realize were important. Only someone of Wuxia's level could see through the clues. It wasn't only due to his experience, but in this world, no one understood Xiaofan more than him. He meditated on his bed, as still as a statue, with a momentum piercing through time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as if something got his attention. He got up and went outside. Young noble! Zhu Sijing shouted, pleasantly surprised. She was worried that something had happened since he didn't leave the room at all. This was a huge relief for her. He didn't say anything outside of a command to Yang Shengping, prepare a carriage to leave the palace. Shengping went to carry it out right away. He didn't know what Wuxia wanted to do, but prying wasn't the right choice here. It didn't take long and he chose the driver position as well. They left the palace and eventually stopped by a mountain to the west. This place was blessed with lush vegetation and foliages. Many trees grew in this area, but for some reason, the leaves here all had a faint tinge of red to them. The entire mountain looked like it had a shade of red as a result. When the wind blew, these leaves would flutter and from the distance, creating a scene resembling waves of blood. Wuxia got off the carriage and looked at the mountain with a penetrating gaze. This place? Xingping was surprised to see the chosen destination. Xijing came along and felt something amiss. This mountain is quite strange, I hear someone screaming. None. Xingping shook his head and smiled. You must be hearing the leaves unique to this area. Maybe the waves of blood make you think you are hearing angry shouting. Maybe. Xijing replied. No. Wuxia said, she can hear something you can't, not because of a superior sense but rather her race and its innate talents. This is one of the reasons why people think this race is creepy. She's actually telling the truth. There are screamings? Xingping was startled and at the same time, curious about this innate talent. He was aware of the race's unpopularity. Rumor has it that a mutebane was unlucky. Nothing good would happen when one was around. But now, it sounded like there was something else going on. Xijing was surprised as well since she didn't know of this particular gift. After all, her race was few in number and scattered all over 3 immortals. She thought that she was only hearing things earlier. Wuxia was already climbing up the mountain while the other 2 were lost in thought, so they had to catch up. At the ridge, he saw a stone tablet. It was flat and old without any symbol or word. His gaze became penetrating once more. The angry screaming is coming from below this place. Xijing said. There is a legend like that in this place. Maybe it is real. Xingping batted his eyes and said. Well, what is this place? Xijing became curious. Xingping smiled wryly. This mountain is named Relinquished Bones. A very amazing forefather from Insane Court is buried here. Xijing became even more curious. Ancestor, shouldn't the forefathers be buried in a shrine or cemetery? Why here? Is this his tablet? Xingping didn't know how to answer because it was something people didn't want to talk about in Insane Court. Because he's a sinner, not eligible for an official burial ceremony. Wuxia said flatly. Xingping forced a smile, not knowing what else to add. The girl's interest grew even more. Grand Sword was a tiny place, so she didn't know too much about the rest of Insane Court. She stared with anticipation at Xingping, wanting to know if it is true or not. He sighed, realizing that Wuxia wanted to help the girl, so she needed more knowledge about the system before earning a spot in the upper echelon. Yes, the young noble is right. Xingping had to reveal, the old ancestor buried here is very powerful, virtue true God. He was one of the most gifted ancestors and created a heaven-defying merit law. Alas, this method was sealed later on, no disciple is allowed to cultivate it. You must keep this in mind. He warned. Why is that? She inquired. Xingping wasn't in a position as a junior to criticize an old ancestor. The true God still contributed greatly to the Tao system before. Because he entered the heretical path. Wuxia helped him out. Yes, heretical blood devour is a forbidden art in our system. Anyone who is found in violation would either be banished or have their cultivation destroyed. Xingping warned again. So it turned out that the merit law created by Virtue True God was named Heretical Blood Devour, derived from the Mad Scripture. Mad Scripture was created by a true emperor with the title, Mad Blood. This particular emperor had quite an accomplishment on the path of insanity and madness, but virtue took it even farther. Why is it a forbidden art? It was her first time hearing about this merit law. It requires directly drinking the enemy's blood, allowing the user to go crazy. The more blood, the more ferocious and crazy, which results in more power. Because of this, many in our system have cultivated it. Alas, it bred animosity from the other Tao systems due to its cruelty. Later on, we had no choice but to destroy it. Xingping was sentimental, having to talk about this past that should be forgotten. Because of Insane Court's declination, virtue was hellbent on taking this power back to its golden day. His merit law allowed him to have a virtually unstoppable eruption of power. Other members of the system followed his path later on. He and his group were unstoppable and defeated the enemies from the other systems, massacring them in the process. However, the cruel nature of this art was considered heretical by the other systems. Just like that, the reputation of Insane Court faltered. Many systems in Myriad lineage decided to form an alliance and attacked Insane Court. They declared their intention of destroying such a heretical lineage. Insane Court had no chance of stopping this alliance. A full-scale war would certainly meant destruction. Because of this, the previous protector of the Tao Source, Azura Heaven Battler, had to kill virtue. Chapter 2152. After taking down virtue true God, Insane Court also took down many disciples who have cultivated the heretical art. Ultimately, it was an issue of survival, or it would only be a matter of time before someone else took down Insane Court. The entire system worked together and successfully overcame this disaster. From then on, the heretical blood devour merit law was banned with an iron order. No one in the system was allowed to cultivate it, or there would be grave consequences. From then on, the art was considered taboo. No one dared to talk about it, let alone participating in reigning. This particular storm was an existential crisis for Insane Court. Some members of the alliance were already attacking the court's borders. Through sheer effort, they managed to resolve the issue. They then isolated themselves from the rest of the world, not allowing any disciple to leave the system. It was a way to stop the remnant cultivators of this art from harming people from the other systems. It would be a great blow to their already damaged reputation. On the other side, these systems were quite unhappy. Some wanted to divide Insane Court. This ended up with complete isolation from Insane Court in order to prevent escalation. At the same time, this act served as a way for future generations to recuperate until the day where they could rise again. Ultimately, people didn't want to talk about this particular part of history, especially the tales of virtue true God. This was the reason why Yang Xingping spoke so unwillingly. Virtue true God was killed here? Xijing spoke with reservation. That's right. Xingping was reminded of something else. When virtue true God was killed by Forefather Heaven Battler, he screamed with indignation and declared an eventual return to this land. He stared at Xijing while saying this because she said that there was someone screaming in this place. Now that he thought about it, perhaps it was the scream of the true God. Furthermore, he didn't understand why the Mutebane race was special, but now, he knew why Li Qie was keeping her around. Juniors like them were indeed less insightful compared to a forefather like Li Qie. He felt quite good about it because they made the wisest move in following Li Qie. This place has been meddled with. Li Qie interrupted his rumination. Meddled? Xingping was shocked and quietly said, "Is that right? Few disciples rarely come here because the system doesn't allow for a ceremonial offering. The punishment is quite harsh." Virtue true God had done a lot for the system, so his branch was quite influential. Despite his death, his descendants would always remember such an invincible ancestor. Because of this, the system forbade worshipping, not wanting the repeat of the heretical path. Someone is cultivating the heretical blood devour art. Li Qie calmly said. Impossible. Xingping turned pale with his legs giving in. This art had tempted so many experts and ancestors, making them walk on the path of madness. Just imagine, cultivating for 10 years was not as effective as one blood-devouring session. This would certainly affect just about anyone. When there was a shortcut to reach success with the greatest speed and minimal effort, who wouldn't take it? Many would certainly do so, while a select few would be able to maintain their Tao heart. Xingping was in disbelief because the system had kept a tight watch on this merit law. Everything relating to it was destroyed or sealed. No one would dare to cross this line due to the potential consequences. If Li Qie was right about someone cultivating this art, the result would be terrifying. Madness and perils would engulf the system again. The authority in the system might change. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and commented. Xingping agreed with this statement, albeit reluctantly and with fear. These cultivators would certainly want to seize power and influence again. Thus, the Wang clan who was in charge right now would be the first to be attacked, same with Wang Han. The seal of authority was still in her hand. He finally sensed the surging undercurrent and potential problems. They were much worse than in his imagination. Can drinking blood really increase one's power by that much? Xijing had a more simple question. Of course. Li Qie smiled and said, we use beasts to make pastes, medicines to make pills, the principles are all the same. Our body gestates the essences of the world just like the beasts, especially our blood, which is even more precious. Our longevity blood contains the seed of life and its power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that after reaching a particular level, the blood is more precious than anything else. One drop of imperial blood is priceless. However, the law of this world is to not consume your own kind. Doing so would be considered falling into the heretical, or evil, path. Such a thing had happened many times in the past and is still happening now. Devouring the world and life will never go away. Li Qie's eyes became profound after stating this. Xijing didn't know what devouring blood was, only elementary at best. In the ancient eras, people have devoured the entire world and all existences, such as Samsara wild ancestor. Well said, how deep. Consuming your own kind is falling into the heretical path. A sigh came about, revealing that a newcomer was standing there. It was an old man with a simple robe and a sword hanging on his back. It was hard to determine his age despite his gray hair because his vitality was still exuberant. Xingping was shocked to see this. He was a true champion, yet he couldn't spot someone so close. This made his hair stand on end. May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist? The old man came forward and cupped his fist towards Li Qie. Li Qie gave him a glance and said, Li Qie, but you haven't heard of it anyway. He carefully pondered and had never heard of this name before. On the other hand, Xingping and Xijing clearly looked like they were from insane court. Only Li Qie was unfathomable. It was impossible to sense his aura at all. Nevertheless, he remained prudent and had no disdain towards the guy. He looked at the tablet and gently sighed, looks like someone still hasn't given up. His eyes turned sharp like a divine sword after stating this, capable of cutting through all things. He then shifted towards Li Qie and said, fellow Taoist, why did you come here? Only to sightseeing? Chapter 2153. There was no doubt that the old man had doubts about Li Qie, viewing him as a potential source of trouble with nefarious intents. Li Qie returned the stare and said, just taking a look at the beautiful sceneries of Insane Court on a whim. The old man raised his eyes and spoke with a slight change in tone, I see, how about visiting my humble abode and have a discussion about the Tao? He maintained a polite tone, but in fact, this was a way to test Li Qie's power and identity since he couldn't see through the guy. A Tao discussion? Li Qie casually said, your insane god sword Tao is not a bad art, but your mastery of it is quite inferior. Insane god sword Tao. Xingping blurted out before realizing the impropriety and covered his mouth. He didn't know who this old man was, but he was certainly aware of this particular sword Tao. This was a sword technique created by the progenitor, insane ancestor. It was also one of the strongest merit law in the entire system. The name itself already sounded heaven-defying. Few were qualified to learn this sword Tao, all were at the ancestor of ancestor level. Xingping wasn't someone who could meet this level of existence. Thus, it meant that this old man had a prestigious status in the entire system. At the same time, he was shocked by Li Qia's response even though it wasn't something out of character. In this system, all would be startled upon hearing the name of this sword Dao. Even if one didn't know who the user was, they would still be respectful because the guy must be an ancestor. But now, Li Qia directly called the old man's Dao as being terrible. But Xingping found solace in the fact that Li Qia was a reborn ancestor. If someone was qualified to make this assessment, it would be him. Then you are quite proficient with the sword Dao? The old man's expression changed. He took one step back with a fierce glare. He wasn't an imperious person that looked down on all. However, he believed that he was unmatched in this sword Dao in the entire system with the exception of his late master. But now, the reason for his pride was being insulted by Li Qia, such a young-looking man. No matter how he looked at it, this guy couldn't be older than him. It was understandable why he was annoyed, given the circumstances. Not quite because I haven't cultivated it so it will just be a casual slash, probably 30% weaker than insane ancestor. Li Qia nonchalantly said. The old man felt the urge to vomit blood. He wouldn't dare to claim to be the best with this sword Dao, but he was certainly matchless right now within this system. But now, Li Qia said a casual slash of his was only 30% weaker than their progenitor. His lifelong practice of this art wasn't on the same level as a casual slash from this confident youth. Luckily, the old man had a great temper and didn't become too angry. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, I've become incapable and insufficient with old age, please give me a pointer or two then. No need for that. Li Qia leisurely said, you won't be able to handle more than a few moves. It would be a great loss for the system to lose an ancestor for you. Of course, the old man felt his blood churning even more. He has met countless prideful and arrogant characters, but not to this level of showing contempt. He didn't believe there was someone stronger in the system than him right now, let alone taking him down in a few moves. Meanwhile, Xingping could only listen with his head lowered, not daring to interrupt the conversation of two ancestors. Don't be unconvinced. Li Qia continued, the insane god sword Dao focuses on a controlled craziness, mad yet not furious. There is domination in true insanity, one befitting of a king. Your sword Dao is crazy and wild but there is a tinge of chaos. This is only the elementary level of this art, you still have a long way to go before grasping the true profundity. Li Qia took his time explaining the Dao, imparting the fundamentals. The old man was horrified to hear this and stared at him as if he was a ghost. There was no one in the system who knew more about the sword Dao than him, but Li Qia was completely spot on about his deficiencies. One needed to have a strong comprehension or perhaps, total mastery, of the sword art becoming commenting so easily. Alas, this youth was able to do it. He didn't know where this person came from to understand the sword Dao so well. This was truly astounding. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist again. May I ask where you are from? Li Qia nonchalantly said, if you wish to know who I am, then go perform a worshipping ceremony at the palace. The old man was surprised once more. He was confident that no one in the system would talk to him like this. Even the older ancestors would treat him with respect, let alone demanding a ceremony. He became quite vexed at not knowing what was going on. Who the hell was this youth? What was giving him so much confidence? Suddenly, a bloody glow flashed and disappeared right away to the far south. This place was quite far from the royal court. Even strong masters wouldn't be able to detect it. However, Li Qia instantly turned around to glare at the southern region. The old man also felt something and did the same. In this blink of an eye, he knew that this youth was definitely stronger than him. The guy's awareness was greater, and awareness was built on strength. Alas, he didn't care about this matter at the moment since that flash earlier got all of his attention. A bit interesting, Li Qiye said with a smile. On the other hand, the old man was ready to kill and scowled. An insect with 100 legs never gives up. Humph, they simply won't give up. With that, he turned towards Li Qiye and said, "When I have time, I will certainly come to the palace to meet you, but I am preoccupied at the moment, goodbye for now." His tone became much more respectful versus prior. With that, he left in a hurry as if a big event was going to happen. This development wasn't something the juniors here could detect. "We're heading south," Li Qiye told the group. "Where to, young noble?" Xingping got the carriage ready and asked. "Ivory Gap Mountain," Li Qiye replied. Xingping was surprised to hear this. "It's very far from the royal court, should we let Her Majesty know?" "No need." Li Qiye waved his sleeve, "She's preoccupied right now. Just watch, a big event is unraveling." Xingping didn't say anything and was getting quite nervous. He wasn't a visionary but he could feel a storm brewing. "The system is about to get a new ruler?" Xingping murmured. "It won't be that simple. Something even worse will happen," Li Qiye said. This made Xingping swing his reins to make the horses go even faster. Chapter 2154. Something big was already happening at Ivory Gap when the group made it there. Ivory Gap was a large mountain range with rolling hills everywhere. Towering peaks reached the sky while deep valleys entrenched themselves into the earth. It produced a large number of medicinal materials and grasses, a wild alchemy garden for the system of sort. Because of this, fierce beasts and poisonous insects frequented the area. This resulted in numerous casualties. For some unknown reasons, Insane Court didn't value this mountain range, leaving it in an essentially sealed-up state. There were periods where this containment was actually enforced. Even the main branch of the royal court wasn't allowed to enter. No one knew the reason for this either. On this day, a mist of blood suddenly billowed in this area. Some said that it started as a ray of blood from an unknown valley. It turned into smaller strands with crystallized refractions, quite beautiful. One could see a tiny figure with root tendrils rushing out of the valley, only the size of a palm. It then hid deeper into the mountain range. "What is that?" Many cultivators noticed this visual phenomenon right away. "It's a blood ginseng, hurry up and chase after it." An older cultivator with keen eyesight shouted and leaped over like a dragon to give chase. The news of the blood ginseng traveled across the entire system. All the sects also heard about it. "There's a million-year-old blood ginseng in Ivory Gap." In the beginning, the news was still very reasonable. But as it passed on, it became much more ridiculous. From 1 million to 100 million and even older. Then some said it was as old as the system or even older. This is a trillion-year-old ginseng. When it comes out, there would be crystallized blood rays and visual phenomena, golden stallions carrying the treasures, lingzhi growing fruits. This blood ginseng is the king of all medicines. Someone told a lively version of the story. Is it true? One this old is at the immortal level, only meant for true emperors. Some were skeptical. Absolutely, my master saw it in person. The speaker swore, this ginseng is as big as a fist with the shape of an old man. The tendrils are like gray beards. When it appeared, a golden spring gushed out with flowers fluttering down. So many old medicinal grasses prostrated after seeing it. The excited guy was spitting everywhere with exaggerated gesturing. People glanced at each other after seeing this. Disciples from all over the system naturally came to this mountain range. It was true that a blood ginseng has come out, but the validity of its age remained in question. No one could determine its true age, but this was a precious type of medicine. If it was truly a trillion-year-old ginseng, it would be too priceless. To Ivory Gap. No one could sit still, both the young and old. It had too many uses: recovery, power augmentation, and longevity purposes. It was a type of panacea, so its value was quite high. Everyone wanted it for this reason. The young wanted to become stronger, the old wanted to live longer. Yang Xingping also heard about this news and became surprised. Though he hasn't tried one, he was aware of its sky-high value. "You're coming for the blood ginseng, young noble?" Xingping felt that Li Qiye was too heaven-defying, aware that a ginseng root was about to emerge before everyone else. Maybe nothing in this system could hide from him. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't answer. Of course, he had a different reason for coming here. The ginseng didn't matter as much since he had no lack of medicinal material. He told Xingping to slow down as if he wasn't in a rush to make it to the mountain range. "Young noble, we should get there first and seize the ginseng." Xingping became curious and mustered up the courage to ask. "If they want it, let them try. It's more fun with a crowd." Li Qiye chuckled and still didn't rush. Xingping found it quite strange. If he wasn't going there for the ginseng, then what? Rumble. Suddenly, loud detonations appeared in the sky with a cavalry running like crazy. It was fierce with an all-sweeping momentum and terrifying aura. The cultivators quickly made way for them. The leader of this cavalry was an armored woman. She gallantly rode her stallion in the front and traveled with lightning speed. Legion of the Chu. One expert was startled by their appearance. The Chu camp was one of the four great powers in this system. It had many legions made up of several sects and the clans, hence the general name, Chu camp. Chu Qingling is going herself. Xingping said with horror after seeing the girl in front. Sijing felt the same way. Though she was from a remote region, she had still heard of this name before: Grand Marshal of Insane Court, its most amazing genius. "Yes, she's the one." Xingping spoke with a tinge of respect. "She's the hope of our system. Her cultivation was even stronger than the late emperor. I heard she had finished cultivating the Tao legacy of true Emperor Chu and is getting ready for the progenitor's legacy. The number one of the young generation." Sijing added with envy. Chu Qingling was rumored to be a true saint, something even greater than the previous emperor who was only a true king. She cultivated the legacy of true Emperor Chu but was switching to insane ancestors' legacy. It could be said that not just Chu camp but the entire system placed their hope on her. They desperately needed a true emperor to prop them up once more. Because of this, she spent most of her time training and rarely asked about mundane matters. Nevertheless, she maintained her prestigious status, being the most gifted in the system. She wasn't only the leader of True Camp but also the Grand Marshal of Insane Court with numerous troops under her. The late emperor often relied on her when he was still alive. Thus, her appearance at this mountain range shocked many clans and lineages. "Looks like it really is an old ginseng or she wouldn't come herself," Xingping murmured. Chapter 2155. In the next several days, Li Qiye wasn't in a rush unlike everyone else. People kept on rushing and running across his path. They wanted nothing more than to be the first there in order to seize the blood ginseng. Upper factions Chen clan, Sacred Institutions Beijing, and Chu camps Chu Qingling. Xingping took note of these people and murmured, "The three great powers in Insane Court are all here, just not the Wang clan. Is this really a trillion-year-old ginseng? If there is such a thing, it wouldn't be their turn to have it. Nothing is that easy in this world." Li Qiye chuckled. "Young noble, why are you heading there if not for the ginseng?" Xingping finally asked. "You'll find out when the people from Wang come. If Wang Han doesn't show up, then something big is going on." Li Qiye closed his eyes and said leisurely. Xingping became afraid with an ominous foreboding. "Will Her Majesty come?" Xingping felt a chill running down his spine. Though he couldn't grasp the situation in whole, he could still see the surging waves. Who knows? Li Qia answered, if she doesn't, it means that she has lost power, that the Wang no longer supports her, so her title will only be in name. If she can come, it shows that she has won the support of the clan and a revolution shall come to the system. He spoke as if this had nothing to do with him, but this was indeed the case. The Wang clan's support meant nothing. The result has already been determined the moment he set foot on this land. Otherwise, he wouldn't be going to this mountain range. His nonchalant attitude scared Yang Shengping. Keep in mind that the old man was betting everything on Wang Han and Li Qia. If Wang Han were to lose power, it would be terrible for Grand Sword. It took the group several more days before making it to Ivory Gap. The moment they got to a town right outside, there was already a sea of people waiting. The campers here were expert cultivators. Most came from the clans or the legions in the system. This was naturally an awe-inspiring sight. Was it worth it to maneuver so many people just for a single blood ginseng root? It looked as if a major battle was about to break out. Because of this, the big shots from the last generation could tell that something was amiss, that a storm was brewing. The legions from the great powers were all here with the exception of the Wang. The other influential clans also sent their armies. This resulted in the majority of the military force in the system being present. Alas, the Wang that was in control right now of the system was absent. This truly perplexed the crowd. Shengping knew that a change in power was going to happen after seeing this sight. The three other great powers wouldn't waste their time and energy on anything less. He spent a while finding an inn for the group. This was a great time of business for them. Cultivators from all over the place were resting and waiting to see the next development. Though some experts have entered the mountain range to look for the ginseng, the legions and clans were waiting outside. This made the rest a lot more cautious and they decided to stay out as well. No one knew what was going to happen. If the system were to undergo a revolution right now, the ones inside the mountain range would be trapped with no way of escaping. The group sat down in an inconspicuous corner, not attracting any attention. Ultimately, they weren't big shots or anything. As the servers brought food and wine to the table, a group of well-dressed people came into the inn. The leader was a youth that was quite familiar with the group, Peng Weijin. Young Lord Peng is here. Many experts recognized him. Though Weijin was no big deal, his clan was quite famous. Most importantly, it had the backing of Upper Faction. They were also close to the Chun clan through years of marriage alliances. The Chun clan was in control of Upper Faction right now. Many sects and powers in this faction were their allies, so one could easily imagine how powerful the Chun was. Because of this relationship, many knew who Peng Weijin was. Because the Peng was in the royal court, most needed to ask for their help eventually. Over here, young lord. A few disciples quickly rushed over to try and curry favor. Weijin was feeling quite good to see these people coming to greet him. It looked like his clan was still influential. He looked around and finally saw Li Qia's group in the corner. His expression naturally turned ugly. The slapping session back in Arrogance Enterprise was the most humiliating event in his life. Logically, he should be staying the hell away from Li Qia after the lessons earlier. But now, he didn't try to run but rather took a deep breath and headed for the group. Why? Because things have changed. Weijin wanted to make the guy pay 10 times the humiliation or he would never be rid of this anger. Shengping was surprised to see this. Weijin should be smart right now and run away. On the contrary, he was audacious enough to come closer. Weijin looked at the group and sneered, I'm in a good mood right now and won't make it hard for you. Scram right now, don't appear before me again. Li Qia ignored him still and continued to drink. Young Lord Peng, please mind your words. Shengping frowned. The guy knew that they had Wang Han as their backing yet still dared to act like this? Shut your mouth. Wei Jin shouted, Yang Xingping, you should be praising your fortune that I haven't come to deal with you, but now, you dare to speak to me like this? The sudden outburst attracted everyone's attention. They didn't know why this guy was angry at the other three. What do you want then? Xingping grimaced, realizing that the guy had found some help. What do I want? Wei Jin smiled, Xingping, don't think your backing is still around. Huh, you probably haven't heard the news, it's over for you too. Wei Jin was naturally talking about Wang Han because he had heard something from the royal court. The Wang clan wanted to change their representative. Xingping's expression changed after hearing this. He felt that something was wrong the moment the Wang clan was absent from this. It meant that something was changing in that power, perhaps Wang Han has really lost control. Chapter 2156, Yang Xingping was indeed affected by the comments. Wang Han losing power was not good for Grand Sword at all since they have always been close with her branch. Realize it's too late now? Wei Jin was quite happy to see the change in Xingping's expression. Your backing is done for, so who will help you now? Just wait, I will not only stomp on you but will also make your sect disappear from this world. Wei Jin didn't try to hide his excitement at all. He had heard some rumors in the Wang clan about a few high elders wanting to dismiss Wang Han and replacing her with a male disciple, perhaps to make him the next emperor. A better male disciple would be able to fare better against the other three powers candidates. The other experts also heard Wei Jin. They exchanged glances and quietly debated. So that's Grand Sword's ancestor Yang Xingping. I heard that sect is quite close to the Wang clan. The Wang is really trying to change its representative? A big shot from a different power was surprised to hear this news. Wei Jin was from the royal court, so his information route was faster than others. Given the current situation, this might indeed be the case because the Wang was not here right now, unlike the other three great powers. Such blatant threat left Xingping hot and bothered. Of course, he knew that animosity was inevitable after the slapping last time, and he certainly didn't regret it either. He turned over at Wuxia, waiting for all and any command. Alas, Wuxia didn't care for this guy and continued doing his own thing. Wei Jin wanted to threaten the group first because he was confident, these were downtrodden dogs now. Despite their situation, Xingping was only looking at Wuxia without responding. His eyes turned cold with a murderous glint. He smirked deviously, brat, you won't be smiling for long. The Wang is no longer in control, so no one will be able to protect you. At that point, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. It's not too late to start begging now, maybe I'll feel merciful and might spare you. In his eyes, the Wang was occupied with internal strife, no time to even worry about themselves. It didn't matter who Wuxia was, without the Wang as the backing, he could toy with Wuxia till death like a fish on the platter. Because of this, he wanted to threaten them first so that their incoming days would be one of doom and gloom, so that they wouldn't have a good night rest. When everything settled down later, he would torture and kill them then. Thus, he was bold enough to spew these threats. This was a way for him to vent and enjoy the happiness of vengeance. All eyes were on Wuxia now. They didn't know how this young man had offended Wei Jin and the Peng clan. If he didn't have a strong backing and still provoked Wei Jin, that's indeed suicidal. Get on the ground and start kowtowing and I will spare your life. Wuxia suddenly uttered without even glancing at the youth. The air became frozen inside the inn as everyone stared at him in disbelief. Damn, who is this kid? Daring to speak to young Lord Peng like this. Someone was startled. A clan disciple wanted to curry favor and sneered, ignorant fool, you're seeking death. Bastard, I'm gonna make mincemeat out of you. Wei Jin only wanted to threaten the group first, but Wuxia had provoked him. He shouted and reached for Wuxia. Bam! Xingping quickly patted his hand away. He was only a true hero while Xingping was a true champion. The disparity in power was too great. "Seventh uncle, you take down this young guy, the brat is mine." Peng Weijin decided to go all out while gritting his teeth. "Very well." A voice answered. He didn't come along, for there was an entourage from the Peng clan. Among them was an old sword wielder who began heading towards Yang Xingping. He was also a true champion, so this was not a development Xingping wanted to see. "Bastard, kneel now or we'll break your legs." The rest of the clan members didn't need Wei Jin to say anything before surrounding Li Qie with a cruel expression. "Yang Xingping, you shouldn't have messed with us, time to die now." The old man called seventh uncle slowly unsheathed his sword. "Slap him again." Li Qie ordered Xingping while paying no mind to the rest. Xingping immediately reached for Wei Jin. The youth was shocked and shouted, "Don't you dare." He took out a short spear, wishing to resist. However, this was completely futile since he got suppressed right away. Seventh uncle immediately attacked with a thrust resembling the flow of a river in order to stop his junior from being bullied. Boom! His sword didn't reach its target before crumbling completely. Li Qie simply spread his palm to destroy the sword and pushing down on the old man with the weight of a mountain. "On your knees," he commanded. How could the old man listen? He channeled all of his true energy in order to attack again, not realizing the futility of the situation. Bam! Li Qie lowered one finger and the old man's knees slammed on the ground, destroying several bricks in the process with blood gushing out. "No!" The old man cried out and mustered everything he got in order to stop the suppression. His legs slightly moved upward. But Li Qie simply smirked and added more force. The old man's entire frame got broken. Bam! He fell flat on the ground in his own pool of blood since all of his bones were broken now, unable to move even an inch. Die! The disciples from the Peng only wanted to save their superiors and lunged for Li Qie. He simply waved his sleeve and all of them got swept flying, also unable to get up. The spectators inside the inn gasped after seeing this. The elders from the various clans could see that seventh uncle was a true champion yet still lost to this guy doing nothing outside of raising his hand. Bam! Meanwhile, Wei Jin was also forced down on his knees by Xingping. "Young Lord Peng, you have overstepped your bound," Xingping uttered coldly. Wei Jin was horrified. He brought a senior along, confident enough to never expect such an outcome. "Xingping, if you dare to touch a hair of mine, my clan will massacre Grand Sword. Opposing our clan is the same as opposing upper faction," Wei Jin cried out. Bam! Xingping grabbed him by the hair and mercilessly slapped the guy. "Excuse me then, young Lord Peng." Bam! 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 The same barrage occurred once more. Wei Jin's mouth was covered with blood. "Can't remember a lesson." Li Qie shook his head and leisurely commented. Wei Jin was going crazy. At the very least, Wang Han was around the first time to suppress him. But now, he was being slapped in public again. Such unbearable humiliation. Chapter 2157, Bam! 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 The sharp and clear slapping resounded throughout the inn to the astonishment of the crowd. Isn't this too much, not sparing any face for the Peng clan, an irreconcilable feud? It might even antagonize upper faction. Someone took a deep breath and murmured. The Peng and the Chen from upper faction were extremely close due to their marriage alliances. Thus, Xingping's action was also a direct insult towards the Chen. Who is he? No one recognized Li Qie here, but someone this bold couldn't be a nobody. However, his background remained unknown to the crowd. Well done. Clapping suddenly interrupted the slapping. A person came in and laughed. A dog threatens based on its master's influence. He thinks he can do whatever he wants after sucking up to upper faction. Yes, keep on teaching this ignorant brat a lesson. The newcomer looked quite young. He was well dressed with a silver cloak. Strangely enough, his hair was white, draping over his shoulders. This color made him quite unique. His eyes were sharp like an eagle looking at a prey. Silver Fox. Everyone, whether it be clan disciples or sect elders, came up to greet this young man. Silver Fox of Northern Territory from Sacred Institution. Everyone shuddered after seeing him. Sacred Institution was one of the 4 great powers while Northern Border was one of its 2 sections. It was quite powerful with many sects and clans beneath its banner. This youth was quite famous, a great genius and the representative of Northern Territory, Su Jijia. He was in charge of a legion acting as the pillar of Sacred Institution and a supervisor in Insane Court. The guy had quite a prestigious role so everyone gave him face. Moreover, he was good at socializing on top of possessing a keen view on everything. Because of this, these powers wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. This was why everyone in the inn got up to greet him. After the death of the previous emperor, the important players have been wanting to seize power. Though Wang Han was temporarily in charge, a new emperor would be appointed in due time. There were a few potential candidates right now, and Jijia was one of them. Thus, it was crucial to be on his good side, just in case. Li Qie flicked his finger at this time and the suppressed old man got blown flying. He then waved his sleeve at Xingping. Xingping finally stopped and let go of Wei Jin. Young Lord Peng, people only live once, you need to be more careful. He was actually speaking with good intent in order to stop the kid from provoking Li Qie. It wouldn't just be a slapping session next time. But now, the only thing on Wei Jin's mind was hatred and a thirst for vengeance. Yang. Remember this, I will not only destroy Grand Sword but will also torture all of its members, flaying your flesh, piece by piece. Just you wait. He struggled to run out of the inn but still uttered these vicious words before leaving. Silver Fox Jijia only shook his head and said, "What a fool," throwing away his clan's face. He then walked over to Li Qie and bowed, "My name is Su Jijia, a disciple of Insane Court. You must be Dao brotherly." It looked like he has figured out a little about Li Qie, just not his exact identity. The Wang clan has been keeping a tight lid on this. Li Qie nodded and continued drinking his wine. "This inn has too many ears so it is hard to talk. Are you interested in visiting my camp? Give me a chance to be a good host." Jijia smiled and said. Seeing this polite attitude from someone as influential as Jijia surprised the people here. They all looked at Li Qie with curiosity regarding his background. "Not interested," Li Qie flatly answered. The straight refusal made Jijia look a little awkward. He cupped his fist and continued, "Brotherly, this is a tempestuous and unpredictable period, stay at my camp and enjoy your time there while watching everything unravels." Jijia had his reasons for doing so. He had heard information from the palace that the queen viewed this brat very highly. She naturally had reasons for doing so as well because she wasn't an incapable person. She had done a fine job helping her husband keep the throne and there was no chance for her to be so respectful towards an unknown person. Perhaps the guy had some secrets to him. Thus, Jijia wanted to win Li Qie over and use him as a way to defeat the Wang. The power struggle was reaching the apex. Everyone was going all out despite keeping a false facade of civility. Hoping to be the next emperor, he tried to keep a calm expression but his emotion was running amok. The Wang clan was definitely a powerful rival in his way towards the throne. He must either defeat them or win them over. However, they were isolating themselves, stopping all information from leaking out. Thus, Jijia truly needed Li Qie to figure out what was going on. This was a chess piece necessary to make the next move. He wanted to see if this guy was worthy of Wang Han's respect. "Don't disturb my drinking." Li Qie didn't bat an eye, not giving a damn about the guy. Jijia didn't give up and was still smiling. That's fine then, is it alright if I have a drink with you here? Not just anyone is qualified to drink with me. Li Qie responded. The atmosphere became frozen again and Jijia could no longer keep a straight face. Who was Jijia? This was a leader in insane court with the cultivation of a minor true king, powerful and influential. For some sect elders, to be able to drink with him was an honor. But now, Li Qie said that the guy wasn't qualified to drink with him. This was no different from slapping the guy's face. Jijia was good at socializing, but this situation made it quite difficult. He was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. Maintaining politeness after being slapped before everyone was no longer the right course of action. It would diminish his authority and prestige. Boom! The sound of an approaching army interrupted his dilemma. A group rushed inside, led by a youth who pointed straight at Li Qie. Imperial tutor, it's this brat, please avenge me. This youth was, of course, Peng Weijin. No one expected him to find reinforcement so quickly. Chapter 2158. Many were actually impressed at Peng Weijin for coming back with capable reinforcement after being ruthlessly slapped by Yang Xingping earlier. His haughty attitude was commendable as well, whether it be from pride or foolishness. He definitely had a tough heart. Anyone else would be traumatized by the slapping period and would run away from Li Qie's group. Brat, you're done for. Weijin was even more aggressive than before. Grand Tutor, that brat is the Wang's hound, kill him. Weijin haughtily said. All eyes were on the young man standing next to Weijin. He wore an embroidered robe with a great aura of nobility. Handsome he was, but his aura was even more attractive. People couldn't help wanting to respect him. The Qin young lord, Grand Tutor of the court, Chen Shuwei. An elder shuddered after seeing this noble youth. The Qin clan was the pillar of upper faction. Though this faction had many powerful men, the majority came from the Qin, including multiple true emperors. As the current Grand Tutor of the court, Chen Shuwei had many troops under his belt. He wasn't weaker than Silver Fox either, the two of them were at the minor true king level. Moreover, he was also a candidate to become the next emperor. Some members of the crowd also stood up to come and greet him. Weijin, don't be disrespectful. Shuwei calmly said while Weijin was pointing and shouting at Li Qie. Albeit unwillingly, Weijin still stood to the side while glaring hatefully at Li Qie's group. He was no longer afraid because he was confident that his backing was stronger than the Wang clan. Brother Su is also here? What a coincidence. Shuwei saw Silver Fox and smiled. Jijia smiled back and said, indeed, but this town is quite small. Not too strange to run into each other. He was at a predicament due to Li Qie's rudeness, but now, Weijin's outburst earlier allowed him to get out of that position. After greeting Jijia, Shuwei turned to Li Qie and cupped his fist. This little brother is named Chen Shuwei. I have heard of your fame long ago, brother Li. Please excuse me for not being a good host during your visit to the capital. My apology. The people here were stunned again at this polite comment. They couldn't imagine it at all. The truth was that Shuwei had the same idea as Jijia. He also heard some news about the Wang. Wang Han had been reprimanded by the high elders and could even be forced to step down. One of the reasons was because of this fella. Wang Han wanted her clan to fully support him. Shuwei was very curious, why did an outsider earn the queen's trust? What kind of charisma or abilities did he have? Or did he possess some incredible secrets? Because of this, he wanted to recruit Li Qie, whether by force or not. After all, the queen was not a simple character. In the past, the dead emperor was a nobody, but Wang Han still married him and helped him become an emperor. Her intelligence and abilities were without question. There must have been reasons for why he valued this brat. Li Qiye ignored the flowery words and continued to drink and eat his snack with Chu Sijin serving him. She poured more wine while intimately feeding him dishes. The elders and disciples all glanced at each other after seeing Li Qiye's attitude. He was imperious even against these two and would only eat with a maid doing everything for him. Such style was unreal, as if he didn't care for these two at all. No youth from Insane Court would be able to replicate this feat, since they would be kicked out of the system so fast. Isn't this too much? One disciple said, not giving people face at all. Even if he wants to act cool, there's a limit to that. The clan members felt that his arrogance would be his downfall eventually. Shu Wei was placed in the same awkward situation as Silver Fox earlier. He smiled wryly and said, "Since I have failed as a host in the royal court, I do have a good banquet prepared here. Will you come to my camp for a taste? Don't disturb my mood. Return from whence you came, I will not repeat myself again." Li Qiye finally stared at the two of them and coldly said. The crowd gasped after hearing this. No one could comment since they were horrified by this situation. First, this brat had offended Silver Fox and now the Grand Tutor as well. That's two overlords in the system that he had antagonized. Does he not want to hang around in this area? He must be either crazy or have the power to not give a damn about anyone. Shu Wei's expression became slightly ugly. As the Grand Tutor, he was used to people accommodating to his wishes. Today, he only wanted to act polite first, then take action later in order to avoid unnecessary gossips. But now, Li Qiye didn't give them any face at all. He naturally became angry, unable to handle the contempt from this nobody. Meanwhile, Silver Fox Su Jijie was smiling while watching this, since he had experienced it a while ago. He wanted to see how Shu Wei will get out of this. Wei Jin was a fool, but he could still read people. He knew his chance was here after seeing Shu Wei's expression. Ignorant brat. Only want it the hard way. Grand Tutor, let me teach him a lesson. He stood up and shouted before unleashing his spear straight for Li Qiye's throat. Of course, he was only doing this for show, understanding that he wasn't a match for the guy. This didn't matter because Shu Wei was right there. If Li Qiye dared to retaliate, this would give Shu Wei an excuse to punish or even kill the guy. Pop. The spear didn't make contact with Li Qiye's throat because it was broken by Li Qiye. It resembled a weak tree branch, easily broken. Ugh. Li Qiye was now gripping the youth by his throat. He looked at the youth and said, "You are so foolish, not understanding the lessons repeatedly. This is you courting death, don't blame me for being cruel. Jiran Tutor, save me." Wei Jin was scared out of his mind. Stop it. Shu Wei was waiting for this moment. Right now, he had all the reasons to capture Li Qiye so that he wouldn't fall into the hands of the other factions. Because of this, he assisted right away and unleashed a palm strike. But it was too late. Li Qiye strengthened his grip and broke Wei Jin's neck. Chapter 2159, Chen Shuwei failed to save Peng Wei Jin, but his attack was still coming. Li Qiye casually flipped his palm as if he was swatting a fly and successfully repelled the attack. Thump. 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 The casual swatting made Shu Wei staggered several steps backward while gasping for air. His energy was churning uncontrollably. There was no doubt that he had lost this first exchange. Bam! Wei Jin's lifeless body dropped to the ground with his eyes wide open in astonishment. He didn't expect to die when his biggest backing was next to him. It was certainly an indignant and unwilling death. Shu Wei's expression became even uglier. First, killing Wei Jin in front of him was another showing of disrespect, a declaration of war. At the same time, he knew that he had met a master. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. He was strong enough to have the position of Grand Tutor, and his clan has never been afraid of anyone inside Insane Court. The atmosphere became tense as everyone stood up to watch this scene. Wei Jin's death was not a small deal. Even though the Peng was not comparable to the Chen, but it was still mighty enough. More importantly, Wei Jin was still Shu Wei's little brother of sorts. Killing the guy in front of Shu Wei was a clear slap to the face to both Shu Wei and the Chen. All eyes were on Li Qie. This guy was not only arrogant but also had the strength to back it up. However, no one in Insane Court could treat the Chen and upper faction in this manner. This brat could survive today but not this year. An elder murmured. Everyone understood that upper faction would kill him eventually. The Peng would not let this go, same with the Chen. His death was only a matter of time. Brotherly, you have crossed the line. Insane Court is a place with laws, wanton murders are not allowed. Shu Wei said with a cold expression. Silver Fox sneered after seeing this. This Shu Wei guy probably was hoping for Wei Jin's death the entire time in order to have an excuse to capture Li Qie. I am the law. Li Qie said, then finished his entire cup of wine in one gulp. The crowd was astounded, same with Jijia. This arrogant comment had crossed all lines. What was the ruling authority in Insane Court? It was certainly the Tao system and its ancestral teachings. Even an emperor wouldn't dare to call themselves the law. A comment like this showed utter contempt for the ancestral teachings and the Tao system itself. The truth was that from the bottom of the heart, it wasn't really a big deal. Some people were above the laws in each generation, but stating it publicly was a different issue. It was a massive showing of disrespect. Everyone else would band together to take down someone who had said this. Such a big tone. Shu Wei smiled. The more arrogant Li Qie was, the more excuses he had to punish him. The moral high ground was on his side right now. You dare to revolt against the system? He continued, I don't care where you are from, but I and upper faction will not allow for someone like you to exist. Stop blabbering. Li Qie waved his sleeve. Upper faction? Provoke me and I'll kill you all. Scram now. The crowd was shocked. This guy was insane with this bold declaration. Upper faction was one of the four great powers and the Chen clan was an imperial lineage. No one would dare to make this comment unless they were a true emperor. Thus, everyone stared at him as if he was a madman. Ignorance is courage. Shu Wei coldly said, surrender willingly or I will break all of your bones and drag you out like a dead dog. He then gestured and the experts behind him surrounded Li Qie's table. Now, the crowd was eagerly watching for Li Qie's next move. He was still as leisure and comfortable as ever, waiting for Sijing to feed him. Why is the official army here? A chilling voice interrupted the tense situation. A girl came in, her presence brightened up the place like a dragon visiting the humble abode of a shrimp. Everyone's eyes became bright. She had a battle regalia on, but this didn't hide her figure, full breasts and long legs on top of snow-white skin. People could fall in love at first sight after seeing her face. She was perfect from top to bottom. The thing catching people's attention even more than her beauty was her aura. She was as cold as ice, stately and commanding respect without needing to be stern. No one dared to look straight at her eyes. She also had energy resembling the roars of dragons and phoenixes. Soaring Phoenix General, the Grand Marshal is here. An elder quietly reminded his people. Even Shu Wei and Jijia became alarmed by this newcomer. She was the Grand Marshal of Insane Court, Chu Qingling, also the leader of Chu Camp and the most amazing genius in Insane Court on top of controlling its army. All of her titles were famous across the system. The disciples here might not know who the current emperor was but would definitely know about her. It's one thing to bring your personal troops to Ivory Gap, but you all want to fight on the street like hoodlums now? She glared at Shu Wei and Jijia. General, it is a misunderstanding. Jijie was in a better spot because he came alone, unlike Xu Wei. As the current Grand Marshal, she could order all the troops in the system, at least on paper. For example, the other great powers had their own troops who wouldn't necessarily listen to her command. Nevertheless, she still had more power and authority compared to the other two. Xu Wei's court army and Jijie's troops from Sacred Institution were actually under her supervision. Most importantly, she was the only one in the young generation that had exceeded political constraints. All the ancestors in the system supported her. It meant that she didn't need to form her camp and ask for more followers, unlike the others. She was the seed to be cultivated, the most hopeful to become a true emperor. The entire system mustered all of their effort into her, so it gave her all military command. Her authority was guaranteed by the ancestors. These ancestors came from different clans and powers, including the two youth's own. Chapter 2160. In just a short time, everyone inside the inn didn't dare to do anything. The elders and the clan members all held their breath. Grand Tutor Chen Shuwei and Silver Fox Su Jijia were shown proper respect via greeting by these people. This wasn't the case for Chu Qingling. They didn't dare to breathe loudly, let alone come up and greet her. They treated the other two with respect but had nothing but awe and reverence for her. Her authority far exceeded the other two. If one day, one of these two men were to become emperor, their prestige wouldn't necessarily overcome her own. Ultimately, the court was treating her as a potential true emperor. This was something recognized by the powers everywhere. If she could actually succeed one day, then even without any official role, she would have a supreme status in Insane Court and her words would be the final verdict. After insane ancestors, the system had produced many true emperors. However, they didn't officially take reign of the system but were acting as de facto leaders. Because of this, even the late emperor was very respectful toward her. This alone was enough to show her status in the system. A misunderstanding? She turned her focus on the group of experts surrounding Li Qia. Then what are they doing? Xu Wei had no response and the experts instantly backed off. Even their clan master needed to be considerate towards her, let alone them. Silver Fox found this to be increasingly amusing. He crossed his hands across his chest and maintained calm. General, this person killed young Lord Peng, so I wish to maintain the order of the system by capturing him for interrogation. Xu Wei immediately came up with an excuse. He gives wanton regards about our laws and killed at will. Such a man must pay for his crime. Please give your judgment, General. Xu Wei blamed everything on Li Qia so that Chu Qingling couldn't actually refuse. The laws of the royal court apply only within its boundary. This is not the royal court, no need to talk about the laws. Jianghu has its own rules. There are too many lineages in Insane with few in power at the court. The laws are not over-encompassing and unreasonable. She coldly retorted. Many elders and disciples quietly praised this response. She was speaking from an angle of justice. After all, only a few lineages were actually in charge of the court and had military power. Representing this orthodox branch didn't mean that they could control all the lineages under the system. This was the way for all systems in the three worlds, not just Insane Court. The ones in charge didn't interfere with other sects' internal affairs, as long as they didn't rebel or participate in the political struggle. Otherwise, the ones in charge could just come up with any reason to destroy a sect they didn't like by mobilizing the army, resulting in utter tyranny. If that was the case, the Tao system would eventually fall. Any sect could decline, so having a great number of them flourishing was crucial to find the next capable successor. Because of this, the crowd ate up her comment. After all, not everyone wanted to compete for the royal court. If Xu Wei were to take reign and have the power to punish any cultivator or sect, there would be no safe place in the court. Chu Qingling and her foresight relieved them all. At the very least, the royal court wouldn't be unreasonably tyrannical if she were to become a true emperor. She glared at Xu Wei and continued, since young Lord Peng was killed, the Peng will naturally try and avenge him. Using the military improperly here will only make a fool out of yourself. Xu Wei didn't know what to do. The people he brought here were part of his private army, members from the Chen. However, they were under the banner of the court right now, so he couldn't quite refute her scolding. Meanwhile, Li Qie, the star of the show, has been doing the same thing, drinking and letting Xijing feed him. Xingping was standing behind Li Qie with his head lowered. He didn't dare to breathe loudly. This was a conflict between the big shots of the court. A small character like him had no room to speak up here. Qingling finally looked over at Li Qie and found no clues despite a careful inspection. She snorted after seeing his enviable state. "A storm is brewing, so stay out of trouble," she uttered. Even a fool could tell that this was a warning towards Li Qie. Everyone wanted to see how this ridiculous fella would react. Xu Wei and Jijie were interested as well, with a smirk on their face. They couldn't handle this brat, but Qingling should be able to. Li Qie finally looked up and met her eyes. He smiled and said, "Little girl, no need to act cool before me, come, pour me a drink." Gasps could be heard across the inn. Everyone was slack-jawed, thinking that they have misheard. It was one thing for him to be arrogant towards Xu Wei and Jijie, but telling Qingling to pour him a drink was too much. Just think about it, no one in the entire system would dare to make this demand. If she were to become a true emperor in the future, everyone would need to look up at her in the future. But now, this fella went against all logic and reasons. This was domineering and ignorant at the same time. No words could describe his insanity. No need to be angry. Li Qie finished chewing a piece of beef, then said, "Being able to pour wine for me is a type of blessing that others could only pray for, unable to get." "Come. Is he crazy?" an elder murmured. Only a madman would say something like this. Chu Qingling was naturally furious, with her eyes becoming stern and sharp like a blade. She was here to actually help him, yet not only did this brat not thank her but even acted so unreasonable and shamelessly. This was a challenge to her prestige. She wanted nothing more than to break his teeth right now. Boom! True energy surged around her. The fiery sparks horrified everyone here. People knew that this was the storm. Li Qie had enraged Chu Qingling. They were smart enough to start retreating, realizing that once Chu Qingling attacked, everyone would be implicated into this mess. They didn't want to be close to this mess since they weren't suicidal. As the number one genius of the system, she was qualified to be arrogant. Rumor has it that she was already a true saint, or even perhaps taking the first step into the true saint realm. Chapter 2161. Both Silver Fox and Grand Tutor were actually older than Chu Qingling, but they were only minor young kings. Nevertheless, they were considered experts among the young generation. This was the reason why they were candidates for the emperor position. Even the late emperor was only a grand saint back then. However, she was a true saint, or even stronger, at such a young age. This was indicative of her wonderful Tao, power, and talents. No wonder why the ancestors all viewed her with such high regards and thought that she could become a true emperor. This was indeed the truth. The only thing she was lacking was experience and time. The fury of a true saint was naturally terrifying. That's why everyone backed off and maintained a safe distance. "You're not my opponent," Li Qie leisurely said without looking at her. This only made people think that he was even crazier. She was strong enough to beat many members of the older generations. Only ancestors could take her on. "Leave," she uttered coldly with a frightening aura. The weaker disciples felt their legs growing weak. The doors were pushed open as everyone ran out. Some even rolled on the ground, knowing that this place was about to be a battlefield. If they didn't make it out in time, they could be rendered to mists of blood. Boom! The windows and doors were shut tight after everyone left. The entire inn seemed to be sealed now. "Don't worry, I'll give you some face by keeping the beating behind closed doors," she asserted. If it wasn't for Wang Han asking her to take care of this brat, she would have beaten him into submission, unable to leave his bed for months. Few knew that she had a good relationship with Wang Han. However, one was from the Wang clan while the other from the Chu camp. Moreover, Wang Han was in charge of the secular institution while Qingling focused on becoming a true emperor. Thus, these two rarely had opportunities to meet. Nevertheless, their relationship remained tight. Wang Han was accused of misconduct by the high elders and was in danger of being deposed. She managed to get a maid to bring a letter to Qingling, telling her to take good care of Wuxia. Of course, this letter didn't include information about Wuxia's identity. Qingling was being nice enough to help Wuxia out this time so that he wouldn't fall under the combined siege from upper faction and sacred institution. "So I should be thanking you? What an interesting little girl." Wuxia smiled and shook his head. "However, your skills right now aren't enough to beat me. Even if you become a true emperor, it still isn't possible, unless you were to have the same fortunes and creations as insane ancestor, that might be challenging." Qingling herself finally thought the guy was crazy. She didn't think that she could take anyone on in this world. Furthermore, she even believed when the guy said that she wasn't his match right now. But the consecutive boasting was too much. Even a true emperor wasn't his match? Only someone like insane ancestor was qualified to take him on? The guy must have a bad case of delusional grandeur. Not to mention insane court, but even in all of three immortals, how many would look down on true emperors like this? As for a progenitor? No one would dare to challenge one. Progenitors were untouchable existences. Only at the highest realm would one truly understand how strong a progenitor was. But now, this nobody was doing so. He must be tired of living. So ignorant. She couldn't understand his confidence and said coldly, "Your words alone are deserving of death. If it wasn't for Her Majesty's request, you would have died here today." She couldn't get why Wang Han respected this guy at all. The queen was smart enough to know better. How did this brat convince her otherwise? Wuxia wasn't surprised by her response and said, "If it wasn't for Wang Han, you wouldn't have the fortune of today. Come, pour my drink already." She nearly vomited blood from anger, especially because of his lazy and relaxed demeanor. Everyone would want to punch this annoying face. "General Chu, please do it." Yang Xingping handed her the pot and blinked at her repeatedly. This wasn't an attempt at pleasing Wuxia or to take her down a notch. He did it because he was aware of Wuxia's true identity. Xingping wasn't a big shot at insane court, but he was aware of her potential and wanted for her to become a true emperor. After all, as a member, he wanted the court to grow stronger. That would only make the future more promising for Grand Sword. Xingping didn't want a seed like her to be destroyed here. That might be the result if she were to anger Wuxia. This was why he handed her the cup. It was a signal, an attempt to help the court's future. Wuxia naturally understood this and only smiled. She had an illusion while holding the wine pot. This feeling was too strange, it all felt so natural as if this was how it should be. Her pouring the wine for Wuxia wasn't something out of the ordinary at all. Meanwhile, Wuxia continued to do his thing over there with sieging. Qingling stared at him and asked herself, "Is this guy mad?" But he certainly wasn't crazy. That relaxed demeanor couldn't be from a madman. What else could he be though? He had the composure of someone who wasn't afraid of Mount Tai falling down. A madman wouldn't be respected by the queen whose abilities she knew too well. Wang Han must have reasons for doing so. Wuxia tapped on the table and ordered, interrupting her train of thoughts, "To the brim." The girl seemed to be possessed and actually walked up next to him, pouring wine into his cup. Every action felt so natural. She was no different from a maid serving him, and he was fully deserving of this blessing. The atmosphere resembled the flow of water, in accordance to the order of this world. No one should be surprised by this scene. Anyone else would find this treatment from her a supreme honor, but not Wuxia. His presence here made the unreasonable reasonable, the illogical logical. After pouring several more cups, she finally escaped from this stupor and gritted her teeth from anger. Since when did she follow orders like a maid? His attitude as if this was completely normal infuriated her even more. She was ready to take this anger out on someone. Chapter 2162, Chu Qingling was quite vexed after regaining her wits. For better or worse, she was still a true saint. How could she feel good after being led by the nose like this? She put the wine pot down on the table and coldly stared at him. Her Majesty is under fire from the elders because of you, on the verge of being removed from her position. But look at you now, running to this place and enjoying yourself while the Queen is still worried about you. She wouldn't give a damn about this arrogant madman if the Queen didn't ask for a favor. The Queen's motive remained unknown. Wuxia only smirked at her dissatisfaction. There's a price for everything, no one gets something from doing nothing. For example, flattering one's master, bowing their head and bending their back, all necessary in life. He took another sip before continuing. This logic is amplified when one vies for great power. If Wang Han can't even handle dealing with her clan, then how can she rule the system and its lineages? Such incapability would only waste any further investment from me on her. Because of this, she needs to prove herself first. He then gave her a quick glance. You think Wang Han told you to take care of me, but I'm afraid you have misunderstood her. She actually wants you to serve me well. You. Since when did she need to serve anyone in insane court? Who would dare to accept such treatment? He ignored her again and said, you should be thanking Wang Han. This act of her clearly shows how much she likes you. Otherwise, she wouldn't give such a godsend opportunity to someone else. She hopes that with this, you would be better equipped to help her in the future. Unfortunately, she needs more time to hone her people skill, too used to being in the backstage, so she lacks decisiveness and toughness. If she can make the necessary change, she'll definitely be able to become the next empress. He claimed. With that, he put down his cup and tapped the table with an order, fill it up. You. Despite her anger and unwillingness, she still filled the cup for him, seemingly possessed. Don't push it. She gritted her teeth while seeing his punchable face. This was too much contempt to take. Sijing saw her unwillingly poured the drink and had to contain her laughter by covering her mouth. If you're going to do it well. Wuxia said, don't waste Wang Han's goodwill. She could have done this herself and do a better job, but she's hoping for a strong supporter in the future that can help her revitalize the Tao system. You speak as if you can make her the next empress. Qingling scowled. There are numerous underlying currents and schemes. Eyes are everywhere, all fixated on the royal authority. Plenty of candidates are waiting for their chance to seize the throne. They're quite capable with strong backing too, such as Su Jijia. It's easier said than done, to have Wang Han become the next leader. She was speaking from the heart and her own deep understanding of the current situation. Though there have been empresses before in the system, Wang Han was a queen to start. Going from queen to empress was much harder even if she was from the Wang clan. She would face opposition from all over the place. Both sacred institution and upper faction would not be on her side. Even her clan might not condone this either. Thus, she was in a difficult situation. Only the throne of insane court, not even grooming a true emperor or a progenitor. Not hard at all, I can just pick anyone and they will get the role. Of course, we'll wait to see if she can handle the current problems first. he nonchalantly replied. Qingling stared at him in a daze, thinking that he had turned crazy at this moment to be able to make such a comment. Who do you think you are? A true emperor, or a progenitor? She snorted while revealing the realities of things. The throne of the system can't be decided by one person alone. Even if the external powers choose not to participate, the ones in the court will struggle to the very end. The four great powers will balance out each other before deciding the next emperor through negotiation. The four great powers themselves had to reach an internal consensus through deliberation. For example, Sacred Institution was divided into the Northern Territory and Southern Courtyard. If Silver Fox from Northern Territory wanted the entire institution to help him, he must convince the Southern Courtyard to back him up as well. Otherwise, Southern Courtyard could have their own candidates, and the power of the institution would be divided. That's because you're not me. Wuxia smiled and said, your rules are meaningless to me. I can appoint whoever I want as the new emperor. Sacred Institution? Upper Faction? Feudal. There are countless clans and sects in this system, but only one Tao source. As long as it is around, I am the lord of this place, understand? She stood there, confused and befuddled while staring at him in a daze. She was now confident that this was not an ignorant or an insane man. The problem was the content coming out of his mouth. She didn't know how this ordinary-looking fella was going to take care of the great powers and suppressing all the other clans and sects so that Wang Han can take the throne. If someone were to be capable of this feat, it would be a true emperor produced by the system. This was the only being who could be above the laws and force all other powers into submission. Otherwise, it would only be a fool's daydreaming. That's why you should be cherishing this opportunity and seize it. Wuxia raised another empty cup. She inadvertently followed his command in a natural and instinctive manner as if she was his maid. Humph, egomaniac. Her wits returned and she realized what had just happened. I don't know about that, but I do know that without training, you will not become a true emperor regardless of your great talents and comprehension. There exists a tribulation, all will be for naught if you can't overcome it. He said slowly. Nonsense. She disagreed. You don't think I know my own situation better than anyone? Is that so? He smiled in response. I know that your two Tao from true Emperor Chu and insane ancestor are not meshing well. The merit law from the Emperor, regardless of how amazing and powerful it is, still originated from the grand Tao of the progenitor. Thus, in order to go further, the most suitable merit law is still from the progenitor's foundational methods. Unfortunately, there are too many fools in this world, only seeing what's in front of them. Instead of cultivating these foundational pillars, they chose to pick the high-level imperial laws. But if the foundational methods were useless, the progenitor wouldn't have used them to create the Tao land here, shaping them into the very foundation of this place. He looked at her and said. She was certainly shocked because he had aptly revealed her current situation. In fact, many ancestors were aware that the merit laws from true Emperor Chu were no match for the progenitor. However, a few thought that she was too gifted. Cultivating these foundational methods would only be a waste of time. Chapter 2163. The start of her cultivation consisted of the most profound mental law from true Emperor Chu. She didn't let these ancestors from Chu camp down at all because her talents were indeed wondrous. She exceeded her peers and became the #1 disciple. Perhaps it was harsh to criticize the Chu ancestors for picking this route. In fact, many Tao systems also did this. Not many wanted to start from the foundational methods. After all, who would want to use a pair of gloves made of jade to move some bricks? Only an insightful senior would demand such a thing. She could be viewed as a mine. Many knew that it could be refined and built to produce more gold ores. However, the effort might be too great and some would rather just pick up the random gold nuggets scattered about. In the beginning, The ancestors of the Chu wanted to take the easy way out, letting her cultivate the most profound merit law from true Emperor Chu. Alas, after reaching a certain level, the ancestors had an even bigger goal for her, wanting to excavate the mine completely. Ultimately, there was a great disparity between true Emperor Chu and insane ancestor. Thus, they wanted her to swap Dao. This shouldn't be a problem considering her talents and comprehension. After all, true Emperor Chu's Dao was derived from insane ancestors' Dao. These two should be able to harmonize perfectly, like rivers branching into the ocean, a natural flow of the world. The problem was the difficulties in actual implementation. Nothing was perfect in this world, but the process was not smooth at all. If Qingling's goal was to become a powerful true god, this wouldn't be a problem. However, as for becoming a true emperor or even a progenitor, this was much more difficult. Just one tiny crack on this path could eventually become a full-blown chasm. This was a great secret known only by her and the highest-level ancestors from the Chu camp. Thus, she was rightfully astonished at this moment. How do you know? She stared at him in disbelief. Li Qie chuckled in response, "There's no secret in my eyes. As for connecting Grand Dao, it is hard to be perfect. Your problem is neither big or small, just requiring a state of relaxation and rest. With this, the tiny injury in your Grand Dao will close, but what can accelerate this? The blood ginseng, the best and oldest. This is why you came to Ivory Gap." She suddenly felt as if she was bare naked before him with no secrets or privacy to speak of. This made her instinctively take several steps back from fear. "Everyone is here for the ginseng," she retorted weakly, knowing that this wasn't a good excuse. Li Qie smiled and nodded, "That's correct, the elders and disciples from all around the system are here for that ginseng, same with you. The only difference is the goal. But some are here for something else. Why did the three great powers bring their legions here? Is such fanfare necessary for one single ginseng root? Not for the ginseng?" The quiet Xingping was startled. He felt that something was amiss because the atmosphere looked like the start of a war. Everyone seemed to be on guard. Both upper faction and sacred institution were camping their private armies here. These armies were their own disciples, so loyalty was assured. The legions that they couldn't absolutely trust weren't brought here. This indeed smelled like war. What were they planning in Ivory Gap? "You're here for the ginseng, but upper faction and sacred institution are here for one of insane ancestors' true treasure. A primordial treasure." Xingping felt a chill after hearing this. A primordial treasure was a shocking artifact. The system right now had many imperial treasures from the emperors, but these primordial treasures were much rarer. Someone as weak as Xingping had no idea about them outside of rumors. Completely baseless. She denied this right away. "Pop." He slapped her pretty buttocks and said, "Little girl, it is unwise, lying to me. You." She jumped like a cat that had its tail stepped on with a flushed complexion. "Lie to me again and I will strip you naked, then throw you on the street," he said with a deadpan tone. This was the first time someone dared to talk like this to her. He was even doing it so openly and leisurely. "I'm serious," Li Qie said, ignoring her anger. Insane ancestor did indeed leave behind a heaven-defying treasure for the future generations. Unfortunately, you all lost it later. I won't speak on the circumstances behind this, but the weapon is still inside Ivory Gap. Because of this, the blood ginseng isn't the main focus this time around. She was aware that very few knew this event, only the top echelon of the four great powers. But now, Li Qie was so certain of it. She stared at him and asked, "The queen told you?" Wang Han certainly knew about this. Maybe she was the one who divulged this information to him. "When I was aware of this matter, all of you didn't even know what was going on with Ivory Gap." Li Qie chuckled. He was certainly one of the first to know about this, no need for Wang Han to tell him. Meanwhile, Xingping was shocked by this new information about a primordial treasure located inside Ivory Gap. A primordial treasure was too tempting and could drive people crazy. The old man knew why these great powers would mobilize their legions to Ivory Gap. A big event was going to happen. The emergence of this treasure would certainly be accompanied by blood. Ivory Gap was about to become a terrible battlefield. Whether it be Upper Faction, Sacred Institution, or Chu Camp, just grabbing this primordial treasure would completely change the political landscape of the Dao system. It wouldn't be hard for its master to take over. Just the Wang clan was missing now, to Xingping's dismay. The situation was indeed grave if the Wang didn't get involved and if Wang Han had lost control. Qingling was also astonished, but not because of the primordial treasure. She was startled because Li Qiye seemed to know everything. She felt as if the entire system was under his grasp, that he was a supreme existence in this Dao land. Chapter 2164. The spectators outside were holding their breath, waiting for Chu Qingling to do something. They could imagine the yin being rendered to dust after her first destructive attack, too curious about how she would take down this arrogant youth. Grand Tutor Chen Shuwei had a cold smile on his face since he had a feud with Li Qiye now. Even if he couldn't personally make mincemeat out of this madman, seeing him beaten mercilessly by Chu Qingling was good enough. Silver Fox Su Jijia had more of a faint smirk. Nothing good would come from those who provoked Qingling, but he was feeling a tinge of regrets, not being able to dig anything useful out of Li Qiye for the purpose of taking down the Wang clan. During the torturous wait, the inn was quiet without any sound, no storm like their expectation. She didn't seem to be angry enough to knock his teeth all over the ground and crush the inn. They exchanged confused glances with each other. No one knew what was going on in the inn. In theory, she should be able to sweep through anyone in the system, especially someone as young and unknown as Li Qiye. However, there was no sign of battle at all, let alone some earth-shattering attacks. After a while, the main entrance finally opened. People couldn't wait and took a look inside. Someone was finally coming out, Chu Qingling. Her expression looked normal and her aura hidden. She didn't look like she has been in a fight, still as proud and beautiful as an apricot flower amidst winter. One couldn't read anything from her appearance, except that it was only a fast meeting. She didn't say anything and only glanced briefly at the crowd before leaving in a cool manner. They became even more confused. How did her anger subside so easily? What the hell happened here? 3 more came out, Li Qiye with Xingping and Xijing behind him. Li Qiye was nonchalant and relaxed as always. The 3 of them got on their carriage and headed for Ivory Gap. The ones outside finally regained their wits while watching the departing carriage. They took a deep breath, completely astonished. What the hell happened? Even the sect elders couldn't speculate the events. The Grand Marshal of Insane Court was unstoppable, possessing both military authority and the backing of many ancestors. Moreover, she was strong enough herself to take on anyone, at least in the system. But now, even in her fury, she chose to spare the guy. Who would actually believe this? If Silver Fox and Grand Tutor were to provoke her, she would beat them to the verge of death. But now, Li Qiye was completely fine without a single wound. Everyone became curious and wondered what he did in order to appease her. Silver Fox and Grand Tutor were naturally alarmed as well. They came from the central court and understood Chu Qingling's power more than anyone else. Only the heavyweight ancestors would able to affect Chu Camp and Qingling. There were only a few ancestors of this level, and Li Qiye was definitely not one of them. Alas, the outcome of this event meant that she couldn't do anything to him. It didn't matter what he did, it showed that she had qualms against attacking him. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't be able to recognize his swollen face right now. First, Wang Han had his back. Now, Qingling was apprehensive about him as well. There must be reasons and secrets behind all of this. The two rivals glanced at each other and had the same thought: they must have Wuxia on their side. Whether it be by force or by tempting him with gains, they must recruit him. His background and abilities were surely amazing. Furthermore, if they couldn't have him, then they must kill him at all cost. He was now a potential danger in their eyes, since if he wasn't on their side, it meant that he would be with the Wang. Just like that, he would be a great obstacle in their path towards the throne. Sweeping him away first was necessary. Their murderous intent was invoked at the same time. Ivory Gap was a mountain range spanning like a gigantic dragon. Hills towered to the clouds, covered with snow. It had deep valleys and unfathomable abysses, capable of containing an entire world. People normally wouldn't visit this place. Furthermore, the system had sealed it many times for unknown reasons. Rumor has it that when Insane Ancestor created the system, Ivory Gap was a great vein with amazing fortunes in myriad lineage. During his creation, he dragged the entire vein into the system, making it part of his territory. Xingping continued driving the carriage deeper into the mountain range under Wuxia's guidance. They were impressed at the majestic sceneries of these monstrous mountains. From the distance, these mountains looked like a full set of teeth with one missing in the center. Xingping and Xijing saw this for the first time and finally realized why it was named Ivory Gap. The carriage went through the gap and saw a massive valley, seemingly dug out by someone, wide above and narrower below. Someone did this? Xingping asked. Though the signs were against it with no shreds of evidence of human contact, he still felt that someone had tried to dig a mine in this place. This was once a treasure ground, so invincible masters have searched all around it before Insane Ancestor moved it here during the inception of Insane Court. Wuxia said flatly. There is a treasury inside? Xijing asked. Such a massive abyss must have taken a long time to dig out. She wondered if there was even a bottom. Even more precious than any treasure. Even the oldest blood ginseng is nothing compared to this. Wuxia smiled and said. The two took a deep breath. In their mind, that blood ginseng was priceless, something rarely seen in the current Insane Court. But now, the thing here was even more impressive. Chapter 2165. While the two were still amazed by the abyss, Wuxia got on the mountain to their left. They continued on this passage before stopping on a ridge. Wuxia found a cave facing the very center of the abyss. The two looked over and realized that this cave was not a natural creation. Someone had created it with carvings in the entrance, making it much more homely. The two of them found several rooms inside with chairs and tables made of rocks. It has been a long time since people last occupied this place. Here then. Wuxia looked around and said. The two instantly swept and cleaned through the cave without needing instruction from him. It didn't take long before the cave was filled with the scent of people, a home once more. What are we doing here? Are we looking for the blood ginseng? Xijing eventually asked. Wuxia chuckled and said, a 10-million-year-old ginseng is not worth my time coming here. Plus, I wouldn't need to look for it since there are ways to make one come to me. Xijing's eyes widened in disbelief. Young noble, I heard a ginseng root this old has its own spirituality and intelligence, capable of traveling through the sky and earth. It would really come to you? If I wanted it, even one at a trillion-year-old is no problem, it'll come like an obedient child for me to eat. Wuxia smiled, but that would be too much of a waste, only a fool would consume it in that manner. Why is that? She became a curious child and asked again. He said, if you have a hen, would you make a meal out of it right away or let it lay eggs? A ginseng like this is best to be used as an incubator, leaving it by your side. Only a short-sighted genius would consume it. Sijing understood the logic despite never seeing a blood ginseng before, let alone such an old one. Nevertheless, she thought it would be incredible to have one around. Li Qiye sat down in one of the room and told the two, "Go outside, don't disturb me." The two left, thinking that he wanted to cultivate, so they stood guard outside the cave. Li Qiye casually sealed off space and sat down to meditate. His fate palace emerged with a flashing sea of memories. Strands of laws emerged in his brain. They were unique, preserved from the ancient ages. They drilled into the ground like serpents and disappeared. After a long time, a formation appeared beneath his feet. They were also created from strands of laws and pulsed with a flashing, ancient light. Buzz. As the formation became brighter, runes appeared to form a portal. This particular portal was different from the rest. It was directly on top of the formation below in the form of a silver maelstrom. It rotated and seemed to be ready to suck Li Qiye in at any moment. He took one step in and sure enough, he instantly disappeared into the maelstrom. When he appeared again, he was in a different world made of intersecting runes and Tao energy, just like a boundless ocean. Of course, it was filled with runes instead of water. The waves were made out of runes as well. Furthermore, ancient symbols were around everywhere, some were as large as mountains of varying size and shape. In fact, this place was made of the Tao instead of earthly characteristics. The Tao foundation here was strong enough to shoulder the 9 firmaments and everything else. Li Qiye murmured sentimentally while inside, "The old man is too crazy, so many insane deeds across his life, but he still loves his own world too much." He wanted to wait for its destruction, then rebuild the entire thing. Alas, this crazy idea couldn't be done. This world of Rune was actually the Tao foundation of Insane Court. Insane Ancestor opened the Tao source first, then created a supreme foundation before the actual physical territory. Outsiders couldn't come to this place, not even a true emperor via force. This wasn't the case for Li Qiye. He had all the memories from Insane Ancestors, so he had information about the laws necessary to create the key. He was fixated in a particular location resembling a reflection of Ivory Gap. There was no doubt that this place could take one there. In fact, Li Qiye was able to control the Tao foundation and the Tao source of the system. However, this alone wasn't enough because the item inside Ivory Gap was very crafty. The legends about Ivory Gap were correct. There was indeed something in there. Some said that it was a supreme medicinal root, others said that it was a treasure with its own spirituality, or a young divine beast. Because of this, people have searched this land before it became part of Insane Court. Unfortunately, they all failed and had to give up. Later on, Insane Ancestor found out about the thing here as well, deep in the mountains. Because of this, he brought the entire vein here to be part of his system. He once captured it but also failed to truly grasp it before having to leave 3 immortals. Thus, he left it behind for the fateful ones. Interesting, let's see how you run away. Li Qiye chuckled, finding out more about the item after the ancestors' failures. He took out an item, a dazzling gourd of a yellow shade as if it was made from gold. Thunderous rumbling came about as if the gourd was filled with lightning bolts. This gourd had a great origin. Li Qiye got it back in Stone Medicine World after destroying Heaven Hoof and got a yang vine out of it. The gourd came from this vine. It took a long time and a lot of effort from Li Qiye before maturing. When it was ripe, he took it off the vine and named it, First Yang Gourd. It had many uses, or he wouldn't have wasted so much effort in cultivating it. He opened it and a golden liquid poured out, like melted gold, beautiful and enchanting. It flowed across the runes of the Tao Foundation and seemed to have its own mind. It didn't take long before all the runes in Ivory Gap were permeated. As time passed, the liquid condensed into yellow strands fusing into the runes. Next, they disappeared completely as if nothing has happened. After preparing this trap, he put away the gourd and smiled, I want to see just how much space you can traverse. As long as you're in this area, you won't be able to escape my grasp. You shall be mine. Chapter 2166. While Wuxia was preparing a trap inside the Dao Foundation of Insane Court, Ivory Gap became quite lively as well due to another appearance from the ginseng. On a particular mountain in the range, a poofing noise came about with auspicious clouds and an ocean of blood churning in the sky. Visual phenomena appeared all around the vegetation in the area. Flowers blossomed and withered at a rapid rate, even the fruits crazily ripened. These visual spectacles attracted the attention of the cultivators. Among the clouds and blood ocean was a shadow around the size of a fist. It was emitting everything and looked a bit impish. Blood ginseng. The ones closest to this mountain shouted and rushed for it. Whoosh! The ginseng root jumped into the mountain range and disappeared among the gaps instantly. After it. How could the elders and disciples give up so easily? They all headed for the same direction. The news of its appearance spreaded across the entire place. Ever since its previous spotting, it stopped showing up, so despite the mass effort, no one could find anything. Right when they wanted to give up, the ginseng appeared again and caused quite a stir. The ones hanging outside the mountain range lost patience and all joined in. Where do you think you're going? The fastest one was Chu Qingling. She needed it more than anyone else in order to cure her deficiency. Otherwise, her future would remain a mystery. The rest of the crowd quickly chased after her. It didn't take long before Silver Fox and Grand Tutor all brought their legions inside as well. In fact, these two and the people behind them weren't here just for the blood ginseng but rather the primordial treasure of Insane Ancestor. The latter warranted such a massive mobilization. Alas, there was no sign of that treasure and their ancestors had no clue where it was. Thus, they remained static all along. The ginseng stirred them into action right now. If they could get it, they would gain enough cultivation power to be like a tiger with wings. In their mind, getting the ginseng was a good consolation prize if they couldn't obtain the primordial treasure. The easily excited all rushed into Ivory Gap, but a small minority stay outside to watch. A few ancestors were actually around in the shadows. The system didn't only have the four great powers. There were many lineages outside of the royal court with some extremely powerful ones. Their ancestors were very famous characters. Some of them were naturally happy to see this blood ginseng. The system is about to have a new ruler. One ancestor commented, "The rumor of this ginseng has been around for a while but it has never actually showed up, way too elusive. Something is changing here now, this might be a sign of the events to come." A different ancestor said with worries, "It might not be appearing on its own volition. Something evil must be disturbing it. Could it be that the disaster of the mountain is still around?" Their sects weren't inside the royal court so they didn't participate in the internal struggle, but if something bad were to happen, they wouldn't be able to escape either. The disaster back then, the beings of their level still became moved after bringing this up. The blood ginseng instantly disappeared after running deeper into the mountain. Someone as powerful as Chu Qingling couldn't spot it any longer. Its movement was too swift for true saints to spot. Not far from there on top of a peak was a middle-aged man, adorned with a fluttering white robe. He held a mirror with one hand, it emitted a pillar of light straight for the mountains, seemingly capable of peering into the ground. Elder Han from Ancient Temple. Someone immediately recognized him. Han Feng is here too, is the seclusive temple choosing to join into the competition too? An ancestor from upper faction was startled. Though people have never seen this man before, just his position was scary enough. Ancient Temple was a lineage meant to worship the forefathers and ancestors of the system. It started with a group of tomb watchers who eventually went on to create this lineage. It had produced an extraordinary character, Ancient True Emperor. Rumor has it that his talents were heaven-defying, able to bring the system back to its height for a short time. There were other true emperors in 3 immortals during his generation, but he was able to suppress all of them. Thus, later generations believed that he was the number 1 in the system outside of Insane Ancestor. The system has produced many emperors, such as True Emperor Chu or Blood True Emperor, but they still believed that Ancient was the best. He was terrifying enough despite not being able to become a progenitor. The Ancient Temple was mighty during his era, standing at the very top of Insane Court. However, after this era, it retired from the spotlight. Its amazing disciples went back to the temple and willingly spent the rest of their days just watching the temple itself in the outskirt. After many generations, it didn't in the competition for the royal court. The dynasties and clans rose and fell, but Ancient Temple remained standing as one of the strongest lineages in Insane Court and presided over the major ceremonies and worshipping events for the ancestors. An elder appearing here was indeed shocking, especially the great powers who wanted to take over the royal court. After all, no one would dare to look down on Ancient Temple. If they were to join, then all bets were off. Han Feng's mirror continued to search the entire area. After a long time, a strand of blood appeared under the ray from the mirror. After being spotted, it instantly escaped towards the north. North, General Chu. Han Feng guided with a shout. On it. Chu Qingling immediately gave chase. The ray from the mirror was able to detect the blood ginseng, preventing it from hiding. The rest of the crowd also followed her northward. Though unlikely it was for them to get the ginseng, just getting 1 or 2 tendrils from the root would be good enough. Plus, if there was a chance to help Chu Qingling, it would be a great contribution. The ginseng was incredible at escaping, but Han Feng had a good vantage point to shine his mirror. Because of this, it was found continuously. Chu Qingling didn't let up chasing the ginseng under Han Feng's instructions, while the rest was also right behind her, hoping for a little cup of soup. A few ancestors from upper faction and sacred institution heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like Ancient Temple wasn't here for the primordial treasure. This Han Feng fella must have been asked by Qingling to come help her capture the ginseng. Chapter 2167, Going northward was useless for the ginseng while being under the ray of the mirror. No, it's going for the abyss. An older expert was startled after this realization. It'll be problematic if it hides there. Come, we'll cut it off, let's surround Ivory Gap Mountain first. Silver Fox and Grand Tutor stopped chasing behind the ginseng and decided to lead their legions ahead. In just a short time, many legions appeared right after the set of mountains. Silver Fox and Grand Tutor's groups were blocking the entrance, resembling the missing tooth, waiting for the ginseng to come. Not even water could get through this blockade. Some sects were placing traps for the ginseng to come in. It's here. People could see the ray of the mirror following something in the distance. A strand of blood would occasionally flash. Their speculation was correct. The ginseng was indeed heading for the abyss, with Chu Qingling right behind it, hellbent for a successful capture. The troops outside became tense. They focused up, ready to capture it. Buzz. Suddenly, the strand of blood disappeared altogether. Even Han Feng, who has been watching it the entire time, was surprised. He swept his ray across the area again, but finally failed this time around. Something is strange, a more powerful entity is blocking my mirror, way too mighty. Han Feng told Chu Qingling, this mirror is left behind by Ancient True Emperor, not too many things in this world can stop it. The speaker was nonchalant about the statement, but the listeners were astounded. Han Feng was only casually telling Chu Qingling, but this shocked the ancestors from the great powers. Who was Ancient True Emperor? The number 2 in the system outside of Insane Ancestor. This could only mean one thing, something even more powerful than him was stopping his artifact. There was only one person in history that matches this description, Insane Ancestor. The lost primordial treasure. These ancestors all thought about this item. This was their goal for coming here. Set up camp. They gave the order to Grand Tutor and Silver Fox in order to seize the best locations first. Once the treasure showed up, they would use any means necessary to take it. On the other hand, Chu Qingling wasn't that interested in the primordial treasure and remained focused on finding the ginseng. It must be hiding around here, set up camp then go search. The other legions also followed suit. However, unlike these legions, the troops from Upper Faction and Sacred Institution remained in waiting. Their goal was the primordial treasure, the ginseng was just the icing on top if possible. Bam! Suddenly, a person leading a group jumped to a particular mountain and broke its side, revealing a cave inside. It's the Peng clan master. The troops occupying this mountain immediately recognized this group. So it turned out that Shengping who was guarding the cave became scared after seeing so many legions. He secretly used a method to hide it. He was afraid that any disturbance might risk Li Qie to Qi deviation. However, his method was not enough to fool a few people, especially those who were purposely trying to find Li Qie. The Peng clan was certainly one of them. Their young lord died to Li Qie, so they swore to never give up, especially the clan master. He wanted nothing more than to kill Li Qie then sacrifice his corpse to his dead son. His hatred made sense since he only had one son, and the boy was conceived during his later years. Thus, he pampered the boy, but now, his son had died to a nobody. How could he not seek out revenge? After destroying the illusion, everyone could see the cave now. Disciples from the Peng surrounded the cave, not even a mosquito could get out now. Xingping and Sijing were naturally alarmed after seeing the barricade. Xingping immediately touched the hilt of his sword. Meanwhile, the legions outside were quietly watching. The Peng wants revenge for their young lord. An elder murmured. Everyone could sympathize with the clan. After all, their young lord got his neck snapped by Li Qie in public. If the Peng didn't do anything about it, they would lose all their prestige and reputation, unable to stay in the royal court any longer. Thus, whether it be to establish their domination or for revenge, the clan master needed to do something instead of being a cowardly turtle. Silver Fox revealed a smile after seeing this. Nothing could be better than this development for him. He wanted to use the Peng to figure out Li Qie's real power and identity, to see why Chu Qingling was afraid of him. Grand Tutor was naturally sneering with a murderous glint. The Peng was a branch of the Upper Faction. If they could capture him, then in a sense, Upper Faction would also have access of him. However, if Li Qie were to kill the Peng, then their Upper Faction would have a legitimate excuse to attack him as revenge for their fallen comrades. Yang Xingping. Tell that bastard to come out or your dog head will be rolling on the ground. Peng Chujun had a murderous look on his old face. Xingping was ready to fight and powerfully answered, Clan Master Peng, don't make a mistake. I might be a nobody but I will still warn you now, this action of yours will bring disaster to your clan. Everything will be destroyed in one day, you will be a sinner, unable to face your ancestors. Yang Xingping, who do you think you are, to actually give me a warning? You are only an insignificant hound, I'll capture you first then kill your master later. Chujun snorted and uttered coldly. He raised his hand and the disciples behind him immediately rushed over to capture Xingping. Let's go. Xingping was ready to die protecting this cave, not allowing anyone to take half a step forward. Pluff. 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 Xingping managed to repel a dozen disciples with one swing. He wasn't famous but a true champion still had power beyond ordinary experts. Peng Chujun scowled and instantly took action. His Grand Dao rushed out with true energy like an ocean, 5 moves were instantly unleashed. Xingping was subdued right away while spewing blood. Chujun was a Grand True King, an old official of the dynasty. This was someone on the same level as the late emperor. It was the difference of an entire realm. That's why Xingping immediately lost after 5 moves. The disciples from the Peng tightened the ropes on him. Needless to say about sieging, she got captured in the very beginning. Nevertheless, Xingping still shouted at the cave despite his captivity, "Young noble, be careful, enemies are here. Go." Chu Jun ordered again. The disciples began entering the cave. "Clan master, there's no one inside." They eventually came out and reported. After hearing this, even Xingping and Sijing were surprised. Li Qie was clearly in there, how could they not see him? Chapter 2168, Nobody? Peng Chujun had a scary glare and said chillingly, "Looks like he got afraid and ran." "Humph, a monk can run but not the temple. Take them in." Xingping and Sijing were then taken to the Peng's camp. It occupied a large region outside of Ivory Gap with more than 1,000 disciples. The discipline was strict here with an oppressive atmosphere. Each of the guards had murderous intent, causing anyone and everyone to be on guard. They sent all of their elites to this place. This was definitely their strongest legion. Outside of obtaining revenge for his dead son, the clan master also wanted to build up prestige for upper faction. The atmosphere was tense since this could change the current political landscape and future direction of Insane Court. After this event, perhaps a new emperor would come out. The Peng was under upper faction and needed to do something in this event. If upper faction were in control later, they would be more respected with more given benefits. That's why the Peng virtually gambled their entire clan for this maneuver. The other clans didn't dare to come close to their camp. This was an active volcano that could erupt at any moment. Messing with it would only bring unnecessary trouble. After Xingping and Sijing were taken to the camp, they were tied up in the entrance with executioners standing to the sides, grinding their sharp blades. Clearly, the Peng wanted to make a show out of decapitating them. All the experts nearby held their breath, realizing that these two were Li Qie's followers. Peng Chujun wanted to make an example out of them, then kill Li Qie for the previously mentioned reasons. He wanted to let all the sects and cultivators in the system know that the Peng was not one to be trifled with. "Where is Li Qie?" someone murmured while looking at the two captives. Probably ran for his life already." A clan member laughed and said, "Most would be afraid when the Peng goes all out. Not many would want an all-out war with them. But it doesn't look like that Li Qie guy is afraid of trouble. He'll provoke just about anyone." Someone else said, thinking that Li Qie couldn't have run away. The clan member sneered, "That's not true. A few people act quite fierce until the going gets tough, then they run right away. This is opposing the entire Peng clan with more than 10,000 experts and mighty ancestors. Can he take on all of them? I highly doubt that." The crowd agreed with this statement. Li Qie might be fierce enough to not worry about 1 or 2 geniuses, but having the courage to face an entire clan was a different story. Peng Chujun was standing in his camp, ready to kill. He coldly uttered, "Little brat, you can run for now but not forever. We will hunt you down all the way to the corners of the world, letting you taste despair and hopelessness." His voice echoed across the mountain range and even farther. Silver Fox was enjoying this, thinking that there were cannon fodders testing out Li Qie for him. As for Grand Tutor, he actually hoped for Peng Chujun's success. Capturing him alive would be best so they could use him to take down the Wang clan. Alas, Li Qie didn't appear even after the taunt. People glanced at each other, thinking that not just anyone could ignore this taunt. Looks like the guy is scared. What was the point of acting cool earlier, just a coward now? The clan member snorted. Right, boasted his ass off 2 days ago, but now, running faster than anyone else when trouble comes. A cultivator from upper faction said with contempt. Numerous people here came from upper faction or had ties with it. The Peng was their ally, so they naturally would speak up for the clan. Alright, little brat, we'll see how long you can run. I'll kill your followers one by one and see if you can keep on being a turtle. Chu Jun uttered coldly. People took a deep breath after hearing this, knowing that Xingping and Xijing were quite unlucky. Li Qiye still didn't show up after this declaration. Little brat, I know you're close. I'll count to 5, if you don't show up, I'll start flaying them. The clan master shouted again. He wanted to use these two to force Li Qiye out. In his eyes, the kid was afraid and would only continue to hide if he truly didn't care about his followers. He raised his hand and the executioner close to Xingping ripped off Xingping's shirt. Ha ha ha, Yang, we'll cut off your flesh now, don't worry, I'm quite skilled, you'll be alive for 3 days just fine after I slice off everything. The executioner said with a sinister tone. Come then, show me what you got, my last name won't be Yang if I even frown in the slightest. This ancestor from Grand Sword was quite determined and didn't want to throw away his sect's face. We'll see how long you can last. The executioner laughed. 1, 2, 3, Chu Jun began counting down. Each word was chilling with an intent to kill. 5, the last number was said, but Li Qiye was still nowhere to be found. People shook their head after seeing this. Following a master like this is the misfortune of 3 lives. Causing trouble yet not daring to take responsibility. An old expert commented. Pa. Just a coward, only know how to boast. A clan member said with disdain. In a short time, everyone was sympathetic towards the 2 unlucky victims. So be it, time to start on your followers. Chu Jun raised his hand once more, telling the executioner to begin. Ha, don't blame me for being merciless, it's your fault for picking a coward for a master. The executioner said while grinding his blade again. Right when he was about to position his blade, a leisure voice came about, oh, so lively here? Li Qiye. Someone cried out after seeing him coming out of the cave. Peng Chujuan's eyes became even scarier after spotting his enemy. Grand Tutor and Silver Fox were signaling with their eyes, wanting to capture Li Qiye at all cost. He was an important piece for their next move. I was gone only for a moment and people want to rebel already? Li Qiye took one step and suddenly appeared before the Peng's camp. Clank. The elites from the clan rushed out with their weapons drawn, then formed a battle formation in order to stop all of his paths. Chapter 2169. There was a clear contrast between the aggressive Peng and the nonchalant Li Qiye in this standoff. The third party was the anticipating crowd. Ha ha ha, time's over, it's too late for you to beg. Peng Chujun intimidated. You're overthinking it. Li Qiye interrupted him with a smile. Someone like you wants me to beg? That's akin to an ant asking an elephant to kneel. You think too highly of yourself and your clan. You. Chujun turned red while trembling with rage. Unfortunately, you don't even know who you have offended. I won't just kill your son now, but also you, and everyone else from your clan. But, if you commit suicide now, I can forgive the rest. If I have to do it myself, then your clan will cease to exist after today. Everyone was stunned to hear this, feeling that he was being ridiculous. Destroying the Peng was not something that could be said trivially. It had the Chen and upper faction backing it. I see. Chujun was angry to the point of laughing. Little brat, I actually want to see what you can do. Lose and I'll torture your followers in front of you. Seize him. He gestured for his men to attack. The elites in their battle formations surrounded Li Qiye with walls of shields. In the middle of the shields were an opening for blades to come out of. Anyone would be pierced completely while standing in the center of this onslaught. They were battle-hardened, experienced in contests of life and death. None of them were weak, so this killing formation could make others smell the stench of blood. Everyone held their breath. There was no doubt that Chujuan's conduct frightened the crowd. Flaying these two in front of Wuxia? If he couldn't break through the barricade to save them, this would leave a lasting psychological scar. Plus, he was at a disadvantage due to the hostages. Peng Chujun had an absolute advantage right now. Who knows if he could even survive? Let's go. The elites began in a thunderous fashion. Numerous blades aimed for him, seemingly coming out of the ground in order to dismember him. My turn too. The executioner grinned and stood before Yang Shengping. Clank. The flashing blades intertwined together, on the verge of making mincemeat out of Wuxia. Ants. Wuxia smiled. His body quaked a bit and suddenly, a wind vortex appeared beneath his feet. Even the ground shook in response. Boom! A loud impact akin to two armies colliding resounded. Everyone became dazzled, unable to see his action. Where should I start? Don't blame me for this. The executioner waved his blade in front of Shengping's chest, but he abruptly stopped. Boom! Wuxia had a speed surpassing everything while everyone was still hearing the previous loud blast. The elites blocking his path were all blown flying to the sky. Their blades, shields, and armors all crumbled. Next were their bones. Something seemed to have pierced through their body. It wasn't a sharp object but rather, an unstoppable force that crushed every fiber of their being. Blood gushed out like blossoming flowers. The world came to a still in this magnificent yet grisly scene. The executioner stopped because a hand was gripping his throat, lifting him to the air. He couldn't resist from the start to the end. Help me. He was scared out of his mind, but it was too late. Crack. The hand broke his neck, leaving him dead with wide-open eyes. Bam! 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 The elites knocked to the air finally fell to the ground in waves. The few hundred men didn't move at all, paralyzed on the ground like mud. Though their skin and flesh looked unharmed, their internal organs and bone structures were pulverized. Blood filled the ground as these elites didn't even realize that they had died. They only felt a massive force penetrating through their body, like an invisible man drilling through all. The stench of blood was no longer an illusion or feeling. Insane force. An ancestor from one clan could recognize this particular technique. All eyes were on Wuxia now in astonishment. This was a merit law left behind by the progenitor under the watch of several great powers, such as the main four. Other clans didn't have a chance to cultivate it. Everyone began guessing about his identity. Grand Tutor and Silver Fox were alarmed because Wuxia was definitely not from upper faction or sacred institution. The only possibility was that he was from the Wang clan. In the beginning, they thought he was an outsider, not an actual disciple from that clan. Suddenly, they came up with the same speculation, perhaps the Wang clan's new candidate for the throne was him. No, something is wrong. Han Feng from Ancient Temple had a weird expression as he murmured. He felt that the power of insane force earlier didn't come from Wuxia himself. But in the territory of a system, if it didn't come from a user, it meant that the system itself was the culprit. This power came from its Tao source. As members of a system, after reaching a certain level, they would be able to grasp the power of the grand Tao within the system or even borrow the majestic might of the Tao source. However, even true gods could only borrow a tiny part of this power. In Han Feng's eyes, this wasn't the case here. Wuxia didn't exert any of his own power. All of that technique earlier came from the Tao system. He found this impossible. To be able to completely control the power of the Tao source? There were only two possibilities, the progenitor or a future true emperor of the system standing at the apex. Well, this youth definitely couldn't be insane ancestor or a true emperor. How could he completely borrow the power of their system? That's why he was completely aghast but couldn't explain it at all. The whole thing was too bizarre. Han Feng's observation was perfect. Li Qiye only used the power of the Tao source indeed. Remember, he had all the laws of Insane Ancestor. It was too easy for him to control the power of Insane Court. Chapter 2170. The entire scene was quiet, only gasps could be heard. Li Qiye was unbelievably swift in his massacre of several hundred experts from the Peng clan. Furthermore, these experts were relatively renowned too. The crowd felt a chill by their neck after seeing the dead executioner, especially the clan members who had badmouthed Li Qiye earlier. They instinctively touched their neck, making sure that it was just fine. Not to mention Grand Tutor or Silver Fox, even the hidden ancestors from Upper Faction and Sacred Institution were shocked. Insane Force was not considered a top merit law among the ones left by Insane Ancestor, but a junior like Li Qiye using it to such a perfect level? No one from their faction would dare to say that they could use Insane Force better than him. He casually threw down the executioner like trash before looking over at Peng Chujun. Did you get a good look? That's how I killed your son. You. Chujun almost vomited blood after hearing this as if a hammer has just struck his chest. He took several steps back to compose himself. Li Qiye casually waved his hand and the shackles and chains on Shengping and Sijing crumbled. The two quickly got behind him. People say that I am merciless and cruel. Li Qiye said, that can't be further from the truth. So now, I will give you one chance. Commit suicide and I will spare your clan. A while ago, the crowd would sneer at him for making this declaration, but no more. All eyes were on Peng Chujun now. His pale expression wasn't so pretty. He naturally couldn't commit suicide because his clan could still go for an all-out attack. He didn't believe that a nameless junior could destroy the clan. Let's go! He shouted. Metal plates rushed out of the ground and formed a prison, trapping the three of Li Qiye. Inferno cage, huh? Looks like the Peng came prepared. Silver Fox was surprised to see this. He glanced at Chujun before telling Grand Tutor. This is a treasure created by a true god from their clan, quite mighty. An elder said with surprise. Chujun snorted and said, little brat, I'll kill you today to avenge my son. I'm afraid you will never have the chance, wanting to trap me with these scraps? Li Qiye smiled and said. Go. Chujun gave the order after being looked down upon. The experts from the clan ignited the flame in the cage. It didn't take long for a fire to come from all over the cage. It carried green rays resembling sharp blades, capable of flaying the flesh. The flame of a true god. The older experts instantly knew what was going on. This level of flame was capable of instantly rendering a weaker cultivator to ashes. You're dead. Peng Chujun declared while staring at the endless flame engulfing the group. He was eager to watch this grisly scene in order to satiate his thirst for revenge. So weak. A leisure voice came from inside. People looked at the cage and saw Li Qiye standing there nonchalantly. There was a faint glow exuded from him and enveloped Sijing and Shengping as well. None of them was touched by this flame. Chujun was aghast and gave an order, add more power, kill them. Several hundred more disciples joined the ranks and poured in their true energy like a flood into the cage. The flame became empowered as a result after a loud boom. This massive flame once again surged at the group and drowned them out completely. The howl of the flame resembled a raging fiery dragon, wishing to incinerate everything inside the cage to ashes. No longer seeing anything but the fire let Peng Chujun heave a sigh of relief. Same for Grand Tutor and Silver Fox. They have considered Li Qiye to be the representative of the Wang clan, a strong rival for them. His death would mean one less powerful enemy. Little animal, your ashes now. Peng Chujun was ecstatic, the joy of successful revenge permeated his very core. Boom! After he finished speaking, the cage suddenly started flying. The disciples empowering it were smashed to a pulp without the chance to scream. Some were rendered to mists of blood with haste. Deactivate it. The shocked Chujun gave the order. The experts from the back retreated, then leaped to the sky in order to avoid the flying cage. However, it was flying with an unstoppable momentum just like a meteor. Bam! 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 Rains of blood ensued after the initial impact. The ones that jumped into the sky weren't spared at all. It was a scene similar to a boulder rolling over mud statues. They had zero chance to resist. Bam! The cage finally slammed into the ground inches away from Peng Chujun. The frightened guy rolled back and escaped with the fastest speed. The plates finally came apart and fell on the ground. Wuxia and his two followers were standing there, not even a single hair of his was burnt. The crowd took a deep breath, some nearly dropped to the ground. Those who thought Wuxia was only boasting had the biggest reaction. We can't let him live. Both the young geniuses had a murderous glint in their eyes. Wuxia's power had exceeded their imagination. He was too big of a threat now. If he were to leave Ivory Gap alive, he could really become the future emperor. This was the best time for them to strike before the army of the Wang came along. Take him down. Several elders roared after seeing Wuxia so close to their clan master. They led the remaining disciples to kill Wuxia, not giving him a chance to breathe. Clank! 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 Two massive formations were formed, one in the shape of a spear and the other a saber. These were elite disciples instead. They have fought numerous battles for the court and showed their merciless prowess on the battlefield. Chapter 2171. The crowd nodded approvingly at the two formations piercing at Wuxia. The Peng deserved their current status, proven by their battle abilities. Ra! As the two formations were coming closer, a dragon roar came out of nowhere. To be more exact, it was a raging dragon letting the world know of its madness. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw Wuxia disappeared and replaced by a massive dragon. It went wild and raised its claws. Its energy and sharp claws destroyed everything in its path. The two formations in the form of a spear and saber were instantly broken. The troops returned, but the raging dragon rushed forward. The ranks were in disarray. Ah! Screams and blood were everywhere. The disciples of the Peng got their flesh torn to pieces. Blood went deep enough to fill the nearby gutters and ditches. The terrible stench made others want to puke. More than 1,000 disciples were being massacred in this manner. Their screams added to the horrifying atmosphere. After finishing its task, the dragon disappeared and Wuxia came back on top of the fleshy bits. He walked through the blood and carnage like a blossoming lotus. This was an Asura coming from hell. His nonchalant and leisure expression instilled fear to the very soul. Raging dragon! The ancestors from the clans shouted. One of them gasped and stated, "This is definitely a main branch disciple, groomed with all available resources." They thought about the Wang clan. Raging Dragon was one level higher than Insane Force, one of the most tyrannical arts left by Insane Ancestor. Clans of the four great powers, such as the Chen and Wang, had access to this particular merit law. However, not just anyone can cultivate this merit law. For example, many disciples could handle Insane Force, but not Raging Dragon. Only high-status and truly gifted disciple could do so. In their clans, those eligible to learn this technique were definitely the most important disciples, such as Silver Fox Su Jijia and Grand Tutor Chen Shuwei. At this moment, these ancestors confirmed that he was the next imperial candidate from the Wang. It didn't take long before the Peng was annihilated, leaving behind only Peng Chujun. This was a scene of hell that made some of the spectators vomit. Chujun was horrified and began to stagger backward as Li Qiye inched closer. Fear overwhelmed him. Of course, the rest of the crowd felt the same way while staring at Li Qiye. You're too cruel. He stabilized himself and decided to fight to the death. Cruel? Li Qiye said flatly, this is considered cruel? When one lives by the blade, they need to be ready to die to the blade. Such naive words coming from an old man like you. Without being cruel, others wouldn't have called me fiercest. Killing like this is only an appetizer to me, not worth mentioning. Chujun trembled after hearing this. Fiercest? People haven't heard of this title before, but they surely would have it memorized from now on. Only an appetizer, one spectator was shivering. Killing more than 1,000 disciples was only an appetizer? Then how terrible would the main course be? Blood would probably fill the sky. He didn't dare to imagine such a thing. Chujun was full of regrets. He had far underestimated Li Qiye, not expecting their legion to be unable to withstand a single blow. Unfortunately, it's too late for regret now. Li Qiye could read the guy and said, more often than not in life, people only get to make a choice once. There's no turning back now, one misstep and lose everything. Clank. Chujun took out a sword with endless flame oozing from it. Even those far away could sense its incredible heat. Boom! It exuded boundless light like the rebirth of a true god. A true god's weapon. An older expert recognized it right away, it's from their progenitor, a third-level true god treasure. The aura of a true god left others breathless. Chujun was channeling all of his energy into it so his progenitor's will was awakening. I'll take you down with me. Chujun roared, he had no other choice at the moment but to fight to the death. Clank. He unleashed a slash like the descent of a galaxy, capable of splitting the earth into two halves. Nothing could stop its sharpness. Li Qiye simply spread his palm in retaliation. Boom! In a split second, a massive tornado took form in the sky as if it was the end of the world. It could suck everything inside. The nearby area was completely ravaged and torn to pieces. A monstrous sword emerged from the tornado as its symbol, containing all of its destructiveness. Insane blade storm. An ancestor from sacred institution was horrified. Those who recognized this move felt the same way. This was a defining sword technique of Insane Court, one of the three greatest sword techniques. Moreover, only ancestors from the great clans could cultivate this particular technique. It represented the system's prestige and authority. Thus, these ancestors were naturally aghast to see it from a junior. Boom! The blade storm stopped Peng Chuju's slash. His true god sword was indeed ferocious but was unable to stop the tornado. The sword was blown flying, same with Chujun who was now completely bloodied. Crack! So many bones of his broke from the impact. At the same time, the sharp gales lacerated his flesh down to the bones. Some even penetrated his body completely. Bam! He fell on the ground. It took a long time before he could climb up again. It was a miracle that he was still alive. You shouldn't have attacked my followers. Today is your demise. Li Qiye said as he walked closer. Chujun was grievously wounded with no power to fight. He mustered all of his strength to crawl towards the camp of the Chen. Chapter 2172, Peng Chujun made it to the Chen's camp and instantly dropped to the ground due to the grave injuries. This was a bow that had been pulled back all the way with nothing left in reserve. Help me! He shouted. The Peng was a side branch in upper faction with a tradition of marriage alliances with the Chen. Though it wasn't the Chen's strongest ally, they were still quite close. Peng Chujun was a good friend with the Chen clan master, so there was no way they wouldn't help him. The Chen disciples immediately brought him into a tent for healing. The gong of war also resounded in the camp. Groups of soldiers instantly took formation in the area with their shield and sword ready. Cavalries also patrolled the camp. The entire place became an impregnable fortress of steel. There was no doubt they were prepared, as if they were ready to face a powerful enemy. All held their breath at this sight, shifting their sight at Wuxia then the Chen. Wuxia chuckled and slowly walked towards the camp. Each of his steps was very carefree but still struck the heart of everyone present, relatively to their vicinity to the Chen. It didn't take long before he made it outside. Ha! The clan members roared. They raised their spear with sharp reflection, aiming straight at him. This was a mountain consisting of layers of blades. He needed to get past all of them before making it inside. A murderous aura permeated the entire place. The crowd glanced at each other after seeing the strong defense. Chen was the pillar of upper faction, so this camp was a clear showing of their might, truly worthy of their reputation. This was enough to challenge any other sect in Insane Court. Please halt to avoid making a regrettable mistake, a clan member asserted. The warning was strong, but they were quite tense after seeing Wuxia's massacre earlier. They weren't confident in stopping this monster at all. Fortunately, their clan was much stronger compared to the Peng with unbelievably strong ancestors. These beings were their pillars. Rumble. A march resounded. Grand Tutor Chen Shuwei rushed over with 2 cavalries, completely covered in glowing armor, only exposing their eyes. These armor plates were clearly made from treasure metals that have undergone numerous refinements. They possessed immense defensively capability, impenetrable by regular experts. The 2 groups resembled 2 floods of steel capable of breaking through all obstacles. Such a mighty presence naturally instilled fear into the spectators. The Chen was worthy of their fame, proven by these experienced legions. Grand Tutor Chen Shuwei and his troops stopped Wuxia before the entrance, resulting in a tense atmosphere. Brotherly, please stop, an army camp is not the place for trespassing. Wuxia glanced at the troops and smiled, a bunch of fodders wanting to stop me? The crowd took a deep breath at the fierce statement, but they took it in stride after witnessing his swift and murderous disposal of the Peng earlier. Shuwei's expression became extremely unsightly. The Chen might not be the strongest lineage and their cavalry might not be the strongest group, but both were definitely among the top 5 in Insane Court. But now, Wuxia viewed them as nothing, paying no mind to their battle-hardened prowess. How could Shuwei not be angry? The members of the 2 cavalries behind Shuwei angrily stared at their foe, feeling the same anger as Shuwei. You're too arrogant. Shuwei's tone turned cold. There is always a better man and a taller mountain, experts appear in waves in this world, you think you are unbeatable? Wuxia chuckled, that proverb is indeed true, but it doesn't apply to me. I am invincible, and plus, you're only a bunch of nobodies. The second disdainful response made the group tremble with rage. So many experts would bow their head after seeing this legion, but not Wuxia. Please return, our Chen clan is not receiving guests today, excuse us. A powerful voice came about from an old man coming out of the camp. He stood there, as tough as a pine tree with a majestic presence. Hair completely gray and eyes flashing like the stars, a stately combination. The energy of a true saint engulfed the area like a tsunami. The Chen clan master, a retired high minister. Someone recognized his identity and shouted. People felt respect right away, some even expressed it with a slight bow. This was Chen Taihe, the current master of his clan. He was also a high minister once, quite renowned in Insane Court. He eventually retreated from the limelight in order to support his son, Chen Shuwei. The guy was also quite powerful on top of everything else as a grand true saint. People were quite surprised to see him here at Ivory Gap. Remember, the late emperor was only a grand true king. He was one realm above the emperor of the system. From this, one could easily tell of his status. Nevertheless, Li Qiye only gave him a casual glance. I don't give a damn whether you're seeing guests or not. Hand over Peng Chujun and I can overlook this. Chen Shuwei wasn't happy to hear this, but his father took it much better: find mercy and benevolence when possible. The Peng had lost and paid a great price. They won't dare to oppose you any longer, so it should be fine for you to spare its clan master. Taihe was being quite reasonable, so the crowd turned towards Li Qiye for his response. An ant telling an elephant to do, how amusing. Li Qiye chuckled, I do things in a very simple manner. If you don't hand him over, I'll flatten your clan. The choice is yours. How impudent. The excitable Shu Wei was the first to shout. All the Chen disciples followed suit. A public declaration of demise? It was such disrespect for their clan. How could they ignore such blatant provocation? Li Qiye, on the other hand, found his declaration to be quite ordinary, evident by the faint smile on his face. Even Chen Taihe was affected now. His expression became less friendly. Don't push it, we won't sit idly by and watch if you continue on this path. They needed to protect Peng Chujun at all cost today. The Peng was still their ally and servant. If they couldn't protect their little brother right now, then how could other clans in upper faction be willing to listen to them? Chapter 2173, Li Qiye smiled at Taihe in response, then so be it, I shall trample all of you. I hope that some strong foes will come out, just your group alone is so weak, not interesting at all. Do your worst now so that I can warm up. The Chen disciples didn't take this comment too well. Some of them were famous experts, not used to such contempt and disrespect. Alas, they needed to restrain themselves until an order is given. At that point, they would be the first to rush forward to take this guy down. The Chen is not to be trifled with. Even saints have a limit to their tolerance. Taihe was naturally furious now and scowled. His aura erupted like a raging dragon, a symbol of his fury. Strands of light exuded from the camp to form a massive wave engulfing everything to the astonishment of the spectators. In the blink of an eye, it was as if all could see an invincible existence before them. Everyone wanted to kneel before the aura of a true god. The Qin clan has a true god here. An older expert murmured. The crow then realized why the Chen was so confident. So they even brought a true god along. All the other sects here would need to think carefully before messing with them now. How many true gods from upper faction are here then? Another old man wondered. There weren't that many of them in Insane Court due to its declination. Moreover, the majority of true gods were from the four great powers. Anyone would feel respectful towards these beings. Though a true saint is only one realm below a true god, this particular gap was immense, like the distance between heaven and earth. Only a true god would be eligible to see the peak of 3 immortal worlds. Anything less was trivial. What was the biggest difference between these realms? A true god was a god, while all the realms below were mortals. This was also a necessary step before one could become a true emperor. I don't think Li Qiye can do it. It didn't matter which true god was here from the Chen, but one was enough. The crowd was aware of his might but didn't think he was a true god just yet. The only person in their system right now that could do so at such a young age was Chu Qingling. This so-called fiercest might be fierce, but he can't take on a true god. If he's smart, he would come up with an excuse to de-escalate this situation. An older expert thought. In fact, it wasn't shameful to back down before a true god at all. No one would mock Li Qiye in this situation. Chu Qingling wasn't capable of fighting against an older true god. She still needed more time and experience. That's all? Li Qiye remained calm. A true god is still only an ant before becoming an ascender, eternal, or true emperor. Anything less is insignificant. Everyone took a deep breath. He had a wonderful display of strength earlier, but he could be overstepping his bound with this statement. Who does he think he is? A true emperor? A person snorted, unhappy with the arrogant statement. An ascender true god is already unbeatable enough. An eternal true god is eligible to enter immortal lineage and more than enough to look down on myriad lineage. They are very important and influential in emperor lineage too. I don't think anyone in this world can make this comment with a straight face. Another elder felt the same way. A regular true god was strong enough, but ascenders and eternals were supreme existences. A statement like this virtually offended all the true gods in myriad lineage. Humph. A thunderous scowl came from the camp with a destructive presence. The weaker experts in the crowd bent their knees, unable to resist this power. The crowd became frightened. The power of a true god far exceeded their own. Clearly, the true god from the Chen was dissatisfied with that comment earlier. Nevertheless, this god wasn't in a hurry to take action. I'm merely stating the truth. Li Qiye ignored the scowl and smiled. In three immortals, progenitors are at the apex. Eternals are only the starting point. Ignorant fool. Chen Shuwei shouted, "You're not qualified to challenge our ancestor. Beat us first, then try saying that again." Li Qiye gave him a glance and said with a lazy tone, "Just a punch or two is enough to take care of your group." Shuwei has never been treated like this before. As the grand tutor of the court, so many nobles would bow towards him, taking pride in calling him brother. His face turned red from the contempt. "Very well, we'll see just how strong you are." He finally took out a weapon. An imperial aura engulfed the area with strands of might tearing the clouds and sky vault apart. An imperial weapon. People shuddered at the remnant energy oozing from it. Shu Wei was holding an unreasonably long whip with both hands. They looked like two whiskers from a dragon. Thus, this resulted in him being the head of a dragon while the two cavalries behind him were the body. These strands of power were as sharp as heavenly swords. The whip itself emitted a draconic aura. A foreign Dao weapon at the imperial level. Someone else had a better evaluation of this weapon. Dragon Whisker Whip. One elder even recognized its name and murmured, "A true emperor from the Qin refined a dragon's whiskers into this weapon." The Qin naturally had produced some true emperors before. Rumor has it that one of them killed a dragon and turned its whiskers into a whip. People were naturally in awe at this sight. Though Shu Wei was only a minor true king, he turned into something different while holding this imperial weapon. It would allow him to challenge a grand true god, or even fight against a true saint without a similar weapon. These weapons left behind by the true emperors were too powerful. "It's nice being from a big clan," one spectator noted with envy. For many clan members, just having a true god's weapon was amazing enough, let alone an imperial weapon. Chapter 2174, Boom. 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 The two groups behind Shu Wei armed themselves with shields. These shields were onyx in shade, created by ash steel refined many times into true metal. They resembled the scales now on a dragon with flashing glimmers. "Let's see what you got, Li." Chen Shuwei shouted and lashed forward with his whip to initiate the formation. Boom! The shields behind him exuded a dazzling radiance with Dao runes. These runes came together to form a blindingly bright formation. Ra! The mad roar of a dragon scared all the beasts and birds nearby, rendering them paralyzed on the ground while trembling with fear. A gigantic dragon came into being, black in appearance with chilling metallic scales. It had a long and thick pair of whiskers, seemingly containing the entire strength of the beast, capable of sweeping through everything. It presided in front of the camp like a great mountain. When it showed its sharp fangs, the ground was as fragile as paper, evident by the 5 deep marks. People were naturally frightened. This dragon had the power to easily kill a minor true king. Remember, Chen Shuwei was at this level. Even his 2 legions didn't have anyone above this realm. However, their combined effort created a being far more powerful. He relied on the Dragon Whisker Whip to create a draconic formation, nearly multiplying their strength by 1,000-fold. Strong indeed, funneling the power of several hundred experts into an imperial weapon. Even a true saint won't be able to take it. This is something capable of fighting a true god. A clan member was aghast. Eat this! Chen Shuwei roared, and the dragon imitated him before smashing its claw down at Li Qie. Space was shattering like glass even before the final impact. This was enough to crush the world itself, to the horror of the crowd. Some grand true saints weren't confident in escaping unscathed. A bit interesting. Li Qie smirked without any batting an eye. Ra! A draconic aura also crazily oozed from him in the shape of a wild dragon. It was strong enough to crush the sky vault. Raging dragon. The experts and ancestors here recognized the merit law. Some were still shocked despite it being his second time using the technique. They thought about it and knew that it was impossible for them to reach this efficiency using the technique. Boom! The raging dragon stopped the claw from the gigantic one. The world quaked by the impact. It was a successful defense, but the raging dragon exploded into multidirectional gales that cut through the trees nearby. Die now, brat! Shu Wei didn't expect for Li Qie to easily stop an attack from their formation and imperial weapon. The whiskers came down again from the sky. At the very apex, the 2 suddenly became infinitely larger, like 2 mountain ranges slamming down, capable of crushing all of Ivory Gap. Rumble. Their size wasn't the scary part compared to their imperial aura pouring down like a waterfall. The strongest things in the formation were the 2 whiskers, containing both the power of the whip and the formation. Boom! The crowd was astonished by this star-moving power. Some people couldn't help screaming. That's too much. A true saint murmured before this attack. It was impossible to run from the 2 whiskers slamming down on both sides. Just a child's play. Li Qie casually raised his hand and created numerous sword hymns. Countless swords flew to the sky and sang their song. Eventually, these heavenly swords expanded to a massive size, able to cut down the celestials above. They culminated into a gigantic sword Dao that could reach anywhere in the world. Boom! The whiskers suddenly felt insignificant before this sword Dao. It pierced through the whiskers and even gained more momentum. The gigantic dragon was the next victim to this dragon-slaying thrust. The dragon was falling down, but Li Qie didn't stop there. The monstrous swords behind him slashed downward. Not to mention a dragon, even an army of gods would die instantly. The beast was cut into countless pieces, resulting in a rain of flesh and blood. At the same time, heads were flying in the sky. The experts from the Chen couldn't dodge this massacre. The swords decapitated virtually all of them as blood gushed from their open neck. The heads could actually see their severed body but couldn't say anything despite opening their mouth wide. Insane sword Dao. Han Feng from Ancient Temple was amazed. Even the ancestors here gasped in response. The name of this technique was too much to take. Boom! Shu Wei was cut down from the sky and fell heavily into the ground, grievously injured. He was the only survivor in this formation thanks to the timely protection of the Dragon Whisker Whip. Nevertheless, his head was nearly cut off, so the pale youth was stricken with fear. Chapter 2175. The bloodied Shu Wei ran for the camp and his father, Chen Taihe, immediately helped him inside. The world was robbed of all sounds. Everyone was shocked by both the scene and the sword technique. They stared at him, agape, unable to regain their wits. How does he have it? One ancestor blurted in astonishment. This was the strongest sword technique and merit law in Insane Court, an invincible Tao left behind by Insane Ancestor. It was unique and majestic on top of being exceedingly hard to learn. No one among the young generation could do it, not even Chu Qingling. She herself wasn't qualified to start this training. Furthermore, this was one of the most guarded secrets in the system. Few could make contact with it, let alone being eligible to train. Only a tiny number of ancestors had this privilege. For example, the Chen clan had ancestors at the true god level, but none of them could learn this sword technique. But now, this nameless youth had demonstrated his mastery over it. No one knew where he learned it from. Of course, they didn't think he stole it. Not to mention that the merit law was guarded in the safest location. Even if he could get it, how could a junior like him grasp the profundity of this sword Tao without a teacher? At the same time, they didn't think that an ancestor had secretly taught it to him. This was a huge deal. Someone who knew this technique wouldn't dare to teach it to his disciple, for it would be disrespectful to the forefathers. The consequence of this action would be grave. His identity became even more of a mystery while the crowd thirsted for an answer. Just who are you? Chen Taihe was stunned too. There was a disciple in Insane Court eligible to learn this technique that he didn't know about? In theory, all the ancestors in the system should be aware of this. You're killer. Li Qie chuckled. Chen Taihe's expression became ugly due to the difficult situation he found himself in. If they were to concede, it would be a great blow to their reputation and prestige. The clans in upper faction would stop relying on them, they would lose their advantage in the competition for the throne. But if they were to keep on fighting, they would need to pay a great price. The worst thing was that they still didn't know of this guy's identity and background. Our clan isn't easily bullied even if you have the Wang as your backing. We're still someone in Insane Court. Taihe uttered coldly. He wasn't actually too confident in this threat. Nevertheless, such strong rhetoric was necessary for this situation. So what? Chen and upper faction? Just nobodies in my eyes, waiting to be bullied. Li Qie smiled in response. The listeners were amazed because upper faction was made up of many clans and sections. Li Qie wasn't only offending the Chen but also the rest of the members in upper faction. Nevertheless, these people only glared angrily at him. Few would dare to oppose him at this moment. Li Qie continued walking towards the Chen's camp. The remaining experts pointed their swords and spears at him. Alas, they kept on retreating, betrayed by their own fear of his power. This was an unstoppable momentum pushing a tide of steel back. These experts glanced back at Taihe, waiting for a command. Taihe was deadly pale, wanting to give an order to fight the death but afraid that it might be in vain. Buzz. Suddenly, a pillar as red as blood shot out of the massive abyss in Ivory Gap. Next, bloody mist and clouds instantly stained the sky red, resulting in a beautiful spectacle. What's going on? Everyone turned their attention towards the abyss. They could smell a medicinal appearance from this immortal-like brilliance. The scent of ginseng. One guy tasted the air with the tip of his tongue and commented. Smaller rays were now coming out of the abyss, different from the massive one earlier. They carried a sparkling and translucent glow just like crystals. A figure finally rushed out of the abyss, only the size of a fist. This was a ginseng root with a humanoid shape with many tendrils growing from it. It looked a bit jolted, seemingly scared of something. The strong medicinal smell overwhelmed the senses. Everyone felt as if they were on air, a sense of indescribable comfortability. They couldn't help but breathe in more. The blood ginseng. It was obvious what this item was. An ancestor instantly rushed towards the abyss in order to grab it. The rest of the crowd followed him. The ginseng was horrified and jumped back deeper into the abyss. "Where do you think you're going?" The first ancestor gave chase. "Don't let it run." More jumped down into the abyss. It was a scene of chaos, people toppling over one another in order to catch the ginseng. Some shouted and cried, wanting nothing more than to be the first down there. They no longer cared about the battle. This fun show was not as important as the blood ginseng. Wuxia also stopped the assault with the appearance of this ginseng king. He leaped on top of a hill in Ivory Gap and crouched down for a look, not at the ginseng but something else. He looked at the mud on the ground. It appeared normal at first, but one would quickly spot a thin line of metallic runes occasionally flashing and moving beneath. His eyes became fixated on it. He was the first to spot this thing due to the trap he had laid on the Tao Foundation earlier. Chapter 2176. Everyone rushed for the abyss in order to capture the blood ginseng with the exception of the disinterested Wuxia. He remained on a high vantage point in order to watch the flashing golden line on the ground. It looked like this item was prudent, wily, and possessed an incredible moving ability. The blood ginseng could even be viewed as a distraction so that no one else would notice its appearance. Wuxia remained patient, aware that it was only a matter of time. Nevertheless, someone has been watching him the whole time as well, Silver Fox Sujijia. This youth didn't care much for the ginseng root either. In his mind, Wuxia was far more valuable. Moreover, these great powers weren't here for the ginseng. It would be nice to have but wasn't overly crucial. The experts from Sacred Institution and Upper Faction didn't mobilize like the rest of the crowd. Their ancestors have given an order about a more important task. This abyss was actually a pit dug by so many people. Layers of earth were taken away, resulting in its current bottomless form. The ginseng was fast enough to make it all the way down there. No one knew where it ran due to the sheer size of the pit, so it disappeared from sight. Nevertheless, some didn't give up and began to excavate once more. It didn't take long before there were explosions and rocks flying everywhere. Unfortunately, even if they dug out every inch of this land, they still wouldn't be able to find it. Damn! Everyone climbed out of the abyss and lamented. One elder said, "This ginseng is probably 10 million years of age with a conscience now. A true god might need to take action." There was nothing they could do outside of leaving the pit and cursing the situation. They were here for the ginseng and only managed to catch glimpses of it. They turned their sight towards Wuxia and Upper Faction. However, he was only standing on a hill while the people from Upper Faction were just closing their camps, completely on guard and ready for battle. Are they not fighting? A spectator wondered. Poof! A virtually indiscernible noise came as something slightly protruded from the mud as if it was swimming. Wuxia's eyes became serious after seeing this development. Nevertheless, he remained as still as a statue instead of acting rashly and alarming the thing. It was only testing the water with this movement. In the blink of an eye, an arrow came flying overhead. It wasn't aiming at him, but he was still displeased nonetheless. It penetrated the hill he was standing on and the thing beneath the mud instantly disappeared again. Wuxia's expression turned cold. He waited all this time for that thing to come out for naught. He glanced over at the camp of Sacred Institution and saw Silver Fox with a drawn bow. That arrow clearly came from him. He didn't know that a death god was approaching, only thinking about the mysteries behind that hill, judging by Wuxia's serious expression. His scouting attempt had ruined Wuxia's business. This attracted the crowd's attention. People felt that the particular shot wasn't too aggressive, only a type of provocation. Wuxia was now heading for that camp with a cold glare. Their experts naturally drew their weapons. Shields formed massive walls in order to stop Li Qie. This powerful institution dreaded Li Qie right now, thinking that this fiercest was too much. You courted death. Li Qie told Su Jijia. Fellow Daoist Li, I simply shot it at the sky, not aiming for anyone. Ivory Gap is so large, you can't forbid everyone from doing what they want, right? Jijia powerfully responded. I see, and if I want to do that? Li Qie's eyes flashed. Please be reasonable, Insane Court is such a place where logic and laws win. Jijia felt that he had reasons on his side, so he wasn't afraid. Unfortunately for you, I am the laws and logic. No mercy for those who ruin my business. Li Qie smiled. Those who were familiar with him would know that this was the smile of an execution sentence. Sir, please return, we bear no ill will. An old man came out of this camp with a cloak on. He walked proudly and spoke resoundingly, it's not wise to create enemies everywhere. The Lord of Northern Territory. Someone shouted after seeing the old man. He was Su Jijia's father and the current leader of Northern Territory. His status in the system was not inferior to Chen Taihe. I'll leave after killing your son. Li Qie coldly said. The members of this camp were startled and exchanged glances, thinking that this person was too much. That's why he calls himself fiercest. A guy whispered, beating the crap out of the Chen clan earlier and now Northern Territory is next. He's going to beat all four great powers at this rate. Some were actually quite amused because if the four great powers were to be defeated, it meant that the replacements could come soon enough. It would not only be a change in the emperor but also the birth of an entirely new dynasty. People became excited at this thought, anticipating each of his next moves. A vexed voice came from inside the camp, return now or we won't be polite any longer. Li Qie, we're being respectful to you right now. You think we're made of paper, so easily torn apart? Silver Fox coldly said. He has been itching to try and defeat Li Qie. You're right. Li Qie casually raised his hand. A sword of a spectator nearby flew right into his grasp. He pointed at Silver Fox and said, I will cut you down today. Brat, you think we'll let you do as you please? An expert from the camp angrily shouted. Kill him. Silver Fox gave the command before taking out a saber full of imperial energy. First it was Shu Wei with his imperial whip. Now Silver Fox had one too. Quite enviable to be from such a background. The experts from the camp quickly formed a formation. They were also experienced in battle without any weak member. Because of this, swords and sabers erupted like volcanoes while they rushed for their foe. Idiots! Li Qie snorted and his sword began a hymn while sending off a flood of rays. This slash cut down the stars far in the horizon. It was unstoppable and would turn all into ashes. The attacking horde suddenly stopped, the entire front line was wiped out. More than 1,000 experts became bloody mists in a single move. Even those who barely survived the slash got dismembered. One sword to slay 1,000 was no longer a sentence describing a legendary tale. Li Qie was doing it in person. Jijia's weapon was unleashing a massive amount of energy. The void was breaking from its pressure. Alas, this imperial weapon and its waterfall-like slash were not enough to stop the rays coming from Li Qie's sword. Retreat! The Lord of Northern Territory wanted to help his son after seeing this. It was too late. The rays continued forward and aimed for Silver Fox's head. His head was way up in the air before blood started to gush out. Chapter 2177, Su Jijia could actually watch the blood gushing from his neck. Li Qie added another slash and the severed body got cut into two pieces. Internal organs and blood made a grisly puddle. Jijia was still watching the whole thing. His mouth opened, wanting to scream but no words could come out. Jier! The Northern Lord shouted in horror, but it was too late to save his son. The first slash killed 1,000 while the second took down Silver Fox. The world came to a still, assaulted with the stench of blood. Everyone shuddered after seeing this. When people calmed down, they looked back at Wuxia with a changed perspective. This ordinary youth was a death god now, a terrifying monster that could make oceans of blood. Fiercest. One appreciated this particular title much more. Perhaps he was the only one worthy of this nickname, for it was too apparent. The pale lord trembled, thinking that he was too slow. Little animal, Northern Territory will never let this go until one side is dead. His furious roar echoed across the area. His fury wished to drown the whole world. Nothing was in his mind outside of vengeance. Then I shall destroy your Northern Territory. Wuxia nonchalantly said, a striking contrast to the furious lord. Children of the North, avenge your young lord. The lord picked up his son's imperial saber. Its sharp glow fixated on Wuxia. Boom! All the experts from this region gathered together and came behind him. They resembled fierce tigers, ready to pounce and tear Wuxia to pieces. There was no doubt that Northern Territory was quite influential in sacred institution. He could gather enough men with one call. The legion was full of bloodthirst, all enemies would tremble before their torrential rage. Fools! Wuxia glanced at this army of more than 10,000 experts. Brother, our upper faction has your back to eliminate this guy. The army of the Qin immediately made it to this area as well and surrounded Wuxia from the back. Chen Taihe personally led an army of a similar size to the northern region. They have made up their mind to kill Wuxia at all cost. In fact, Sacred Institution felt the same way. It didn't matter whether he was from the Wan clan or not, he was way too big of a threat now. As long as he was around, they should stop thinking about competing for the throne. The scarier part was that when he fully matured, their factions wouldn't even have a place to stay in Insane Court. Thus, the ancestors from these two powers agreed with the current course of action, whether it be to avenge the dead disciples or to destroy a future threat. This was the only way to have peace of mind in the future. The experts from the two factions surrounded in a perfect manner. Murderous energy permeated the air, ready for an eruption of battle. Meanwhile, Wuxia coolly stood there and threw away his sword as if he didn't need it. The two armies were nothing in his eyes, just another day and another leisure stroll. People held their breath, thinking about how strong the two factions would be when working together. I can't believe these two factions are working together, and against a junior at that. A clan ancestor said. Though the four great powers were working for Insane Court, they have always been rivals or even enemies. Conflicts and schemes always happened in the shadows and in the court. The death of the emperor made the competition even fiercer. Today, they were working together. Chen Taihe himself came to help. No one would expect such a thing. The Northern Lord and Chen Taihe were putting aside their numerous feuds and grievances in order to deal with Wuxia first. More people, more fun. Unfortunately, number is meaningless. Only more to die. Wuxia smiled freely and said. The spectators were amazed at his nonchalant attitude despite being surrounded. Those who didn't like him before were still admiring his courage, knowing that they wouldn't be able to keep their legs from trembling. Little animal, we'll peel your skin today. The Northern Lord wanted nothing more than to taste his flesh and drink his blood. A fool is not suitable to be the lord of a clan. Wuxia commented, your Northern Territory is done for. The only thing I know is that you won't be leaving this place alive. Chen Taihe joined in. Taihe was feeling much better because he didn't lose a son to Wuxia. Nevertheless, he was still ready to go all out. Wuxia glanced at the armies and said, you're all only walking towards your death, very well, since all you fools have made the effort to gather here, I'll take care of everything all at once so that I won't have to make multiple trips. After killing you all, upper faction and sacred institution will become trivial. Humph. A snort came from the northern camp. The aura of a true god tore apart the sky vault. It was as ferocious as a primal beast. This camp also had a true god around. This being was now enraged by Wuxia's arrogance. The fury of a true god naturally frightened the crowd. Just this alone was enough to make people shudder. If one were to come out right now, the crowd would bend their knees. Why are these true gods here? An elder thought about something else. True gods were very prestigious in Insane Court and rarely appeared. Were they really here just for a blood ginseng? No, because they just needed to say the word and so many would work for them. Only true gods, no need to be so haughty in front of me. I'll slay these nobodies, then we'll slay you gods. Well, no, god slaying sounds too much of a praise. Wuxia retorted. People gasped after hearing this. God slaying wasn't something so easily uttered. Even a clan would dare to say so. Chapter 2178, God-slaying wasn't an easy topic. No one would dare to talk about it because it could incite the wrath of the true gods. At worst, it would bring about a sect-destroying calamity. Such shameless and disrespectful bragging towards your ancestors. Chen Taihe shouted back. Wuxia casually responded, disrespectful towards the ancestors? Just a bunch of fake gods claiming to be the orthodox branch. Unfortunately, the dynasty is always changing in Insane Court. There is no main branch. Some of the reticent crowd agreed with this particular statement. In fact, throughout the years, numerous clans have taken charge of Insane Court, too many to count. The so-called orthodox branch was only the current one in charge. Today, one can be the main branch and tomorrow, someone else. The only unchanging factor was the Tao source and the system. Arrogant child, will deliver justice in the heaven's stead, to rid the system of a disrespectful villain like you. The Northern Lord cried out. Both Chen Taihe and the Northern Lord wanted to represent the side of justice and sentenced Wuxia to be a disrespectful wretch in order to obtain the moral high ground. Very well, let's not waste more words then. Make your move. Wuxia smiled, go first so others won't say that I didn't give you all a chance to fight back. Such blatant contempt made the experts from the two factions livid. Let's go. Chen Taihe ordered. More than 1,000 disciples from the Chen formed a maelstrom of a formation. It emitted a terrible imperial aura because Taihe was using a mirror as red as fire, hanging at the center of the maelstrom. Crimson Imperial Mirror, a sect elder was able to recognize its background as a true emperor treasure. After all, this used to be an imperial clan. Their ancestors have left behind amazing treasures for the descendants, not something that could be said about the rest. Boom! The Northern Lord assumed the same formation and several thousand disciples turned into an enormous scorpion, taller than 10 mountains, with claws easily capable of crushing one. Nothing seemed capable of stopping a direct strike. Its tail was incredibly long and capable of shooting out poisonous needles. Not even the stars were safe. The Northern Lord was raising an urn with both hands, it exuded enough chilling energy that could herald an ice age. This particular urn was located in the heart of the Scorpion Formation, acting as its core. People would think of it as a beating heart. Archaic Ice Urn. Another ancestor bellowed its name. If the chilling energy inside were to be released, it would definitely freeze over everything. In just a short time, these maelstrom and scorpion formations surrounded Wuxia. Of course, the fella was still undeterred and smiling like always. He casually raised his hand and the power of the Grand Tao erupted. Clank! More sword hymns came about, resulting in countless heavenly swords floating in the sky like waterfalls. Their monstrous sword energies gathered into an ocean of sharpness. Though they varied in sizes, some were big enough to reach the celestials above. Their gradual appearance resembled a peacock spreading its tail, acting as a defensive measure for Wuxia in the back. Insane Sword Dao. The spectators were amazed after seeing this Sword Dao once more. Who the hell is he? Why is he so good at this ancestral sword technique? No, even to a master level. An ancestor wondered. Only the very top experts of the ancestors in Insane Court could cultivate this technique. They were above dealing with politics and rather traveled around as sages. Wuxia was definitely not one of them. If we were to talk about the best users of this sword technique, true masters of its profundities, they would be the guardians of the Tao source. One master stated. But these guardians simply didn't come into being and kept a low profile unless the system itself was facing an existential crisis. The ancestors from Sacred Institution scowled. It had to be said that they were jealous after seeing this art since they couldn't cultivate it yet a junior was able to. Take him down. The two leaders roared at the same time. The experts in the formations instantly activated their unbeatable formations. Boom! The maelstrom unleashed a pulsing current, akin to the fury of the high heaven itself. It also carried the flame of a true emperor. All were fragile like dried branches before it. Bam! The gigantic scorpion also attacked with both claws. A divine mountain would fall before such force. More importantly, it also fired needles straight for Wuxia's heart. Escaping was quite futile once locked on. These needles pierced through the temporal fabric and were inches from his heart before he could do anything. Both the potentially fatal attacks gave him no chance to retaliate. So strong. The neutral ancestors here were aghast. Only a true god would be able to handle this situation due to the presence of two imperial weapons. However, they would also need an imperial weapon. This was the reason why these two factions were part of the four great powers. Their power was proportional to their current status and influence. Clank! The swords behind Wuxia gathered to form walls all around him, sealing an entire world in order to stop all attacks. Boom! The pulsing current was still stopped by this wall of swords. It continued to crazily beam forward with waves after waves, causing space to tremble. Alas, the world-sealing capability of the swords deterred anything from ever breaking through. On the other side, more swords turned into a boundless sword Dao against the ferocious claws of the scorpion. Their momentum could sweep and pull a world inside. The sword Dao spread into two parts, stopping one claw each with its toughness. Not a single mark was left on these Dao swords despite the sheer force of the smash. Finally, the needles aiming for his heart were repelled as well. One sword was hovering right before his chest to stop them. Chapter 2179. As long as the Tao was around, the swords would be omnipresent. This was the fundamental belief of Insane Sword Dao. This Tao would represent everything, acting as the supreme. The crowd was shocked to see the successful defense and blinded by the dazzling spectacle. Damn, some started salivating with envy. This was the ultimate sword Dao of Insane Ancestor. Not to mention the lower worlds, it had countless battle achievements in immortal lineage as well. Everyone in the system knew of its fame, but now, to actually see it in person? This was broadening their horizon and astounding them to the core. In fact, the ancestors from Sacred Institution and Upper Faction were watching this fight with great interest, especially Wuxia's every move and technique. They didn't want to miss a single detail because they haven't successfully trained in this art before. Perhaps they could find some clues through him. Die already! The two leaders instantly changed their style while commanding their troops to add more true energy into the formations. The maelstrom now shot out an imperial flame to fuel the pulsing current with an amplified magnitude. The scorpion spat out a chilling energy, same with the urn. This coldness drowned the entire world. Everything was trapped in a freezing process, including the heavenly swords. The fire and ice attacks weren't aimed at Wuxia. They came together like a planet slamming into an ocean, creating a massive wave. Buzz. They fused together and expanded to form a massive symbol of yin and yang. The yin-yang flow could refine everything, so space and time became its first victims. All started to melt from this insane reinforcement. The swords inside the sword Dao were melting as well, incapable of stopping this process. How can this be? People gasped. One guy had a deep inside, why do these two powers know this combined technique? No one expected this combination of ice and fire to form the yin and yang because the two powers have always been antagonistic towards each other. There was no way for their formations to work together so seamlessly. I've heard of this before, the Chen and Northern Territory working together on a supreme killing technique. Most considered this to be a false rumor though. One ancestor quietly said. This scene was proving otherwise, the rumor was indeed true. The melting speed accelerated, the sword Dao was falling apart at a rapid rate. Wuxia would be the next victim with nothing left of him after the fact. Alright, even a true god can't take this one, unless they're at the grand level. A minor or intermediate true god would be refined right away. One sect master was horrified. This was indeed incredible. These two powers possessed a god-slaying power even before involving their own true gods. The ancestors there watched this whole thing. If this ace card couldn't kill this junior, he would be too devilish. They would have no choice but to join in themselves and go all out to kill him. Buzz. Wuxia was now melting. Death was certain if he didn't leave the area. I don't think he can do it, not even with the insane sword Dao. One spectating ancestor believed. Is that so surprising? He's up against two great powers, none in our system can do it without trembling with fear. It's his fault for being too arrogant, creating two powerful enemies at once. So unwise. One sect master shook his head with a tinge of regrets. Your maker calls, brat. The Northern Lord howled, finally breathing a sigh of relief after personally obtaining revenge for his son. And here I thought you all would have something special, but this is it. Oh well, my turn. Wuxia simply smiled. The sword Dao that was melting suddenly became resplendent. Strands of swords soared to the sky and broke apart the yin and yang layer. Next, immortal swords emerged and rotated around him, right below his chest. It looked as if he had a pair of wings made out of swords now. Just one flap of it could cut through all in this world. I'll allow you all to have the privilege of witnessing the real insane sword Dao. He roared as the wings flapped, allowing him to escape from the yin and yang, exceeding time and space. The cut actually tore apart the fabrics of reality and created a void zone. Clank. The sword rays were massive and stacked on top of each other as the wings came down. The maelstrom and scorpion were annihilated with haste. Pluff. Blood instantly filled the sky in quick gushes. The wings have assaulted the formations and massacred several thousand disciples from both sides. Heads started flying again, a common yet still beautiful scene today. Stop. Northern Territory's camp was the closest and a true god finally reached out with a massive palm in order to save the two leaders. However, the two wings came together as one and turned into an enormous immortal sword to slash the hand. Blood spilled once more. The frightened true god pulled back in time or he would have lost a hand. Despite possessing two imperial weapons with a true god's assistance, Chen Taihe and the Northern Lord still couldn't escape their fate today. The immortal sword swept by horizontally and off with their heads. They saw their own body hitting the ground, their eyes overwhelmed with fear about the realization of death. It was all too late. There was no one left alive on the battlefield. Several thousand experts were lying in their own pool of blood, bodies in one place, heads rolling to another. Indignation and disbelief were the general expressions found on these severed heads. Chapter 2180, The smell of blood permeated and worsened the atmosphere. As it lingered at the tip of the nose, the frightened and trembling crowd felt the urge to vomit while looking at the corpses on the ground. Breathing became ragged, standing became a struggle. It didn't take long for Wuxia to take care of several thousand experts from the two powers, including the two leaders with imperial weapons at their disposal. Not even a true god was able to save them. That's the insane sword Dao. Ancestors were amazed just like the rest. Fame aside, few in the system had a good grasp on the actual power of this renowned sword Dao. They only had a general idea at best. Today, Wuxia vividly displayed its might before everyone. They finally understood why this was the strongest sword Dao in the system. Perhaps there was no other merit law on the same level in Insane Court. Its name became a palpitating whisper, all disciples would want nothing more than to cultivate it. I've had enough of you. The short interim was interrupted by an echoing shout. The aura of a true god ravaged the region like a storm. Furthermore, more and more appeared. The gods from these two factions have been infuriated, not expecting for Wuxia's sword Dao to be at this high level. It was already too late when they tried to save Chen Taihe and the Northern Lord. One of them nearly got their hand cut off during the attempt. Being threatened and even wounded by a junior was too humiliating and rage-inducing. The crowd lost their stance after being assaulted by this tempestuous fury of multiple high gods. Some were actually blown flying. Wuxia remained unperturbed. So what? It's no different than killing a couple of chicken. Don't keep on hiding like cowards that can only run their mouth. Come out and wash your neck so that I can decapitate all of you. This was everyone's first time hearing such disdain towards the true gods. This guy didn't give a damn about these beings and was ready to slay them. Such a domineering attitude was unprecedented. Eyes darted around, everyone thought that his title was two apartment boom. The camp of Sacred Institution exploded with power. A tent grew larger and larger before being turned to dust completely from the aggressive divine aura. 3 people came out of the camp, each of their steps caused the ground to quake. All were old with a pulsing brilliance and majestic true energy. Their eyes were nightmarish for weaker cultivators. The god trio from Sacred Institution, and their leader too, Thunderstorm. This power is going all out. An elder was aghast. Their reputation preceded them. The crowd knew exactly who they were despite not seeing any before. These 3 gods were the strongest backing of Sacred Institution, all at the Grand True God level and held prestigious roles in the system. Thunderstorm was the strongest of the 3. One of them stepped forward and released an aura sweeping through all of Ivory Gap. The beasts and birds nearby were affected and stopped moving. Junior, it doesn't matter who taught you the sword Dao or which sect you're from, you're dead. Thunderstorm coldly said. Just the 3 of you aren't enough as an appetizer. The rest, come out now. Wuxia smiled and said. Boom. A tent over at Upper Faction exploded as well. 4 more great figures came out. This only added to the terrifying atmosphere. A flood of energy engulfed the area, causing the crowd to feel as if there was an invisible hand gripping their neck. The Sage Quadruple of Upper Faction. One ancestor was terrified, not expecting for so many true gods to be hiding in the shadows. Mighty Mountain Sage hasn't come out for a long time until now, is the era really about to change? Another ancestor wondered. The Sage Quadruple consisted of 4 true gods, the strongest ancestors of Upper Faction. 3 were grand gods while the last was an intermediate one. Mighty Mountain was the strongest among them, already unbeatable at a young age with countless battle accomplishments. 7 true gods have appeared out of nowhere to the crowd's astonishment. Even an imperial coronation wouldn't have so many powerful people coming out. One sect master stated in horror. Normally, true gods in this system would rarely show themselves unless there was something earth-shattering happening to their clan or sect, or the system itself. But now, 7 gathered here at Ivory Gap and have been hiding in the very beginning. It meant that they came with a plan, not just when Wuxia killed the 2 leaders. No one would believe that they came just for a blood ginseng. The older experts readied up for the incoming storm to the system. Is a new emperor about to be chosen? One elder murmured. No one else could come up with anything bigger than a coronation. Junior, you deserve death. Mighty Mountain glared at Wuxia with bloodthirst in his eyes. This murderous affinity stung anyone who was in his vision. The 7 naturally came with a different goal. They were the hidden ace cards of their respective power and wouldn't have taken action until the very last moment, or when Chu Camp and the Wang clan joined in. But now, they had no choice after Wuxia's massacre of their men. If they didn't do something, he would finish off the rest. Only a grand true god, not enough to the apex, just trash before becoming an ascender or an eternal. Wuxia didn't give a damn. There was a particular bottleneck at the true god level. After reaching the peak of this realm, it was either becoming an ascender to continue the god path or to prove their Tao, embarking on the path of the emperor. Chapter 2181. Though there were other paths after becoming a grand true god, this particular level was already mighty enough in Insane Court. In fact, even minor and intermediate true gods were awesome beings. Ultimately, Insane Court had fallen. Just having a god was amazing enough for any power. As for having an ascender or a true god, they wouldn't dare to think of such a thing. But now, Wuxia was considering this level as trash. This cavalier comment shocked the entire crowd, for there was not another person in the entire system who would repeat this. It required both power and courage. Everyone was slack-jawed, feeling that his aggressive attitude was second to none. It didn't matter whether he could take on the 7 gods right now, his style alone was worthy of admiration. Of course, the 7 gods weren't taking this comment as well as the crowd. Though Wuxia was answering Mighty Mountain, he had offended them all. As the strongest ancestors in the system with the power of declaring death, no juniors would dare to be disrespectful before them. Today, this had gone beyond that to the level of a verbal slap. Junior, I shall rid the system of a vermin like you by cutting you to pieces. Mighty Mountain was primed to kill. His chilling tone could freeze to the bones. The spectators shuddered and retreated even more from the battlefield in order to avoid any needless casualty. You 7 are qualified to represent the system? That's more of my role, ridding the system of vermin. Wuxia couldn't help but laugh. We'll see if you can keep on blabbering after a decapitation. Thunderstorm interjected with a shout accompanied by thunderous detonations. Wuxia waved his sleeve dismissively in response. All right. Stop wasting my time since everyone is here now. Come together, I'll kill you fast so that I can get on with important businesses. The 7 gods turned unsightly while the crowd was speechless. The firmaments of this world weren't enough to contain his haughty arrogance. The young generation will surpass us in time, huh? We'll see how many moves you can last against the 7 of us. Thunderstorm laughed from being too angry. The 7 took positions and surrounded Wuxia while exerting pressure on him. All eyes were fixated tightly on this scene, their heart hanging on a thread. People felt that Wuxia alone couldn't compete against 7 gods. His destruction was imminent. Some grew impatient, too eager to see what's next. Boom! An explosion interrupted the tense atmosphere, the ground shook as well. It didn't come from Wuxia or the 7 gods but rather the abyss. A flood of bloody serum rushed out of the abyss, 3 times in total, akin to a volcanic eruption without lava. This serum was red with a tinge of black within. Its particular shade and uncomfortable stench certainly scared the cloud. The 7 gods also turned around, glaring at the billowing serum. Everyone forgot about the conflict due to this sudden development. This looked like an ominous sign. Back then, an old ancestor was alarmed while thinking about the troubled past of Insane Court. People didn't want to talk about it later on, so the future generation remained unaware. A heavy banging came about, something below the serum wanted to fly up. That's it. The 7 gods lost interest in Wuxia as their eyes flashed brightly. Splash! Something finally floated above the serum, a skeletal hand. Each finger was as big as a pillar. However, the most interesting thing was the weapon it's holding. A completely golden spear, seemingly cast from gold, was emitting an invincible aura. It was capable of suppressing everything, including slaying gods and emperors. Even a true emperor or an eternal wouldn't escape death before its fullest might. A primordial aura engulfed the area, one of a progenitor. Everyone felt the urge to kneel. The hand finally left the serum completely, revealing that it was severed from the shoulder. Nevertheless, it was still grasping the spear tightly. As time passed, only bones were left, but the weapon maintained its oppressive cold touch and invincible presence. Progenitor. Someone in the crowd got on the ground and began kowtowing. They didn't know what it was, but that aura was unmistakable. Many younger disciples didn't dare to get up. The 7 gods immediately jumped into the abyss in order to reach the spear. What is that thing? One disciple murmured. A primordial treasure, insane spear. Han Feng revealed to the crowd while feeling quite emotional. Of course, jaws dropped to the ground after hearing this. A primordial treasure? One from our system? The disciple said in astonishment. Just having an imperial treasure was amazing enough, but a primordial treasure was on a whole different level. No power in the system was known to be in possession of one. Its appearance today would cause mass hysteria. Chapter 2182. The atmosphere was somber and tense since this skeletal hand didn't want to let go of the spear. Despite just lying there, the spear still seemed so invincible, able to crush the firmaments. People were robbed of their breath and normal composure. They could faintly see their progenitor using it to sweep through the world, fighting against the masters of his era. His wonderful style came back to life, momentarily. Months and years and ages have passed since the foundation of Insane Court. It eventually fell from an immortal lineage down to a myriad lineage. So many geniuses and true emperors have disappeared in the river of time. Some emperors didn't have any vestige left behind. This wasn't the case for the unchanging progenitor and his legends. The appearance of the spear rekindled his glory in the heart of the spectators once more. They couldn't help recalling his invincible deeds. Insane spear, both disciples and ancestors were jolted. I thought this was stored inside the central court. An elder asked his ancestor. Sure. The ancestor immediately whispered, "Don't talk about this classified issue." The warning shut the elder up, not daring to pry any further. In fact, the other experts here were curious as well. There have been rumors about Insane Court holding onto a primordial treasure, most likely this particular spear. However, no one had seen it before or who actually kept it. In their imagination, the spear belonged to whoever had the military authority at that moment, or the great powers would share the responsibility of protecting it. No one expected to see it in this place. This particular belief used to be true. The spear was indeed located in the court under the careful watch of all. For millions of years and in spite of the numerous changes in leadership, the spear had never left the system and rarely the royal court. It was the symbol of ultimate military leadership. Alas, a few things happened later, so the system lost the spear. It didn't wish to talk about this matter either, so people continued to have the misconception. As for the ancestors who knew about it, they didn't wish to divulge any information due to the bloody nature of the past. That was one of the darkest periods of the system. Go! The 7 gods had the initiative in reaching the spear. However, their majestic aura failed to move the spear. Activate! Both Mighty Mountain and Thunderstorm didn't give up and went all out, resulting in an explosion of power and radiance. This was of no avail. Who knows whether it was due to the grip of the skeletal hand or because the spear was simply too heavy. The gods exchanged glances and instantly decided to work together. All held onto tightly to a section of the spear in order to raise it together. Let's do it! Their true energy erupted, causing a tempest to engulf the area. Their combined efforts still failed. It was as if the spear had taken roots on the hand, no one could move it. The crowd's mind began to wander. The ancestors from other sects slowly came forward, standing near the abyss and being quite attentive. Though no one would provoke this group of 7 true gods, treasures were still tempting all the same. When necessary, these spectating gods would work together. Who would say no to a primordial treasure? The 7 also took note of this and became slightly anxious, aware of the potential problem. If this continued, others would be stirred into action. They might be able to stop these other ancestors for now, but as time went on, the opponents might band together. That would be a threat to both upper faction and sacred institution. Furthermore, the Wang and Chu camp were still watching on the sideline right now. This is an important venue under the watch of our sacred institution. We have the responsibility to protect this primordial treasure, so gentlemen, leave Ivory Gap to avoid thieves sneaking into the mix. Thunderstorm glared intimidatingly at the crowd after coming up with this idea. He clearly wanted to seal off the area. As long as everyone left, they could move a bigger army here to guard the area, then take their time figuring out how to take the spear away. At that point, they would clearly take the reign in the system, doing whatever they pleased since the spear was the symbol of authority. Brother Thunderstorm, that's unreasonable. Mighty Mountain replied coldly, the ancestors from our upper faction have also studied the Tao and meditated here, how can you claim this place? In terms of Tao search, this place is certainly ours if our ancestors were here in the past. He attacked from a different perspective. Both sides wanted to claim Ivory Gap at this moment. If that's the standard for territorial assignment, then when the progenitor divided the territory back then, Ivory Gap should belong to us. An old ancestor said without too much force. Please, your clan has left the capital a long time ago, that's a thing in the past. True Emperor Chu had given this land to our 100-tree gate back then, it should belong to us right now. A different ancestor disagreed. Our ancestors have also stayed here for dozens of generations, we should have a part too. The crowd became unrest, no one wanted to let go of this treasure. Even the clans from far away tried to come up with ways to link themselves with Ivory Gap and the spear. Shut it! Thunderstorm roared aggressively. His lightning eyes swept through the crowd and the other ancestors quickly closed their mouth. He went on, no need to talk about the past then, but now, Ivory Gap is under the territory of Upper Faction, so it is under Upper Faction's control. Brother, just one-sided words alone are useless here. Others might be afraid of Thunderstorm but not Mighty Mountain. Their position and power were relatively even, so he continued, our ancestors have toiled here, don't think about taking this place. Thunderstorm sneered in response while looking at the man, you know full well what some of your ancestors have done in this place, don't use the word toil here so shamelessly. Chapter 2183, Mighty Mountain didn't like hearing about the dark events of the past. He became serious and said, Brother Thunderstorm, don't forget that your sacred institution was involved as well, doing things in secrecy. The two of them were revealing some secrets of the factions, not wanting to concede a single step. They worked together just now to fight Wuxia, but this was no longer the case. This wasn't too outrageous because the primordial treasure was too tempting. Not to mention betraying other sects, one would even betray their father or son and none would be shocked at that. Is that so? Thunderstorm snorted. All right, let's talk about the present now. Your upper faction is doing some clandestine tasks once more. Don't think people don't know. The only way to avoid people finding out is to not do it in the first place. The two gods went at it in order to seize the spear. The other ancestors naturally wanted to see these dogs bite each other. It would be best for them to fight so that they could take advantage of the situation, even gaining the spear in the process. Well said, this dog fight is quite fun and entertaining, but unfortunately, I must interrupt you too. Someone suddenly interrupted the two of them after a clap. The seven gods gave a killing glance at the direction of the voice. Right now, only Wuxia would dare to speak to them in this manner, lacking any qualm. The seven slightly shuddered since they nearly forgot about this particular enemy, being too drawn to the spear. Wuxia gave them a smile. I apologize for destroying your daydreams, but don't think about obtaining this spear, it is mine. Tongues began to wag after hearing this comment and eyes were on the two parties again. Some in the audience wanted nothing more than for a fight to break out. Wuxia and the seven gods would have no time to worry about the spear and they would naturally try to seize it. Fool, it's not the turn for a junior like you to claim the spear. Mighty Mountain snorted. That's right. Thunderstorm chimed in, insane spear belongs to the system, a person with questionable background can't have it lest they want to suffer the wrath of the entire system. Mighty Mountain went on, the spear must be inherited by the Orthodox branch, no one else is qualified to have it, especially not you. Who says young Noble Li isn't qualified? A cold yet pleasant and charismatic voice came about. Rumble. Riders and carriages rushed over with unstoppable momentum and aura. When they stood in front of the world, a woman dressed in a phoenix robe was presiding on a phoenix carriage. Next to her was the imperial seal representing authority over the system. It was none other than the current queen, Wang Han. An old man stood nearby while embracing a saber. He emitted a frightening glint of the blade as if he was one with his weapon. The Wang's cavalry, the spectators knew that this particular group was the elites of one of the four great powers. Your Highness, many cultivators kneeled and bowed. After all, before the coronation of the next emperor, Queen Wang Han with her imperial seal was still the orthodox branch of the system. Because of this, disciples from any sect would need to perform this greeting ceremony. Only the big shots like ancestors and true gods were spared from doing so. Mighty Mountain and his peers simply stood there and watched. Fierce Blade God, Su Haodong. Nevertheless, their eyes narrowed from seeing the old man by her side. This name certainly caused a stir in the crowd since it was quite famous. He was considered the #1 expert of the clan, a grand true god. Though Mighty Mountain and Thunderstorm were at this level as well, Fierce Blade was far stronger. These two have tried to take him on but lost in the past. The appearance of the queen and Su Haodong personally protecting her made the ones here understand that the turmoil in the Wang clan was over. Wang Han had won. There was news of ancestors there wanting to replace her with someone else, someone fiercer, to be the next emperor. That's why she was under attack by the Wang ancestors and risked being dismissed. Their appearance here naturally dispelled this particular rumor. It meant that she had gathered all of the clan's power, that the entire upper echelon had her back now. This allowed her to come here with an entirely new style. Not bad at all, no wonder why she can handle being in charge of the Wang. An ancestor from a distant clan murmured, this was his first time seeing her. She has been keeping a low profile in recent years, but the knowledgeable ones knew that she wasn't weaker than the late emperor at all. Remember, he was a son-in-law in the Wang. It was quite unbelievable for someone with a different last name to earn the support of the ancestors there, let alone becoming the emperor. Outside of his own mighty cultivation and intelligence, Wang Han also played a great part. She gathered the strength of her clan and fully supported him in consolidating his rule against the other three powers. Otherwise, a foreign emperor wouldn't have lasted for so long on the throne. Everyone knew that this was the climax of the power struggle. Given the current circumstances, the Wang might not be at a disadvantage facing these two great powers. Bam! A draconic throne was taken out by the queen as she walked over to Wuxia and respectfully bowed. "Young noble, please." She helped him up the throne to the astonishment of the crowd. Remember, not just anyone could sit on this throne. It represented authority in the system along with the imperial seal in the queen's possession. What was the implication of this? Is that the new emperor? A young disciple asked, looking at Wuxia's leisure attitude while sitting on the throne. "Queen, even if your Wang clan supports this brat, he can only sit there after gaining the recognition from us too." Mighty Mountain attacked. "True God, you are misunderstanding our intention." The noble queen slowly said, "Young noble Li is not the emperor, but he is more qualified to sit on this throne more so than anyone and more qualified to rule Insane Court because he is a true forefather, one that had been buried in the abyss, now reborn." A forefather from the ancestral abyss? The crowd gasped with their mouth agape. All were staring intensely at him in disbelief. Chapter 2184, All eyes darted at Wuxia, this so-called reborn forefather. Befuddled the crowd was, for this was something beyond their imagination. Ancestral Abyss was well known and rumored to be the grave of their progenitor. Some records indicated that insane ancestors stated that he might reborn one day to become an immortal. It further stated that there could be ancestors during his generations buried here as well. It meant that these were the forefathers of Insane Court, but who knows which ones exactly. Thus, Wang Han's declaration was too much to take, the crowd couldn't regain their wits at all. What was the significance if she was telling the truth? It would change the system completely, heralding an entirely new generation of prosperity back to their apex. Is this true? The crowd glanced at each other. A few cultivators began asking their own ancestors. Ivory Gap was a gathering of heroes, virtually all of the majority of important powers in the system were present. Thus, Wang Han left herself no room to take it back. Success was necessary and she needed to establish his status then. Maybe it's possible. One ancestor said with uncertainty, but he was inching towards the possibility. He knows our merit laws so well, especially Insane Sword Dao, a complete master. I don't think anyone else in the system can match him. In fact, more ancestors believed this as well. Ultimately, Wuxia was showing pieces of evidence and had the power to do so. From Insane Force to Raging Dragon to Insane Bladestorm and finally, Insane Sword Dao. He exhibited such perfection with them, especially the last one, capable of using it to the limit. Many disciples were able to cultivate the former laws but not this last one. Few ancestors had access to it, so his Sword Dao was a cry of his status. The seven gods were alarmed after hearing this, and rightfully so if Wang Han was telling the truth. They found that there was indeed a possibility. They would definitely know a user of Insane Sword Dao, but not in this particular case. It meant that he could be a reborn ancestor. Your Highness, isn't it too early to say this? Thunderstorm snorted, picking a random person and telling us that it is a reborn ancestor? At the very least, our sacred institution won't accept this. There was no way these great powers would ever accept this under the current circumstances. The Wang would take over and they would have no place to go. The crowd hesitated once more. This was a matter of grave importance. They couldn't rely on her opinion alone. How can we make a joke out of the system's well-being? Upper faction also won't accept this without ample evidence. Mighty Mountain chimed in, Your Highness, the royal court isn't only under your clan's control. Because of this, no one can take the throne before a consensus is made. Not up to your upper faction. A cold voice powerfully asserted, Our Chu camp recognizes the ancestors' identity. A bloodthirsty cavalry with an intimidating aura and surging true energy came about. Chu Qingling. Someone exclaimed. She had left earlier to chase after the ginseng, but now, she came back to recognize Li Qia's status. All four great powers were here now. Though there were others who participated in this power struggle, these four were still the main ones. If all four agreed on this matter, then it became a sure thing. No one else could do anything about it. So right now, there was a stalemate because two were in support and the other two rejected this notion. Just Chu camp and Wang clan aren't enough. Mighty Mountain said, The Wang has also violated our system's laws, so they aren't qualified to discuss this matter. If they want to establish their authority once more, they need to reveal the death of the late emperor first. The shocked crowd all glanced at the queen and tongues began to quietly wag. This matter was concluded long ago because the emperor had passed for some time now. Furthermore, the great powers didn't talk about it, so the rest followed suit. However, some skepticism and doubts were born after Mighty Mountain brought it up. The late emperor was still very young, more than 30 was considered nothing in the system. Someone at this age should be vigorous and brimming with life with a limitless future. However, he suddenly died without warnings and any known illness. Though the royal court didn't directly address his death, the Wang sent out a message, he died due to a problem with cultivation. Instability led to an internal explosion. People accepted this in stride. After all, cultivators often died in this manner. Nevertheless, they began doubting about the circumstances behind his death. Was there really more to it? His Majesty cultivated the insane blood law. The blood assaulted his heart and he eventually died on his bed since treatments were useless. Wang Han's expression darkened. You have other questions? Mighty Mountain smiled implicatively, Your Highness, that's hard to say. Blood attacking the heart is not a common occurrence during cultivation. I actually heard someone was cultivating heretical blood devour in the Wang clan, and as you know, this is a great crime. Heretical blood devour. The older characters were startled while trying to read the queen's expression. What is that? A young disciple quietly asked his senior but was shushed right away. The ancestors, in particular, were greatly jolted. This merit law was forbidden in their system for a reason, its return might herald the dark days once more. Though Mighty Mountain didn't say any name, the implication was clear. Keep in mind that the emperor might not be the strongest in the system, but he represented its authority and orthodox line. Chapter 2185. If the late emperor indeed cultivated this heretical art, it would be a sky-piercing event. No one wanted to talk about the dark days of the system back then, especially the taboo merit law. The ruling authority had burned everything related to this law. When Azura Heavenbattler took down Virtue True God, he established an iron order forbidding anyone from cultivating it or it would be considered treason, a crime punishable by death. If this was the case, it would be a great blow to the Wang. People would begin to question the legitimacy of their rule. Cultivating that heretical art wouldn't result in qi deviation. Was it the Wang clan doing it or you personally, Your Highness? Either way, this is regicide. Mighty Mountain laughed. The crowd gasped in response. At this moment, they were questioning the emperor's death. If the heretical art wouldn't result in qi deviation, then he must have been killed. The circumstances behind this remained a mystery. You know this heretical art so well, don't tell me that you also cultivate it, or someone in upper faction? Wang Han wasn't affected at all and retorted. Don't accuse us of such a thing, you need to be responsible for your words. Mighty Mountain's expression shifted as he gravely answered. Mighty Mountain, I'm responsible for my words. Wang Han said, if you don't cultivate it or have no access to this merit law, how do you know qi deviation wouldn't come of it? Humph, I've read an ancient scroll about it from my sect. Mighty Mountain snorted. So you're telling me that upper faction still hasn't given up on it? Wang Han pushed on, back in those years, many top experts from your sect were Virtue True God's followers. As an ancestor, you should know that the God refined blood in this very abyss. Do you dare to swear that you're innocent in this place? Many in the crowd weren't aware that Virtue True God refined blood for cultivation in this abyss. The older ones knew that this was called a blood seed. The true God captured people and took their blood, refining it into his own true blood. In order to reach the apex of this merit law, he had refined tens of thousands of people. Few here right now knew that this used to be a sacrificial pit for this merit law. Your Highness, you're pushing it. This darkness is laden with dust, we don't wish to talk about it yet, you bring it up again. Thunderstorm attacked. You're also pushing it. Wang Han didn't relent, everyone knows about His Majesty's death, but now, you're ruining his good reputation with nefarious intents. The two gods initially wanted to use the late emperor's death as a way to lower Wang Han's credibility. They didn't expect for her to fiercely bite back. Ultimately, no evidence, we won't accept this thing about a reborn ancestor. Mighty Mountain changed the topic. Mighty Mountain, you also need to shut your mouth without any evidence. I'll be the first to slash you if I hear you talk about the late emperor's death again. Fierce Blade God shouted. Others wouldn't be courageous enough to say this, but Mighty Mountain actually relented this time around. He was imperious against others but had no courage against Fierce Blade. This was someone who had defeated him before, there was nothing he could do. Are all of you done? Wuxia leisurely said after the quarrel. He had his eyes closed, resting on the throne earlier, but now, he opened his eyes and joined in. Everyone looked over at him, nearly forgotten about his existence just a bit ago. He looked at the crowd and smiled. I need recognition from foolish dogs like you? Just my name alone, Wuxia, is enough. I don't care for your approval or refusal and will do things my way. He paused for a bit. If you are willing to follow me, I welcome it. If not, that's fine too, but block my path and be ready to face death. Now, I have said my piece. Where do you stand? Obey me or oppose me? I'm ready to listen. My Wang clan is ready to follow you, ancestor. Wang Han spoke without hesitation. My Chu camp will follow suit. Chu Qingling also represented her faction. There was no doubt that this power had come to an agreement prior, or she wouldn't dare to say this right now, regardless of her status. Now, the focus was on the seven gods. Before the four great powers showed their attitude, it would be useless for the rest to make their choice. They needed to wait before picking a side. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion echoed across the entire system. Boundless light oozed out from the source of the explosion, illuminating the entire sky starting with the royal court. Laws shot out from the large mansion of the Peng. A portal was activated with a majestic aura and energy as abundant as the sea. When a clan showed their portal like this, it was certainly a declaration of war. The Peng. People immediately recognized this portal. Who were they declaring war against? Boom! The aura of a true god permeated the area and crazily surged. Someone was purposely doing so in order to intimidate the world. Humph, rebirth? How baseless. A majestic figure with the sky above his head and the ground touching his feet appeared. Waves of energy pulsed from his very being. His eyes were as bright as two suns. The Peng's sacred ancestor. Its strongest backing. An ancestor was startled to see this. Our clan will not recognize anything about a reborn ancestor and will show no mercy for those who scheme against the system. I'm sure upper faction will also not allow for a fake to become the next emperor. Any member of the system can and should kill such a deceiver. His voice echoed. This was indeed a decisive declaration of war against Wuxia while refusing his identity. If Wuxia didn't do anything now, people would lose faith in him. That's right, the sacred ancestor is right. We will not allow for a deceiver to rule. Mighty Mountain also laughed and showed his support. Chapter 2186. The Peng sacred ancestor was the first to reveal his stance with Mighty Mountain right after him. No one was surprised to see this. The Peng was loyal to upper faction, not to mention Wuxia had murdered several thousands of their elites. He was naturally their biggest enemy. Now that the other side had shown their cards, the crowd wanted to how Wuxia would respond. If Wuxia failed to move, then his claim would be less credible. No one would take him seriously. He didn't bother glancing towards the Peng's direction or its ancestor. He smiled in response, like I said, opposing me means death. Since you are courting death, I'll fulfill your wish and destroy your clan lest you keep thinking that I'm a fake. I'm waiting, come. The ancestor remained unyielding. He stood above his clan with a majestic ocean of energy as if he wielded the power of the world. His confidence was justifiable, being a grand true god and the top expert of the Peng. Plus, being on his land empowered him even more. The foundation had been laid by many ancestors, so it was quite grand. It meant that he could use it whenever he wanted, letting his personal cultivation reach a much higher level, a home advantage. Only an ant shamelessly boasting before me. Wuxia spread his hand and gathered the power of the domain. In the blink of an eye, everyone had an illusion that he was grasping the entire system in his palm, that he was the supreme master in charge of all the forces here. Rumble. His real hand was still naturally in Ivory Gap, but a massive palm identical to his own was condensing in the sky, capable of suppressing thousands and thousands of miles. Divine mountains looked insignificant in comparison. The world quaked before its coming. It didn't take long before it crosses through the plains and appeared right above the Peng clan. Boom! It attacked without any hesitation, wishing to annihilate the entire place. Attack! The ancestor roared and raised his palm to gather the power of the foundation. True energy and Tao power oozed out in the form of beams, all under his command. This culminated into a massive sword. This ancestor had reached the state of man and sword being one. It illuminated the entire clan. So many people were frightened by this invincible technique. The sword pierced upward in order to meet the descending palm. A firefly wanting to compete against the shine of the moon. Wuxia said nonchalantly before moving his palm for an attack. Boom! The gigantic palm above the Peng poured down waterfalls of laws. These supreme laws crushed everything in its path as the palm continued to descend. The sword couldn't stop the laws, let alone thinking about slashing the hand. It crumbled instantly. The sacred ancestor didn't have the chance to run and was captured instantly. Activate. The ancestor mustered all of his strength to use his strongest merit law in order to escape. Alas, it was useless. The hand just needed to add some force, and that was more than enough to crush all of his Tao and laws. Crack. As the palm closed, it crushed the ancestor inch by inch before rendering him into a mist of blood, no chance to scream. Next, it loomed above the clan and pushed all of the young, old, and women out of the clan. The fingers then pierced into the earth as it picked up the clan itself. Attack. The rest of the experts, disciples and ancestors, were shocked and used all of their strength to attack the palm, wishing to create a hole in order to escape. Futile it was, for the fingers were closing. The result was the total annihilation of the Peng. Their entire territory became dust and sand with remnants of them scattering to the ground, filling the hole that used to be there. The ground was flat again, no more buildings and businesses from the Peng. It looked as if they have never existed in the first place. What's going on? The infants, elders, and helpless women were stunned to see the absence of their clan. Weak beings like them had no idea what was going on. No. A miserable wail of lament came from Upper Faction's camp. It was from the Peng clan master, Peng Chujun. He survived this disaster unlike the rest of his clan. The shock made him spit out a mouthful of blood gushing through the air like a rainbow. He fell straight to the ground with his eyes wide open. The anger and sadness left him dead. The world became quiet. Everyone was frozen, not daring to move in the slightest. All their courage have left their body. Even the ancestors of the clans were no exception. An ascender, or an eternal? One ancestor was still trembling and managed to calm his mind. The rest of the disciples were completely pale, but first on the ground. Ant. Wuxia pulled back his hand, not bothering to look at the result of his attack. The gigantic hand above the royal court's territory dispersed as well. The only thing left telling people that something had happened here was the newly laid soil and debris. The crowd no longer dared to look straight at him. In fact, if he were to look in their direction, they might be scared to death. The 7 gods from Upper Faction and Sacred Institution felt the same fear. Chapter 2187, The Destruction of the Peng only took a brief moment. Wuxia sat on his throne the entire time without even needing to stand up. Just a wave of his hand alone was enough to instill both destruction and dread. The 7 ancestors felt their legs quivering, their pale expression said it all. He didn't need to exert a dominating pressure or a massive amount of true energy. Just his leisure attitude on the throne let the rest of the world know how supreme he was. People exchanged glances. Though lips didn't move, they began to believe that he was a reborn ancestor. Only a being like that would be powerful to this level. Will you all commit suicide or must I do it myself? Wuxia glanced at the 7 gods and leisurely said. The 7 gods were naturally startled and didn't know what to do. Grand true gods like them were helpless, realizing they couldn't replicate the task of instantly killing the Peng even if they all worked together. Of course, it was possible but not with such ease. Don't push it. Mighty Mountain roared furiously. I'm pushing it. Told you the ending for those who oppose me already. Wuxia smiled. What kind of reborn ancestor are you? You should be ruling with magnanimity. A cold snort came about. At this moment, a person emerged right next to Mighty Mountain. No one saw how he got there as if he only needed from one step to travel from horizon to this place. It was an old man dressed in a red robe with yellow embroidery of a fierce and noble dragon raising its claws. He looked stately, capable of shouldering the heaven. This was a lord no matter where he went. Ancestor. The 4 gods from Upper Faction performed a grand ceremony while the 3 from Sacred Institution bowed their head. The youth here didn't know who he was, but judging by the god's respectful attitude, the old man certainly had a big background. Ba Shang. Even Fierceblade became serious after seeing him. Ba Shang. The elders and ancestors from the clan were thunderstruck after hearing this name. That's the legendary number 1 in Upper Faction. One elder took a deep breath, but shouldn't he be dead a long time ago? Why is he still around? This name was too resounding for those of the previous generation. When Ba Shang was still around, he established Upper Faction's role in the system. Back then, this power actually reigned for a bit. They eventually lost this authority after rumors of his death. So you have been in isolated cultivation. Fierceblade was careful when looking at this guy. The guy was already a first-level true god back then, so he certainly would be much stronger after so many years. It's been a while. Ba Shang spoke. I met a bottleneck during the first level and now, I've finally returned after reaching the third level, not expecting to see something like this. The crowd was astonished at this revelation. Some even screamed, a third-level true god. If this was the case, he might be the strongest true god in the system. It's next number one. For many cultivators, reaching Grand True God was the end of their journey. There were two paths forward, to either eventually become an ascender or an emperor. However, the latter path was much harder compared to the former. If a cultivator could break through the bottleneck after reaching the grand level and open a second palace, they would become an ascender. Opening the third palace would grant them the title of being a first-level true god. The fourth palace would let them be at the second level, and so on and so forth. The heaven has 9 layers, or firmaments. Thus, the strongest true god was at the 9th level with 11 palaces. After reaching the peak of this level, if they could break through another bottleneck to open the 12th palace, they would become an eternal. The path of the emperor was different. This cultivation path started with the 4 symbols, or images, inside the Fate Palace. They needed to refine the 4 symbols into Tao springs before proving their Tao. That's when they could become a true emperor. After proving their Tao, a true emperor would naturally have 12 Fate Palaces. Of course, this wasn't invincibility. They still had a long way to go before they could light up all of the palaces. This was the prerequisite of becoming a progenitor. This latter path was much, much harder than godhood, and going from an emperor to a progenitor was thousands of times harder. Each era could produce several true emperors. A prosperous one could create more than 10, but a progenitor? Who knows how many eras it would take? Due to the disparity in difficulty, at the proportional level, a true emperor was much more powerful than a true god. One would need to be an eternal before trying to fight against an emperor. In emperor and immortal lineage, a third-level true god wasn't much. But for Insane Court right now, this realm was virtually unbeatable. Thus, Ba Shang's presence was commanding respect and fear from the spectators. He looked at Wuxia and slowly said, "If you are indeed a forefather, you should toil for the greater good of the system and rule with mercy. It's not your place to tell me what to do. Kneel now and I can spare you from death." Wuxia interrupted him and said flatly. Telling a third-level true god to kneel? How unbelievably fierce. The crowd was shocked after hearing this declaration. No one dared to question Wuxia's identity anymore. Only a forefather of their system would dare to demand this. This was a contest between the past and present. Wuxia represented the old generation while Ba Shang the current. Ba Shang's expression turned ugly with a murderous flash in his eyes. "I will overestimate myself and see just how strong you are, so-called forefather. You are indeed overestimating yourself." An old voice came about. Another old man holding an ancient sword came to the front. Yang Xingping was one of the few who could recognize him. It was the person they met back at Relinquished Bones. "Li Qian, it's you." The old man took one step back after seeing the newcomer. "Indeed, it's me." The sword user's presence alone was enough to deter Ba Shang, no need for a flashy aura. "Li Qian, the Tao Protector Sword God." An ancestor cried out. Fierceblade and the other ancestors all bowed to show their respect towards the old man. Xingping's jaw dropped to the ground. He knew that this old man was a big shot, but not this big. Who is that? A junior wasn't aware of this title. Chapter 2188, Li Qian was unknown to the young generation, but for the older experts, Li Qian and Tao Protector Sword God were as sonorous as thunder. Who is that? One junior asked with curiosity after seeing Ba Shang's dread. That's the strongest person among the Tao Source Protectors and the strongest ancestor of our system. An elder quietly answered. I see. Many youths were stunned to hear this and stared at Li Qian with reverence. Everyone in Insane Court knew about the Tao Source Protectors. The Tao Source located in the royal court was the foundation of the system. If it were to disappear or weaken, the entire system would crumble alongside it. Because of this, all Tao sources had protectors who were an irreplaceable part of the system. The ruling dynasties and orthodox branches might change, but this particular defensive institution would stay the same with its own inheritance rule. These Tao protectors were rarely replaced. If such a thing were to happen, it meant that a massive change had happened to the Tao source. Li Qian's branch was currently in charge of protecting and controlling the power of the Tao source. Other lineages in Insane Court had a far inferior understanding of the Tao source compared to them. Though they couldn't directly control it, the degree of mastery was still far higher compared to the rest. Normally, Li Qian wouldn't interfere with any clan or even the matters of the court. These dynasties and rulers didn't matter because ultimately, they were still part of the system. Thus, if one were to come out, it would mean that something big had happened. In the recent generations, Insane Court has been quite peaceful due to a self-imposed isolation policy. This was the reason why few people knew the name Li Qian. However, most would know the name of the previous Tao protector quite well, or Li Qian's master, Azura Heaven Battler. Back when the heretical blood devour art troubled the entire region under the leadership of Virtue True God, the system was considered an evil lineage that should be eradicated by all. Because of this, many systems banded up against it. Later on, Azura Heaven Battler and his branch of protectors decided to purge the system, killing both Virtue and his followers. They eventually came to an agreement with the other system in Myriad lineage, resulting in the current situation of being blocked off from the world. Heaven Battler saved the entire system that had fallen to an evil art, allowing it to have a chance to recuperate. After his death, Li Qian inherited this position to become the protector of Insane Court. His appearance here today naturally shocked everyone because it wouldn't be about the current political strife. There was no difference to these Tao protectors whether upper faction was in charge or the Wang. Thus, his presence here was unexpected even to Ba Shang. The old man looked at Li Qian and maintained his fierce demeanor. Li Qian, if you choose to interfere with the royal court as the Tao protector, you will need to be impartial and reasonable. Our branch has no interest in politics. Today, I am only here for you. Li Qian uttered coldly in response. It's an honor to win the attention of a Tao source protector. May I ask what crime I have committed for you to come out here with such great fanfare? Ba Shang snorted. Li Qian was ready to kill, evident by his chilling tone. You know what you have done. Obediently surrender or must I make you? Such confidence. Ba Shang laughed. Others might be afraid of you, but not me. We'll see just how strong you are. The crowd glanced at both of them. One ancestor calculated with his fingers, the last time Li Qian showed up was 10,000 years ago. Now here he was for Ba Shang. The two of them shouldn't have any grievance with each other, but Li Qian is calling for Ba Shang's death. Just what did Ba Shang do? All the elders and ancestors had this question on their mind. Boom! Ba Shang released his true energy while his vitality howled like a dragon. A short-legged dragon appeared before him. This was one of his best techniques, Roaring Dragon Turtle. Kill him! He ordered, and the dragon began attacking. This particular dragon was different from the rest. Its claw resembled the leg of a turtle. Its flesh was tough and heavy. This was a force encompassing the immensity of countless mountains. Its sharp fangs could tear apart the world. The void shattered from this power while people dropped to the ground. Boom! Numerous peaks and mountains collapsed in Ivory Gap. Clank! A sword hymn resounded. Li Qian instantly created multiple heavenly swords of unbelievable size. The entire world turned into an ocean of star-cutting swords. Insane Sword Dao. People were familiar with this technique since Li Qian had just used it prior. These swords combined together with his physical one, leaving only one in the sky, resplendent and seemingly refined from the heaven and earth. Everything else paled in comparison. A slash came down, eliminating the yin-yang and reincarnation cycles. Blood from the dragon squirted everywhere and painted the ground red. Ah! Ba Shang cried out and retreated with haste, but it was still too late. The slash had severed his right arm. The two sides went all out right away, roaring Dragon Turtle versus Insane Sword Dao. Unfortunately, he wasn't as strong and his technique was inferior as well. The bout was decided in one move. People gasped in astonishment. One elder murmured, "That's why Insane Sword Dao is our best technique, the choice of cultivation for the protectors." The crowd had heard of the strength of the protectors before and Li Qian didn't let them down with this first showing. In their eyes, a true god was terrifying enough, but a third-level one was even more so. Today, Ba Shang didn't even stand a chance against Li Qian and lost his right arm instantly. Chapter 2189. This first exchange had shown that the fame of a protector was rightfully deserved. Ba Shang took several steps back and stopped the bleeding from the wound. His complexion lost all color since the exchange left him depleted energy-wise and grievously wounded, even more so than just losing his right hand. Li Qian wasn't overconfident after doing this. He stared coldly at his foe and declared, "Your ace card still won't do anything, just give up or I will take you down." "Huh, I see." Ba Shang laughed, "A protector is worthy of their fame, but it's not over just yet. Insane court shall change." "R.A." He roared and spewed out blood like a monster. This bloody shine illuminated the entire sky. Pluff! The cultivators closest to Ba Shang instantly evaporated into blood. Their vitality got devoured by his monstrous jaw. Heretical blood devour. The horrified crowd felt their soul leaving their body after seeing this. They hastily backed off. After swallowing several hundred combatants, Ba Shang glowed red with floods of blood surrounding him. His eyes were also red with a billowing, sanguine aura to him. A bloody mist engulfed the entire region next. He seemed to have turned into a devil. No one in the crowd could maintain their composure. Some made a big gap between themselves and him. Though this was a forbidden art and a taboo subject, many of the older generations still knew about heretical blood devour. This art had now appeared again on Ba Shang. Everyone finally understood why Li Qian was targeting this guy. The leader of Sacred Institution, Thunderstorm, also ran away from fear. "So stubborn." Li Qian uttered, "I will rid the system of evil like you." The scared crowd was still interested in watching. They didn't dare to get close to Ba Shang because he might go crazy and turn them into food again. "Rid the system of evil?" Ba Shang laughed and retorted, "Li Qian, you're quite meddlesome. What is our purpose? To strengthen the system, to revive it once more. Back then, so many disciples died for this goal, but you protectors actually did the opposite, appeasing the enemies in order to have peace. Ha ha ha. Future generations only know that virtue true God had refined blood in this abyss, but they don't know about how your master massacred thousands of the system's disciples and buried them here for the sake of ridding the system of evil. If we have fallen to the heretical path, you protectors are also hypocritical murderers." While he was laughing, his severed arm started growing again from the stump. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that they didn't know the whole story. But it wasn't surprising at all. Virtue true God wondered the support of many ancestors. He even had control over Insane Spear at one point and his particular merit law made other cultivate at a wind-like pace. Numerous cultivated this art and devoured blood, not only the enemies or cultivators from the other systems but also their kinsmen and sect members. When Azura Heavenbattler killed Virtue, he finished the rest of the disciples in this place in order to sever this line completely. This part of the storyline was purposely left out until today. No mercy for those who cultivate that merit law. I will not let Insane Court be destroyed in the hands of short-sighted fools. Li Qian was unmoved. He wasn't a man of many words, but he got to the point in a powerful manner. The majority agreed with this viewpoint. The heretical art could produce a large number of experts in a short time, but it wasn't a sustainable plan. If all the cultivators in the system were to use it, the place would truly become evil. All the other systems wouldn't allow this, and it wouldn't take long before Insane Court's demise. No one can stop Insane Court from rising again. Those who have the heart to help the system will cultivate heretical blood devour. They are heroes, willing to sacrifice themselves. The late emperor was also a hero like this, much more courageous than cowards like you, willing to take the next step and disobey the forbidden law. Ba Shang laughed crazily. More and more in the future will cultivate the art, no one can stop this. All eyes were on Wang Han now. A while ago, Mighty Mountain implied that the late emperor had cultivated this heretical art before, but the queen denied this. If this was indeed the truth, then Ba Shang wasn't the only one who had broken the rule. The emperor represented the orthodox branch of the system and had sovereignty. Ba Shang cultivating it was one thing, but if the emperor also did it? It would be a great blow to this iron law, destroying the order that had been kept for many eras. That's why His Majesty is dead now. Wang Han coldly said, no one is allowed to violate the iron law of Insane Court, no exception. Otherwise, demise is inevitable. Your upper faction gave the heretical law to His Majesty, that alone is enough to sentence all of you to death. She had no emotional fluctuation when stating this because she was well prepared. One day, the world would find out about this, so she wasn't caught off guard. When her husband secretly cultivated this art, she tried to persuade him otherwise. After all, the Wang's effort and her own would be in vain. Her clan would be pushed into the abyss and suffer eternal damnation, never being able to rise again. Alas, he didn't listen to her. Though he represented the Wang to become the emperor, he still had a different last name and faced opposition everywhere. The other three great powers didn't follow his order again, so his actual authority was limited. He refused to accept this, knowing that as long as he was personally strong enough, he could finally rule over the system like Virtue true God back then. He fell into the temptation of the heretical law and began cultivating it. Chapter 2190, Emperor Sun Yang was an emperor with a different last name from the clan of his banner. Though he had a strong grasp on authority, he still met opposition everywhere. Thus, he chose to cultivate the heretical art given to him by Ba Shang. Of course, Ba Shang didn't do it out of goodwill, only wanting to pull the emperor down the mud with him and to get even more members of the system to cultivate it for a tide of darkness to engulf the system once more. As his wife, Queen Wang Han was naturally the first to spot the changes in him and eventually found out. She was much more insightful and didn't want to falter to the heretical path just because of oppositions from the other three great powers. Thus, she convinced him to drop it, in order to save both himself and the system. Alas, the emperor had a taste of this heretical art, so how could he give it up? His cultivation rose like the wind, it was too tempting. After several useless attempts, she knew that there was no turning back for him. He had fallen into the abyss of blood. She reported this to the ancestors of the Wang in order to come up with a countermeasure. The cultivation of this art was a taboo, so it could take the Wang down after being exposed. The consequence was immensely grave. Everyone knew what happened next. The emperor passed away and a new dynasty was coming. Though her expression was cold, her heart was the opposite, full of pain and bitterness. It wasn't easy for the duo to surpass all of their obstacles since her husband was a disciple from a tiny sect. Outside of his own heroism, she paid and toiled for him in order to gain her clan's full support. She was full of hope for the future because they were still young and had a full generation to overcome the remaining problems. A cultivator would have several thousand years as the ruler, more than ample time. Unfortunately, Sun Yang only saw what was before him and ruined all of their hard work. His death meant that everything she worked for had gone down the drain. The Wang would also pay a great price because the system would pick a new emperor, the start of a new competition. However, they had no other choice. It was either to let Sun Yang continue to cultivate the heretical art and ruin the system or cut off their own hand. Ultimately, they made the latter choice. The truth behind this was out in the open, but her ready admission still shocked the crowd, causing some to gasp. An emperor, the symbol of authority in the system, secretly broke the iron law to cultivate the heretical art? Truly astounding. His early death is quite a shame. I hope his spirit is around to see the heretical art engulf the three worlds one more. Ba Shang smiled deviously. He's just like Virtue True God, an amazing pioneer. Heresy. Li Qian's eyes turned fierce as he took one step forward. I shall cut you down today. Li Qian, don't be so confident now. Ba Shang was not afraid. Boom. The short-legged dragon appeared again. It was completely drenched in blood this time around as if it had just come out of a blood ocean. R.A. The dragon opened its jaw and began to suck towards Li Qian's direction. Buzz. The vegetation, rivers, and earth near Li Qian instantly withered and cracked. It was devouring the worldly energy of this place. Even a few disciples near there got turned into mists of blood and were devoured. People quickly ran away from the battlefield to stay safe. Clank. Li Qian activated his sword Dao again with countless swords forming a wall for protection. At the same time, a sword formation descended from above. Even more swords appeared and began their assault. Pluff. One sword after another pierced through the blood dragon and severed it into many pieces. The great ancestor will never allow for evil like you to rampage. Li Qian roared. His sword Dao reached its limit and even more formations appeared to trap Ba Shang. Pluff. Ba Shang lost again, unable to stop the formations and was struck by numerous blades. The crowd became excited. This sword Dao was indeed invincible, the best of insane ancestor. Even the heretical art was no match for it. Finally, one from the net of swords aimed for Ba Shang's heart. What's left of the massive dragon couldn't protect him either. Ancestor, save me! Ba Shang shouted before the very last moment. Clank! A bloody sword traveled across the realm and stopped the penetrating blade to save him. Next, a sanguine glow swept through everything resulting in a massive tsunami of blood. Li Qian's sword formations crumbled as a response. He himself was injured and took several thumping steps backward. Three old men appeared, standing in front of Ba Shang. They dressed in bright red outfits, even their skin had a bloody shimmer, same with their hair and brows. The crowd could smell a terrible bloody stench from them. Insane blood gods. Li Qian's eyes narrowed after seeing these three. Oh, we've left our home for so long but some still remember us. The old man with a blood sword said with a tinge of emotion. Having said that, he looked at Li Qian. Azura Heaven Battler's disciple is indeed special. Li Qian naturally put on a serious face at this moment. The title of these three was unknown to the crowd, even to the older members. Insane blood gods consist of insane ferocious god, insane evil god, and insane cruel god. A very old ancestor shouted, knowing the infamy of these three, not all fish were captured by the net then. These three were strong generals under Virtue True God. Everyone knew how strong Virtue True God was, so his generals should be quite mighty and dreadful as well. These three managed to escape from insane court back then during Heaven Battler's purge and stopped showing up. Everyone thought they were dead, but here they are now. Chapter 2191. The trio has returned after so many years, but Heaven Battler was no longer here. Li Qian was the only one left to take care of the system. He had an austere expression, knowing that he alone was not enough to stop these three. The bloody sword wielder was insane ferocious god, while the other two were insane evil god and insane cruel god. Unfortunately, Azura Heaven Battler's legacy is without an inheritor. He was so invincible back then, but his disciple, only a 5th level true god. Insane evil god uttered coldly. All eyes were on Li Qian. No one knew that he was at the 5th level. No wonder why he defeated Ba Shang so easily. This disciple is useless and is ashamed, not able to learn even 20% of his art. Li Qian said slowly. He was indeed inferior to his master in terms of power and cultivation. Just imagine, virtue was unbeatable back then, but Heaven Battler still took him down. Alas, it wasn't Li Qian's fault. His branch of Dao Source Protectors went all out to fight against the heretical cultivators. It was a tough victory since the majority of ancestors died. Even his own master passed away several years later on his bed due to the grievous injuries. Li Qian was too young to participate in that particular battle. He was only a regular disciple back then, but Azura Heaven Battler decided to fully groom him using his last years. Ultimately, it was too little time to truly teach Li Qian everything. The youth ended up having to learn by himself later on. During those dark years, insane court had fallen. There was no one to teach Li Qian. It was simply incredible that he was able to reach this level by himself. Not to mention a 5th level true god like you, even if there is a true emperor with 3 palaces here, he still wouldn't be able to take us on. Surrender now. The evil god said. The crowd became worried about Li Qian after hearing this. After a true emperor grasped the Dao Spring and has 12 palaces, this was still only the beginning. They needed to light up their palaces in order to have the spring pour energy into them for empowerment. Because of this, an emperor with 1 lit-up palace was referred to as a 1-palace true emperor. After lighting up all 12, the Dao Spring would turn into the source, allowing them to create a Dao lineage as a progenitor. Right now, these 3 brothers claimed that they weren't afraid of a 3-palace true emperor. One could see how strong they were just from this particular statement. 9th level true gods. Li Qian was aware of their power. In his eyes, this was an impossible battle. As the leader of the protectors, he was the strongest ancestor in the system. If he couldn't take them on, no one could. Go back to protecting the Dao source and ignore everything else. We won't pursue this matter or there will be new protectors. Insane ferocious god added. Everyone looked over at Li Qian. His choice right now affected the fate of the system. Alas, the outcome was pretty obvious. Darkness would engulf the system once more. This is a matter of principle, there is nothing to talk about. I will perform my duty today and live up to the expectation of my master. Li Qian powerfully responded. Very well, as you wish then. Insane ferocious god declared. Boom! Li Qian became resplendent as non-stop explosions detonated. The entire system was shaking as runes appeared below him. The power of the Grand Tao poured into him like an ocean. Clank! A heavenly sword broke out from his body. It was exuberant and seemed to wield all the forces in this world, the might of the progenitor. He wasn't only one of the sword but also one with the entire system. The power of the Dao source, I see. Unfortunately, you are far inferior compared to your master. Your understanding of the Dao source is a grain of sand in the ocean. The ferocious god roared and the bloody sword flew to the sky. It loomed over everything with waves of blood rampaging towards Li Qian. The ferocity of this attack could tear through everything. The wounds caused by this bloody sword were virtually impossible to heal. Boom! Under the "one with the sword" state, Li Qian unleashed a slash. It cut through the ocean of blood and came crashing down. People were breathless at this sight. Rumble. The two sides exchanged dozens of blows. Li Qian was only a 5th-level true god, yet he was fighting against a 9th-level true god. This was indeed unbelievable, or even a miracle. The power disparity was too great between the two. However, as the leader of the protectors whose branch had protected the Tao source for generations, he still had a better understanding of the Tao source than the rest. Though the crowd knew that his defeat was inevitable, they still wanted him to win, or it would be the end for the system. "Big brother, I'll lend you a hand." The other two gods grew impatient at the stalemate. They took out their own bloody weapons and rushed to the sky. These brothers have always fought together on the battlefield, so they had impeccable teamwork requiring zero communication. The techniques used were perfect, and a bloody ray pierced through Li Qian's sword Dao. Pluff! Li Qian couldn't handle the two newcomers. The ray pierced through him before the physical weapons were even there. Bam! His sword Dao couldn't stop it either and shattered. The actual physical weapons were now aiming for his head. It's over. Li Qian closed his eyes, awaiting death. In this perilous moment, Li Qiye, who has been sitting on the throne, suddenly spread his palm. His 5 fingers acted like swords. Multiple heavenly swords appeared and Tao laws poured down like waterfalls in order to protect Li Qian. Bam! The attack slammed into the wall of swords and failed to break through. Li Qian calmed down and looked over, surprised that Li Qiye was the one who saved him. "Get back, you're not their match," Li Qiye nonchalantly said. Li Qian bowed towards Li Qiye and retreated in order to recover. Ever since Li Qian got here, everyone had forgotten about Li Qiye. Now, he had regained the spotlight. "Who are you? Why are you able to control the power of the Tao source?" The ferocious god gazed at Li Qiye. The other two looked over as well. They were powerful enough to tell what was going on and became surprised at this person who was able to fully master the Tao source. All of this time, Li Qiye had been watching the fun show. Saving Li Qian was too easy for him earlier. "You're killer." Li Qiye leisurely smiled in response. The 3 gods' expression darkened while their eyes flashed with murderous glint. Ancestor, he claimed to be a reborn ancestor from ancestral abyss. Ba Shang quickly told them. "Nonsense." The evil god snorted, "Our system has been built for so long ago, these ancestors from the founding generation have turned to ashes. If they could reborn, they would have done so long ago, no need to wait till today." The 3 didn't believe this at all, unlike the crowd. The members of the system all wanted Li Qiye to be the real thing. Chapter 2192, The disciples in the system wanted Li Qiye to be the real thing now more than ever. Only such a being would be able to defeat the 3 gods ahead. "Treacherous brat, daring to call yourself our ancestor." The cruel god snorted. Li Qiye ignored the 3 and only smiled, "A bunch of fools, wanting something for nothing. Insane ancestor left you a supreme grand Tao, but instead of working hard, you chose the heretical path and threw away your ancestor's face. With descendants like you all, it makes perfect sense why insane court has declined." The 3 gods turned fierce. The ferocious one said, "No laws are better than others, only the most suitable." "That depends on what it is." Li Qiye said flatly, "Your heretical blood devourer is definitely an unqualified and evil path. Being proud of drinking blood to increase your cultivation? Foolish. All you will become are parasitic maggots, never being able to reach the apex of the grand Tao. Existences like you are shameful. Bold words. The three gods were naturally angry after being shown such disdain. They viewed Virtue True God as their hero, so this infuriated them even more. Junior, come fight me then. The evil god shouted. Wuxia simply glanced at them. You alone is not enough to be an appetite. All three together now. Their expression turned unsightly. At the very least, they were still 9th-level true gods who weren't afraid of a true emperor. Let alone an unknown junior like Wuxia. Good, good, I'll see how strong a fake like you are. The ferocious god stepped up, furious. The other two followed him as well. Boom! A blood ocean filled out the sky. They turned into three beings made out of blood. Even space was being melted into this liquid form. Everyone could hear the sanguine stench, not just at the tip of the nose but permeated deep into their very soul, causing them to shudder uncontrollably. Breathing became difficult as the air felt sticky, no longer air but thick, nauseating blood now. Clank. Wuxia retaliated by becoming resplendent. Boom. The 100,000 miles of ivory gap turned into a sword. Numerous Tao laws rushed out of the sky like waterfalls and wove together into one supreme sword. It seemed as if the entire world was under his control. This sword technique contained the massive Tao energy of insane court, capable of slaying gods and devils. So many people felt the urge to prostrate. Some younger disciples got down on their knees and shouted, "Ancestor." The three gods were alarmed because this wasn't Wuxia's power, but rather the power of the Tao source and their progenitor, insane. When this power turned into a sword, it was incomparably sharp and could kill anything. Rumble. The three of them worked together. The ocean of blood gathered into a massive ugly palm. This seemed to be a hand coming from hell itself, causing the timid members of the crowd to shake. The hand grabbed the skeletal one that was gripping Insane's spear. All three shouted, "Go!" It actually fused with the skeletal hand. All the blood disappeared while the latter became red as if it had been soaked in a pool of blood. Under the control of the three gods, it raised the spear. The crowd became breathless. Earlier, the 7 gods from the 2 great powers tried to do so to no avail. But now, these insane blood gods were able to do so with this method and thrust the spear straight at Wuxia. This weapon exuded a boundless ancestral might, rampaging all 4 directions. Everyone felt insignificant before its presence and lost their stance. They could see insane ancestor's awesome style once more when he used this spear to sweep through the world. "You're doomed!" They shouted as the spear crushed through the void, time, and laws, heading straight for Wuxia's throat. In this split second, members of the crowd felt a sting by their neck even though the spear wasn't aimed at them. Their soul nearly left their body in horror. This invincible thrust was as simple as can be, devoid of variation and form. Nevertheless, it wielded the ferocity of insane ancestor. Bam! The laws from insane court in the form of the sword couldn't stop the spear. After all, this was a primordial treasure, a force of destruction. No, that spear is too strong. A few ancestors lost their mind and shouted. Wuxia's wondrous sword was still defeated, incapable of stopping the thrust. But out of nowhere, he swung his hand and a large sword was in his grasp. He slammed it into the spear. The 2 weapons collided, causing sparks to go flying. The immense impact destroyed several peaks nearby and caused the spectating experts to go flying while spewing blood. Another ancestral aura appeared with the emergence of this sword. No one could move an inch from its suppressive pressure while having trouble breathing. They looked over and saw the supreme sword pulsing with an immortal glow. The aura coming from this sword was even more intense than insane spear. This was an immortal and emperor-slaying blade. Furious immortal sword. Li Qian's eyes blared in disbelief as he cried out, "Insane ancestor's favorite true treasure." The older ancestors gasped in astonishment. They couldn't believe their own eyes at the sight of that sword. This was Insane Ancestor's strongest true treasure, his favorite as well. It had disappeared with him. Some believed that it was buried alongside him and no one ever saw it again. Li Qian, of course, had never seen it, only knowing of its appearance from an ancient scroll. He didn't expect for someone to actually possess this mythical sword from their progenitor. Remember, it was much more powerful and tyrannical than Insane Spear. The three insane blood gods were astounded and staggered backward. Where did you get this sword?" The ferocious god pointed at the sword, paled. The weapon was too terrifying, representing Insane Ancestor, and had a paramount status in the system. Chapter 2193. The three weren't the only one curious about how he got it. The rest of the spectators felt the same way. Li Qiya casually raised it, but enough pressure exuded to cause the world to quake. He leisurely replied, "This sword, Saw it on the ground randomly and picked it up. Just using it since it's a little suitable." This answer made everyone want to vomit blood. This was their progenitor's strongest sword, yet Li Qiya acted so nonchalantly about it. This particular sword would be the defining treasure of any clan or sect. No other weapon in Insane Court could compare, be it in terms of power or status. Any disciple in the system would treasure it more than their own life, so everyone was speechless of Li Qiya's lackadaisical attitude towards it. Of course, he got it from Insane Ancestor's treasury, not randomly on the street. "Come, I won't take your spear, let's see how much force you can muster from it," he leisurely said. The three gods still had control over the bloody hand with Insane Spear. Alas, they weren't as confident in killing him as before. It didn't matter if he was a reborn ancestor with the power of the Tao Source, the three of them with the spear should have been unstoppable. Unfortunately, their disadvantage was all gone after he revealed Furious Immortal. The three of them glanced at each other before clenching their fist, deciding to create a Madra, soul summon. Rumble. Blood gushed from their body to the sky before dropping down to the abyss, mixing with the pre-existing serum. A starry formation appeared beneath their feet with a bloody glow. Numerous runes began to flow within the formation. The three formed more hand seals while chanting, seemingly summoning something. Crack. Back at Relinquished Bones, the tablet on top there shattered along with this mountain. A massive skeletal hand reached out from the mud first, then the entire frame followed. This was a complete skeleton, only missing its right hand. Not good. Li Qian was the first to stare in that direction and became astounded. A few ancestors also felt this change and looked over at Relinquished Bones, feeling the same way as Li Qian after seeing the collapsed mountain. Boom! A bloody glow flashed from the empty eye sockets of the skeleton after it got up, signaling that it was coming back to life. It traveled through space and made it to Ivory Gap instantly, hovering above the abyss. What is that? The spectators jumped from fear, not knowing what was going on. A figure suddenly came out from the blood serum with an empty face, lacking all features. In the next second, the figure and the skeleton joined together in perfection. Boom! A majestic figure finally appeared, an unstoppable true god. He had a murderous presence. All the trees and grass nearby withered with haste. His hair stained with blood was fluttering in the air, looking quite dominating. When he opened his eyes, the touch of death loomed above everyone. Virtue true god. An ancestor bellowed. So many were scared to hear this accursed title. After so many years, it still made the crowd tremble. Is he coming back to life? One guy was horrified and wondered. Li Qian glared at the three insane blood gods. So it is you three that have messed with Relinquished Bones, summoning this old soul. Ha ha ha, when your master killed Virtue True God back then, he also melted his body and suppressed the skeleton at the mountain, such evil. It is we brothers who will let the true God see the sunlight once more. The ferocious God retorted. Even after his death back then, Virtue's hateful sentiment remained. Thus, Heaven Battler had no choice but to separate his corpse, melting the flesh in the abyss while suppressing the bones in a faraway mountain. This was a necessary precaution. Alas, these three brothers still managed to summon his soul. Virtue was a monster back then, eating flesh and drinking blood along with other heinous deeds. Though it wasn't a true rebirth, this soul alone was terrifying enough to cause the cowards in the crowd to soil their pants. Boom! The severed hand carrying insane spear flew and fused with Virtue. When he lost his right hand back then, he pulled the spear down with it so that Heaven Battler couldn't obtain this primordial treasure. Boom! Blood began to dance after he grabbed the spear, looking like a blood devil. The spear exuded a horrifying glow. The glint from the tip was as white as snow, piercing to the very soul and paralyzing all foes. His enemies would be helpless and drop to the ground before this glow, let alone trying to resist him. From this, one could easily imagine how monstrous he used to be. Because of his talents, the system gave him the spear, adding wings to a tiger. It truly made him unstoppable. The ancestor is back, all of you are done for. Heretical blood devourer will once again rule the system. The ferocious god laughed after the successful summon. They ran away like dogs after their branch lost in the past. Now, they returned in order to reign over the system. Clank! Virtue pointed his spear straight at Wuxia. He didn't need to do anything, just the glimmer of the spear could kill any true god. Can he do it? The shadow of Virtue still overwhelmed the land. People were holding their breath, placing all hope on Wuxia. If he couldn't beat Virtue, then it was over for Insane Court. Li Qian felt the same way. There was nothing he could do right now outside of relying on Wuxia. Wuxia simply smiled at the spear pointing at him. Only a specter can't reach the apex. His mind opened. In the depth came a brilliant light. A supreme rune came out, accompanied by a boundless ancestral aura. Buzz! Rays of light exuded from him, making him look massive in size. Chapter 2194, The supreme law coming out of his forehead seemed to be surpassing time itself, turning him into a supreme existence. Boom! A pillar of light surged from the royal court and illuminated the entire place with its immortal radiance. Particles of light began to flutter all over Insane Court. Rumble! The entire system quaked as a large Tao source revealed itself from the royal court. The Tao source! Li Qian was shocked. For millions and millions of years, the Tao source has never awakened before. Even true emperors later on such as Chu and Madblood couldn't wake it up. Li Qian has taken complete control of the Tao source to his astonishment. Their branch had protected the Tao source for so many years, so they tried to study it. Alas, the very best they could do was borrowing its power. This wasn't the case for Li Qian. He wasn't borrowing but rather, controlling. Buzz! The light particles only brightened up the system. Countless laws of the progenitor rushed to the sky. It was as if Insane Ancestor himself was returning. Boom! A faint figure appeared behind Li Qian, destroying the space around it. It carried an intense and dominating temperament lasting for the ages. When it opened its eyes, it could see the past and deep into the future. Insane Ancestor. All the disciples could feel their progenitor's presence. This was a power belonging to him, no different from an awakening. It wasn't only limited to Ivory Gap, but disciples all around the system were kneeling on the ground with their head touching the ground. No one dared to look up. Foolish dregs. Li Qiye opened his voice, each of his words represented invincibility. R.A. The soul of virtue roared in response. The spear in its hand pierced through the temporal fabric straight for Li Qiye. This thrust destroyed numerous stars, even the sky vault. This world-destroying force scared the living crap out of the people nearby. Clank. Li Qiye retaliated with his furious immortal sword. The world turned dark with this slash, the dates extinguished and gods annihilated. Even a true emperor or a real master would go down to this attack. The two weapons collided, resulting in a shockwave capable of ending the world. The soul couldn't hold on to the spear, so it went flying after the first impact. The sword went on to mercilessly split the true god into two halves. R.A. The unwilling soul screamed once more, but there was nothing it could do before absolute strength. Poof! The invincible power also rendered the three summoning gods into mists of blood. Falling into the heretical path is throwing away your ancestor's face. Li Qiye raised his hand and sent out a boundless flame. It incinerated the soul of virtue along with the bloody serum in the abyss until nothing was left, a purification of Ivory Gap. Next, he reached forward and summoned the spear. He used the flame again to burn away all the hatred and purified it. The weapon happily glowed in his embrace as if it had just seen the sun again. Run now. Ba Shang turned and left along with the seven gods. They knew that there was no chance of reversing the tide. Fools. Li Qiye glanced at them before using Insane Spear. The snow-white weapon broke through space like a shooting star. The outcome was obvious, all 8 were pierced and turned into bloody mists without the chance to scream. He took care of the lost soul, Ba Shang, and the 7 gods from upper faction and sacred institution so easily, all within the blink of an eye. Even the 3 9th-level true gods were simply ants before the supreme power. All spectators were frozen as the power slowly dispersed along with the figure of Insane. The immortal rays and particles returned to the world and Li Qiye was shown once more on his throne. He held Insane Spear with his left hand and Furious Immortal with his right. Despite a lack of aura and invincible power, he represented the supreme of Insane Court right now. Even a supreme genius like Chu Qingling was rendered speechless and emotional. This was a supreme worthy of respect and worship. All were insignificant in his presence. Venerable Ancestor. Li Qian was the first to drop to the ground with great reverence. Venerable Ancestor. The rest followed suit and began their worship. Li Qiye's identity as a reborn ancestor was clearly accepted. No one would dare to question this. Rise. His voice echoed across the plains. Despite being granted permission to stand, these disciples continued to kowtow. This was sincerity from the depth of their heart because this was a forefather of their system. Li Qian. Li Qiye called out. Your disciple is here. Li Qian came forward and kowtowed again. This furious immortal shall be granted to your branch of protectors for the sake of protecting Insane Court. Li Qiye gave the sword to Li Qian. Li Qian accepted it with both hands, thinking that this was all a dream. Remember, this sword was the supreme primordial weapon. Back when Insane Spear was around, it belonged to the system, not just their branch. But now, Li Qiye had given the sword to just their branch. It meant that they alone would have a primordial weapon from now on. This would strengthen their branch, turning it to the most formidable shield. Thank you, Ancestor. Li Qian bowed again. Everyone was stunned to see this, realizing that the Ancestor has decided to re-establish the status of the Protector branch. Wang Han. Li Qiye called out after Li Qian retreated to the back. Your disciple is here. Wang Han came forward and kneeled. Li Qiye got down from his throne and touched her head with Insane Spear. I bestow you the role of Emperor for Insane Court, in charge of mundane and political affairs. Wang Han was stunned as well, not expecting to have this prestigious position. She had never thought about winning the throne, only hoping that she wouldn't lose her spot in the Wang clan. Thus, his comment naturally took her like a storm. "Thank you, young noble." Tears ran down her cheeks as she lost control of her emotions. "Your Majesty." Everyone else, even the disciples from the four great powers, got on their knees and recognized her coronation. No one dared to go against Wuxia. As long as it came from him, it would be the law. Just like that, Wang Han became the emperor of this generation despite being mentally unprepared. Chapter 2195, Wang Han's coronation signaled the end of this political contest. As long as she could consolidate her influence, a revitalization might be on the horizon. "Chu Qingling." Wuxia called out. She didn't expect to hear her name but still came forward and kneeled. "Your disciple is here. Insane spear shall be returned to the system. Today, I bestow it to you so that you can reach the apex and sweep through 3 immortals." Wuxia said. Though the spear was in her hands, she still lost her wits since it came too sudden. It wasn't on the same level as Furious Immortal, but it was still prestigious enough. Few in history have been qualified to personally wield this spear. Today, this bestowment certainly established her status in the system and showed his high hope in her. "Thank you, young noble." She dropped to the ground and bowed, completely won over by him. No one in the crowd was unhappy about his choices and felt that it couldn't be better. Li Qian was a Dao source protector, so he should have the sword to protect the realm. Wang Han became the emperor, so her current influence was solidified, allowing her to have the foundation to revitalize the system. Chu Qingling was the #1 genius right now, so her spear symbolized Li Qia's hope that she would become a true emperor. If Wang Han could have full reign and Qingling could only focus on cultivation, it would be a good start for the future. Having a true emperor would leave the system with a good backing. Insane Ancestor was an amazing progenitor since Insane Court used to be an immortal lineage. He was definitely the best among the best. The weapons left behind by him were far stronger and more precious than those left behind by progenitors of myriad lineages. Nevertheless, Wuxia wasn't greedy about Insane Spear or Furious Immortal. Remember, Furious Immortal was stored in the progenitor's private treasury, he didn't leave it for future descendants. In the current situation, no one would say anything even if he were to keep both of them. Alas, he still gave them back to the system. This was him doing a good thing in Insane Ancestor's sake. This old man has done many crazy things later on, but he still had love for Insane Court, evident by the great effort he spent on it. Wuxia could sympathize with his worries, so he left these 2 primordial weapons behind. The system was definitely on a path towards demise, perhaps in the next few eras if nothing was done about it. "Alright, return from whence you came." Wuxia waved his sleeve and told the crowd. Everyone regained their wits and bowed one last time. Some disciples were still wanting to stay. After all, it wasn't easy for them to meet a real forefather. Suddenly, Wuxia's eyes became serious before flashing into disappearance before the surprised crowd. No one knew where he went. He crossed through the deeper region of Ivory Gap, straight to the Dao Foundation. As he walked underground, there was a constant buzzing noise. Golden runes appeared around him, resembling liquid gold. They continued to weave and grow larger, seemingly creating a prison down here. It didn't take long before he trekked through half of Ivory Gap and saw a tiny room made out of rocks and pebbles. It was hidden by an extremely heaven-defying law. It wasn't from a progenitor or a master but from nature itself. Boom! A blood mist stopped him from entering the room. This was the 10-million-year-old blood ginseng, originally only as big as a fist, but it continued to grow with the ambition of turning into a skyblotting tree. Its roots scattered all around as it emitted an aura comparable to a true god. It was ready to fight to the death in order to stop Wuxia from entering the room. He couldn't help but smile while shaking his head. "You're only the bait, it's useless." Having said that, he took out his yang gourd. With a bright and thunderous detonation, the large ginseng got sucked into the gourd, unable to stop it at all. This was the amazing thing about the gourd: it acted as the nemesis of all plants and medicines, capable of sucking them in right away. Furthermore, it had its own world in order to gestate these materials. Wuxia certainly had his reasons for working so hard to make one. He entered the room, finding it to be quite ancient. Perhaps it had existed right at the start of the world. At the dark end of the room was a tiny tree. Old and incomplete it was, seemingly damaged with only a portion of the trunk holding everything up. There were a couple of newer branches growing from it. Judging by the difference between the barks of the trunk and the branches, these injuries must have been quite old. Furthermore, no roots could be found. It immediately jumped after seeing Wuxia, like a cultivating man being disturbed. It turned just like a real human and looked ready to run. Buzz! Alas, the golden runes instantly changed the shade of the room and sealed the walls into an impregnable prison. "It's not easy to find you at all, too prudent." Wuxia looked at the incomplete tree and said. The tree stared intensely at him with no way out due to the seals. Wuxia stared at the damaged parts and murmured, "This is my first time seeing a plant of this level after the longevity grass." Others would be startled to hear this comment if they were present, since the longevity grass was one of the 9 heavenly treasures. "Immortality is not allowed," Wuxia said. As Wuxia was observing the tree, it was also doing the same in order to find some clues. "No wonder why everyone tries to find you, including emperors and progenitors, excavating every inch of the land. You do have some secrets about immortality," he went on. The old tree didn't speak, only maintaining the cautious stare. After a while, his focus turned towards the stone walls. They were full of runes, also formed in a natural manner, not engraved. Not many could understand them, but Wuxia was one of the few. He took his time and eventually said, "That old ghost's pill refinement process actually came from here, I see. Unfortunately, it is still incomplete." Back in ancient Sky City, the ghost there once asked for Wuxia's assistance in a pill cauldron. It was a unique type of pill, virtually impossible to finish. No one knew the background of the formula, but Wuxia had figured it out today after seeing these runes. The mysteries were still quite deep. The old ghost only saw tiny bits of it. Chapter 2196. Even time itself couldn't erase the archaic runes all over the wall. They recorded many hidden tales. For example, eternal life, the ancient age, the origin of the end of the world. Wuxia memorized each tale with jubilation. They were actually parts of the missing puzzles for some speculations of his. Since the start of the world were cycles of epochs. There were lucky survivors and those who fought time and time again. All of this hid an ultimate secret of unspeakable darkness. It can even be said that in each epoch, there was always a pair of eyes peering at all existences, but they didn't necessarily belong to the high heaven. That's the most terrifying part. However, few knew about this secret and the being behind it all. Those who were aware have either died on the battlefield, gone far away from his home, or hiding like cowards in the shadows. "I'm here now, so I will fight to the end, no matter how many times, until the dawn is truly back." Wuxia chuckled after memorizing the runes. Meanwhile, the old tree didn't try to escape. It wouldn't have been easy because of the golden liquid from the yang gourd sealing the room. Taking down Wuxia first was necessary. Therefore, it focused on understanding its foe. Wuxia eventually turned at the tree and asked, You want to follow me willingly or what? The tree shook. It could understand but couldn't speak. I'm a nice guy who doesn't want to force others, but when it comes to push or shove, I'm quite merciless. Wuxia smiled. In that case, I might just refine you into a pot of longevity paste. What do you think about that? It might be a waste, but I'm more than willing to do it. The tree still shook in refusal despite the threat. It didn't want to follow him. He went on, there's no logic behind giving up an immortal item. I have no choice but to use force then. Having said that, he pulled up his sleeves and warmed up, seemingly ready to give a brutal beat down. Buzz. The tree became bright with immortal rays. These rays then turned into weapons, hammers, swords, hatchets. Each possessed an apocalyptic power. Even a true god would tremble before them. This old tree definitely had enough strength to protect itself. There was no doubt that it would die fighting if Wuxia were to use force. It didn't want to leave this place with him. Quite strong. Wuxia couldn't help but smile. It's a shame that you're only living a borrowed life right now, an incomplete form. If you were whole, then you could absolutely run away from me and no one could ever catch you. Too bad that isn't the case. The tree's radiance intensified with rays capable of piercing through all things. It didn't need words to express itself. Wuxia shook his head after seeing its battle-ready appearance. Just messing with you, I know you will follow me. He took out a wooden box with a sweet fragrance. It was polished with love via tender caress so many times to give it a luster, indicative of its value. He opened the box and an immortal light pulsed instantly. He looked inside and commented, "This old man really dug a pit for me to jump in, and I have no choice but to do it despite knowing that it's a trap. A move that can't be solved." This was the gift given to him by the old man back in arrogance. After obtaining it, he took some time to ponder what it was. He realized that the old man had his own schemes but he couldn't help taking the bait. This item was worth the risk of researching. He showed the box to the old tree and smiled, "I know you recognize this thing." The tree was startled, clearly glaring its eyes in disbelief despite not having a pair. Not even in its dream did it expect to see it, so it couldn't calm down. "Take it for a better look lest you think I'm tricking you with a fake." Wuxia handed the box over. The tree hesitated for a moment before using its small branches like two hands to pick up the box. It looked inside in a meticulous fashion. As time passed, it became certain that the thing was definitely real. Plus, who could actually create an imitation of this level? It then returned the box to Wuxia. "Everyone will want to jump into this pit, but who can actually climb out? Maybe we'll all be buried in there." Wuxia took it and smiled while shaking his head. Wuxia was someone who could casually give primordial treasures away. Thus, the old man was quite crafty to give him something tempting enough. "Are you willing to follow me now?" he asked with a smirk. The tree tilted the top portion, seemingly deep in thoughts. It eventually nodded and agreed to follow him, falling into the same pit as him. "Good choice," Wuxia said, "trust me, follow me and you'll have plenty to eat and shall be whole once more." The tree nodded excitedly this time around as if it wanted nothing more than to heal these injuries. As for their origin? That's a story for another day. He spread out his palm and the tree jumped up without any hesitation. He then put it away. Rumble. He actually took the whole room with him. Though there wasn't any treasure inside, the room will be useful later on. He returned back in his throne back on the surface. The disciples were still lost. Li Qian, Wang Han, and Chu Qingling all stared at him. "Little girl, come here." He gestured at Chu Qingling. She came over and bowed respectfully. "What is your command, young noble?" Her prideful self seemed quite obedient right now. "This blood ginseng is yours. Remember, stewing this is foolish." Keep it by your side for more benefits in the future, but it is up to you whether you can earn its trust or not. He took out the 10-million-year-old ginseng. A 10-million-year-old ginseng, a king among ginseng kings. Li Qian was surprised to see the sealed root. They finally understood his sudden departure, so it was to catch for ginseng. Qingling was astonished to see the root in her hands. She spent a lot of effort but couldn't catch it. Here it was now. Like Li Qian said, one this old was a king among kings. Thank you, young noble. I will tread through the fire for you. She emotionally exclaimed. Go now. He only nodded and said flatly. Chapter 2197, The storm was over after the battle at Ivory Gap. Sacred Institution and Upper Faction lost completely. As for Northern Territory and the Chen, Sacred Institution and Upper Faction didn't need Wang Han to say anything or for the royal court to surround them before purging their own ranks. In just a short time, great lineages like these two fell in just a short time. Wang Han was one of the few empresses in the history of Insane Court. So many sects and clans sent people bearing gifts to the court. Of course, it wasn't only to meet the new empress. The real goal was to see the forefather named Li Qiya. The news of this reborn ancestor had spread across the entire system, causing quite a stir. Though some of these powers didn't participate in the power struggle and only cared about their own territories, they still found the system's decline a hard pill to swallow. After all, as members of the system, their own prosperity was related to the overall health. As the system weakened, so would the Grand Dao power within the land. All the clans and sects would decline as well. Once the Dao source withered completely, the system would break apart. No one would be lucky enough to escape this. If destruction wasn't the final fate, it would still turn into a desolate wildland where only the wailings of mortals could be heard. Because of this, a reborn ancestor from ancestral abyss was a welcome sight. Everyone had high hopes in him, bringing the system back to its golden age, all the way back to being an imperial or even an immortal lineage. Plus, he had brought back to primordial treasures, insane spear and furious immortal sword. Of course, these two weapons were priceless, so the clans were very excited. They could see hopes of revitalization now. Some ancestors came in person to see Li Qiya. Alas, the guy had no interest in the rowdy events. He closed his doors and didn't see any guest. Deep in the royal court was the most important location in all of the system, the forbidden ground where the Dao source was located. No one was allowed inside without the permission of the Dao protectors, not even Empress Wang Han. The energy of the Dao was everywhere inside the source like rippling waves. Visual phenomena were everywhere inside this lake, ancient pavilions, immortal spirits, and ethereal flowers hiding behind the mist. Li Qiya sat next to the lake with his bare feet playing in the water. Only someone of his level would be qualified to play with the Dao source like this, and he was the only one at this level who would actually do so. Even Li Qian didn't dare to do such a thing, but no one dared to say anything. Li Qiya watched the cool scene ahead and said flatly, "The images of the Dao source are beautiful, but they are hiding a clear decline. We descendants have been useless." Li Qian smiled wryly. Li Qiya chuckled, "Useless indeed. An immortal lineage, back during its foundation, this lineage was incredible. Just its title, Insane Court. Unrestrained and at the height of royal power. It was enough to look down on everyone at Immortal Lineage World." Li Qian felt his blood boiling as he listened. Though he never saw the glory days of past, he still knew about them from the old records. It was one of the most powerful lineages in the upper realm. Unfortunately, it had been pushed down to Myriad Lineage World and only barely hanging on. This was akin to an old man on his deathbed. He sighed after thinking about it. Though he wanted for the system to grow stronger, he was still helpless despite being its strongest ancestor. Ancestor, please, revitalize Insane Court. Li Qian bowed and said respectfully. Li Qiya smiled and shook his head, I can't do much. One single tree alone can't build a pavilion. Even if I forcefully rebuild it, after I leave, the incapable descendants would cause the pavilion to crumble again. Ultimately, it is up to you all to revitalize it. Only when the descendants are strong and numerous would the system prosper. Li Qiya looked at him and said. Li Qian sighed softly again, aware of this particular rationale. Alas, it was easier said than done. I have left behind what I should and paved the path that I must. If this is not enough, then all I can say is that rotten wood that can't be carved. Li Qiya continued, you all must walk the path yourselves. Don't tell me you want me to stay here forever to guarantee your riches. Li Qiya had also left more things behind for the system. Of course, they were all from Insane Ancestors' treasury. He hoped that they could grow stronger in the future. We'll keep on working hard to not let you down, Ancestor. Li Qian took a deep breath and bowed again. What a shame for this Tao foundation and source. No wonder why it would drop down to myriad lineage. Li Qiya commented. People usually paid attention to the Tao source upon the inception of a system. The source spoke plenty about the future potential of the system and the power of its progenitor. In Three Immortals, there was a popular adage. A clear and cold Tao source, immortal lineage, a golden one, imperial lineage, one with many images, myriad lineage. All of these visual phenomena was actually a sign of decline. It's not surprising for Insane Court to drop down myriad lineage world. This Tao source would have depleted long ago if it wasn't for some true emperors in the past from the system working to strengthen it. Normally, a Tao source's power was proportional to the progenitor's power. Thus, one creating an immortal lineage was certainly stronger than a myriad lineage's progenitor. Of course, all progenitors were stronger than a true emperor. I wonder if we can ever get back up to imperial and immortal lineage world. Li Qian said insipidly. The lake was very pretty to look at, but it was a sign of declination. Li Qiya smiled and shook his head, back to being an immortal lineage? I'm afraid that's impossible unless the system can produce someone similar to Insane Ancestor who can empower the Tao source and bring it back to immortal lineage world. Li Qian smiled wryly, knowing that he was being a bit wishful. If they could actually produce someone as strong as Insane Ancestor, this person would jump out of the path laid by Insane Ancestor and create his own Tao source and lineage. Why would he continue on someone else's path? However, there is still hope for returning to being an imperial lineage. A Tao foundation is still there in imperial lineage world, as long as you descendants can work hard enough to bring it back. Li Qiya said. Insane Court was still initially an immortal lineage. This meant that it had more potential compared to the sects back in imperial lineage world. Some imperial lineages or myriad lineages there would stay at their respective level forever, unable to become an immortal lineage. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.